What I'm really looking forward to in Atlanta is the chance for all of us to re-engage, to come back together as a whole body of the Human Factors and Ergonomics Society, to learn about some of the new research that's going on, to engage with the practitioners, and to be part of something bigger. Atlanta is a wonderful hosting city for this event. We have a number of Fortune 100 companies. We're trying to engage them in that process and to really make it an opportunity for you to see everything that's possible in human factors.
Spacecraft, railway locomotives, nuclear submarines, healthcare, jet aircraft, these are all examples of highly technical systems and organisations, and all have one particular thing in common. They all involve humans. Humans who want to do amazing things and are using technology to achieve them. They all have something else in common. They have amazing people ensuring that the users who are involved can do what they need to do, are safe when they do so, and have the optimum user experience. These people are Human Factors practitioners, and on 1202, the Human Factors podcast, they talk to me, Barry Kirby, about what they do, sharing their career paths, highlighting their ideas and best practices, and fundamentally raising awareness of our discipline. Find us on 1202podcast.com, on social media, and on your favourite podcast directory, because it's more than just common sense.
Part of Hfes because I see the value and it has shifted and changed throughout the years. So at the beginning I joined as a student, and it was more of that getting that sense of belonging within the technical field. So I was part of other organizations like SHIP, that it was more of the Hispanic engineers and other organizations like that, but Hfes gave me that sense of belonging within the Hfes, like human factors and ergonomics community. Then it developed to be, developing leadership skills, the social skills within like being part of the student chapter. And then now as a professional, after finishing the PhD, it has been just keeping that connection. Basically, one of the things is like we meet up every year here, all my peers. This is our, once a year, we know that we're all gonna be there, exchange ideas. But even just that community, it's one of the biggest things that I've taken from it, both from the technical side, but just like lifelong friends that sometimes I wanna geek out and we all know what we're talking about.
Human Factors Cast brings you the best in human factors news, interviews, conference coverage, and overall fun conversations into each and every episode we produce. But we can't do it without you. The Human Factors Cast network is 100% listener supported. All the funds that go into running the show come from our listeners. Our patrons are our priority, and we want to ensure we're giving back to you for supporting us. Pledges start at just $1 per month and include rewards like access to our weekly Q&As with the hosts, personalized professional reviews, and Human Factors Minute, a Patreon-only weekly podcast where the hosts break down unique, obscure, and interesting human factors topics in just 1 minute. Patreon rewards are always evolving, so stop by patreon.com/humanfactorscast to see what support level may be right for you. Thank you, and remember, it depends.
Human Factors in Healthcare is the newest Hfes journal. It has 2 tracks, research track and practice or practitioner track. I serve as the editor-in-chief of the research track. The research side of it that I'm going to talk about is very much like your traditional research journals, like Human Factors, but much more focused on healthcare applications. It's a very inclusive, very diverse, it's very international. If you look at our editorial board, it's such a impressive depth and breadth of human factors expertise in our editorial board. And it's very forward-looking. The type of work we do are not necessarily captured in just numbers and p-values. It's summarized in impact, relieving scientifically. So the journal is focusing on impact and application of human factors in healthcare. For that reason, I think this open journal is one of the best opportunities for us to become more relevant as a scientific field. So I'd like to invite everybody to submit some of their best work. It's a very inclusive mindset. This journal is not tied into, necessarily, the p-value of X and Y. We're looking for impact. So if you think you've done impactful work, if you think your work would have some value, an application in certain domains, but especially healthcare, we'd love to listen to it.
Technology in our world is evolving at a phenomenal pace, and keeping up with what that means in the human factors world can be challenging. That's where Human Factors Cast comes in. Human Factors Cast is a weekly podcast that highlights and breaks down stories that are chosen by you, the Human Factors community. Each week, a panel made up of human factors practitioners, UX specialists, and engineers sit down to discuss a weekly dose of knowledge that keeps you up to date with the latest areas of interest.
New York State is giving out hundreds of robots as companions for the elderly.
Buttons in cars are safer and quicker to use than touchscreen.
A prototype just achieved a major milestone that actually fits the description of a flying car.
The show provides perspective based on experiences from different domains and different industries. We even cover some of the hottest conferences in the field. On this episode, we're recapping EHF, Ergonomics and Human Factors Conference, Neuroergonomics Conference, Human Factors and Ergonomics Society, UXPA International, the International Symposium on Human Factors and Ergonomics in Healthcare, and we have the best guests. I'm joined today by Chris Reed, Micah Inslee, Farzan Sassin Gohar, Joe Keebler, Peter and Gabby Hancock. We have a dedicated community of listeners that engage with the show and contribute to the topics discussed. Join me, Nick Roome,
And me, Barry Kirby.
every Friday morning when Human Factors Cast drops on YouTube and your favorite podcast directory. And remember,
It depends.
Human factors and ergonomics affect every system, product, and process humans interact with. We're impacting people in every facet of their lives. Shaping these interactions across industries and professions, we're conducting the latest research and developing new solutions for seamless connections between humans and all they touch. We're celebrating the diversity of our field and what makes individuals unique. Listening to the many voices with HFE and our commitment to diversity, equality, and inclusion. We're engaging with key federal agencies, legislators, and the general public, promoting the importance of HFE science, because now more than ever, we're committed to advancing the science and practice of designing for people and systems through knowledge exchange, collaboration, and advocacy. We believe in systems that work for humans by design, grounded in science. We are HFES.
Welcome to Human Factors Cast, your weekly podcast for human factors, psychology, and design.
Atlanta, a hub for human factors activity. Companies like Delta, CNN, the CDC, Amazon, and Wayfair are employing human factors practitioners to solve the world's problems. If you ever wondered why we can do tasks when we have the tools we need, or how having the right tools can make you more efficient, you've come to the right place. Human Factors focuses on both the why and how of human ability, efficiency, limitations, and systems. Human Factors provides us a way of improving the human experience. That brings us here, the Human Factors and Ergonomics Society's 66th annual meeting. Topics discussed here this week will span a variety of domains, such as improving emergency response to safety, all the way to improving musculoskeletal issues the average workforce faces, in addition to many more. But that's just scratching the surface. The HFES annual meeting is the premier conference where professionals in the human factors field come together with a goal of discovery, exchange, and advocacy of human interactions with the world around them. During our conference coverage today, you'll be hearing from world leaders in education, government, and industry who are focused and committed to improving our daily interactions with everything we come into contact with. Let's get started. Oh, hello, Atlanta. We're here. We're live. We're coming to you live from Atlanta, Georgia. Yes. Hello. Welcome, everyone, to our coverage of the Human Factors and Ergonomics Society 2022 annual meeting in Atlanta, Georgia. My name is Nick Roome. I'm sitting here live in the beautiful Atlanta Marriott Marquis, aka the Time Variance Authority. For any of my Loki fans, there, you're listening to Human Factors Cast, and this is our live coverage of all things HFES. I'm just one person, though. I cannot do this alone. And although he couldn't be here in person, he's going to be my partner in crime today as we take you through our coverage for the day. Please help me welcome my good friend and yours, President-elect of the Chartered Institute of Human Factors and Ergonomics in the UK, Mr. Barry Kirby. Barry, are we coming in loud and clear? Can you hear us? Is this thing on?
See, I was going to make quite a funny joke there about, sorry, I can't hear anything, but I think you'd probably have a small heart attack or something. But no, yes, you are coming through loud and clear. It's great to be joining you here from Wales in the United Kingdom, so proper transatlantic stuff. This is my first time attending HFES, and whilst it's only in a virtual way, I'm terribly excited to be joining in.
Yes, you mentioned it. We're live here from the event. I'm waving to all of you out here in the lobby area between conference rooms. Hello, everybody. We're live on YouTube. Go check us out. This is we're going to be streaming all day here. So this is the longest live stream we've ever attempted. And so we'll kind of see how this goes. With that being said, there's a couple nuances to having a live stream this long. If you're watching on any of our platforms that are not YouTube or Twitch, you might want to switch over to those other platforms at some point throughout the day, because the main feed on some of the other ones like LinkedIn, Twitter, Facebook, those will all shut down at some point. So again, switch over to either the Human Factors Cast channels, the 1202 podcast channels, or the official Human Factors and Ergonomics Society channels on YouTube or Twitch to follow the live stream throughout the day. With that being said, before we jump into the day's events, there's some thank yous that we have to do right at the top here. So first and foremost, thank you so much to the Human Factors and Ergonomics Society for access to the event and permission to live stream, simulcast, and record some of the stuff that we have going on today. Cannot wait for you to see some of the stuff we have planned. It's super exciting. I know I am at a super sleep-deprived state, but we'll get through it. I also want to thank HFES leadership for encouraging and supporting this idea to live stream throughout the conference today. This is going to be the first of its kind of any sort of coverage from this event. It's really exciting to be a part of it. Third, HFES staff. You guys have been incredible with trying to do some of the logistics and technical considerations that it took to actually get here, to get everything set up, to get to where we are right now. There's a lot going on, and if you've followed us on social, you'll see some of these posts of all the gear that's gone into it. A lot of it's our own, but we've certainly had help with setting up this booth. You know, this is the great booth, registration 3. If you're here at the event live, come see us. We got stickers. Volunteers, any volunteers that have helped out here at the booth or in person, really appreciate you. The Human Factors Cast Digital Media Lab, honestly, the contributions that they have made towards the preparation of this live stream are incredible. I cannot thank them enough, honestly. The preparation, execution, and no doubt the post-production that is going to go into this this whole thing is a lot of time and effort. We also want to thank our Patreon supporters for their continued support to keep the lights on over here. Really, like this is, hang on, can I just show you what it looks like without Patreon support? This is what it looks like without Patreon support, right? And then with the Patreon support, there you go. So thank you all so much. And then last and maybe most importantly, thank you, the listener. Seriously, this thing would not happen without people on the other end of this microphone listening. And I've met some of you here just in the first day that I've been here, and it's been such an incredible interaction with some of you. It's to hear some of your stories. I hope it's okay that I share this, and I wasn't planning on sharing this, but it's a live stream, so why not? I met somebody yesterday who said that they found the podcast, and it was kind of their introduction to human factors, and it encouraged them to go to school for human factors and really just get involved with organizations. And something like that really both inflated our egos, but also it really I don't know, hammered home sort of the importance of talking into a microphone every week, as stupid as that sounds. But anyway, I mean, thank you, the listeners. Thank you so much for being here, and I'm so excited to have you on this journey of this live stream. So before we get into it, there's one more thing. As you make your way around the conference today, if you're here in person or if you're watching from home, tag us, H Factors Podcast on Twitter. You know our socials. HFES. Tag them as well on any of our socials. If you do that, talk about your experiences here. Love to see pictures, hear about some amazing connections that you've made. Would love to hear about all that. If you do all that, there's a chance that you might be featured on the live stream today as we review some of that stuff a little bit later. But look, we have a lot to cover in this live stream. We have a full schedule packed. Like I don't even know how we're doing it. Barry, we do have so much stuff that we plan to go through today. Can you give us a rundown of today's events?
Well, I know how we're going to fit it all in is because this is like nearly a 12-hour live stream. There is a lot of time to get a lot of stuff in. But as you say, there is a lot of content here. So we're going to start off with, obviously, this is the 66th annual meeting. It starts with a presentation from the current president, Chris Reed. We've also got presentations from President-elect Caroline Summerich and Technical Program Chair Farzan Sarangoza. You'll then hear from our first keynote speaker, which is Captain Craig Bowman. So that's looking at the human factors considerations in aircraft design and testing. He's the Vice President of Flight Operations for Boeing Test and Evaluation and Enterprise Chief Test Pilot. He's named to this position in 2015, and he provides operational leadership and business oversight for all flight ops, including development and production flight tests of Boeing commercial airplanes and military aircraft. I mean, what a job to have. If there's ever a job to have, that is the job. He also serves as the skill team captain for pilots across the enterprise. He assumed the additional responsibilities as the VP BT&E design build in May 2016. The design build team is responsible for the design, build, and ultimate cost of the lab test and flight test value stream test articles. He also serves as the Boeing executive focal to Washington State University and serves as a board member on the academic advisory board for the Voiland College of Engineering and Architecture. As well as that, which I'm sure I'm going to be dialed into and really, really interested into what he's got to say, we've got interviews. We've got interviews with the HFES leadership. We've got interviews with the task forces, the affinity groups, and specific topic areas. We've got people dropping in who've volunteered to come and give us their time and their effort. There's also going to be social thoughts, hearing what people have got to say, as you quite rightly said, Nick. If people tell us what they're thinking, how they're feeling about the conference, we will do our best to feature as much of that as we can. And we'll end the day with a live show. Yes, a live Human Factors Cast recapping conference coverage. So, Nick, that's a lot to pack into one day. I mean, what could possibly go wrong with a transatlantic live stream, thousands of viewers from around the world, and us relying on a consistently good internet connection for a solid 12 hours? And as if that wasn't enough, I hear we've got a little announcement to share with the world.
Yes, we do. Before we get into the announcement, there's nothing that could possibly go wrong. Let's just be clear. There's absolutely nothing. There's a million different cables here, which some are still not working, and we're like a couple minutes into this live stream. Anyway, yes, there's a lot that could go wrong, and if it does, please stand by. Technical difficulties, all that stuff. But yes, let's get into the announcement. So we wanted to share this with you all because this is something exciting for us. This is something that we have actually been working on for a very, very long time now. If you're a long-time listener to the show, you've kind of heard some of the hints being thrown around towards this. And basically, the announcement is this. Human Factors Minute, our traditionally Patreon-only podcast, is going free to the public. So what that means is that we've been sort of encouraged by some of our talks with our patrons, so it's okay by them, as well as the greater Human Factors community. A lot of people have listened to these and like the stuff that we've done with them. So we're making that content openly available to the public. And why this is so important is because we have a lot of people in our lab who actually work on this stuff, and we want that to be visible with more people's eyes on it. So we're excited that the general public gets to experience some of the hard work that our digital media lab has worked on over the last couple of years. Many of our lab members author Human Factors Minutes as a way of enhancing their portfolios, learning about human factors concepts themselves. But with our current distribution, there's not really a great way to publicly point to that stuff for that record of work. So this will give them that opportunity, and that's great. But we're not quite ready to launch yet. The public-facing Human Factors Minute feed will launch on the 4th anniversary of the Standalone podcast, which is February 28th of next year. So mark your calendars. We'll have 10 episodes at launch. After that, the public feed of Human Factors Minute will air on the 10th, the 20th, and the last day of the month each month. So you get 3 Human Factors minutes each month. And you might be asking, what does that mean for the Patreon supporters? You made the thing that they paid for free. Well, kind of. If you're doing the math, that's I just did it. It's 3 Human Factors minutes a month for our the public, and then 4 for our patrons. And so the value of the supporter only feed will not only continue to increase over time, but it will also increase relative to the general public. So there'll forever be an increasing, sort of delta between the two on the private feed that are not available publicly. Anyway, I say all that because I'm really excited about this announcement. This is something that took a lot of convincing. Barry can attest to it. I've been kind of precious about Human Factors Minute because truly, I mentioned it earlier. This is what it looks like. And so with that, we wanted to have a happy medium, and I think this approach kind of does it. So I hate asking for money, truly I do, but the standalone podcast, it does keep the lights on. We hope to provide a couple additional methods of supporting the show. We are like PBS, right? So like all this stuff comes out of pocket. There's a couple expanded options, I think, that we're going to look for going forward. So not just Patreon. Some people don't like the platform. That's fine. What we're looking at is Patreon. You could support us at $5 or more to get this extended sort of access. You do buy me a coffee, $5 a month monthly, or $50 a year yearly. And then there's also Ko-Fi, which again, $5 a month will get you access to that subscriber only feed. And that's it. That's the big announcement. So we're launching another public facing podcast to join our Human Factors podcast network. And that's 3 if you're keeping track. So, here, Human Factors Cast, we got 1202, the Human Factors podcast, and now Human Factors Minute, publicly available. Barry, what do you think of the announcement?
I mean, that's amazing, isn't it? I mean, I will attest to just how much work goes on in the background behind these minutes, because it's not just it's a minute of amazing audio that is rich with them sort of facts and elements that any human factors practitioner and anybody outside of the domain can learn from. But because there's such a bank of them, there's been, and the Patreons have really, I think, appreciated having that available. But making that available to everybody is going to be such a fantastic resource for everybody. There's nobody I can think who wouldn't benefit from listening to this stuff. So having that going live on February the 28th of next year is going to be a really staggering moment. And I think we need to appreciate you, Nick, because I know, as you say, this has been your baby, something that you've really wanted to look after and nurture. And this almost feels like it's now going to go out into the even wider world.
Yeah.
And you really, because we value our Patreons and the effort that they put into, as you say, keep the lights on. So, to have their support as well going forward is going to be absolutely crucial to make sure that we can provide this depth of knowledge that is there. So, yeah, I'm really excited about it. I think it's going to be fantastic.
Yeah, if we want to nerd out for a minute, we're planned out for the private feed through 2032 and the public feed through 2040. So if you have years to listen. there's a wealth of knowledge here that's coming out. Like, this is how we planned it, and it's kind of insane how much stuff we have in the works. Yeah,
so if we've got that much available now, we can just go home now, can't we? We can just.
I think so, right? We just turn it over to that feed and go. Yeah, I think so. I think that's good. All right. Well, thank you, everyone. Appreciate you doing this live stream, Barry. And no. Well, hey, if you are watching live, thank you. First off, we love having live viewers. No matter where you're at, watching, listening, we see all the comments that come in. So if you want to leave us any comments about your experiences with the conference, all the things you're missing about not being at Hfes this year, or if you're here, some of the interesting, exciting things that you've got going on, please drop it in the comments, the comment section, the chat, wherever you're listening. We have one of our lab members watching right now, Mateo. Great job, team. Thank you, Mateo. Appreciate that. And appreciate everyone watching across all the feeds. Just for your awareness, we do have a couple feeds going. We have our Human Factors Cast feeds. We have the 1202 podcast feeds, and we also have some of the official Hfes channel feeds. So yeah, find us any on those feeds, and leave us a comment. I guess you're already watching there, so it's anyway.
Yeah, I mean, but as you mentioned earlier, though, it's worth trying to go and find the YouTube feeds, just to
Yes.
that continuity. Even if you're listening to this, you might be at the office, you might be at home, put it on in the background, because this is going to be a long day. This is
Strap in.
Yes, this is going to be. I mean, I've never done a 12-hour live feed before, so I'm excited. In fact, the meeting I was on just before I come to join this, and get going, I sort of announced that if anybody was free, then they wanted to come and join the feed. Then there was a large, sharp intakes of breath, and I think that was just down to the fact that I announced we were doing a 12-hour live stream, not the fact that you were letting me loose live on the Hfes audience. But can you paint us a picture, Nick, of what? So you mentioned, or you alluded to, the Loki reference.
Oh yeah.
Where you're at. Can you just tell us a bit more about that? Because not necessarily everybody might get what you're talking about.
Yeah, and you know what? I think so this is completely unplanned. We're trying to kill time here before we have a feed coming in from the from the main stage, and we'll cut over to that as soon as they are live. But I do want to mention that yes, we are here at the Atlanta Marriott Marquis, and this is where they filmed Loki at. I am trying right now to pull up a source video of footage that I took last night. We'll see if this is successful here. I don't even know if I have it on this device. I've been kind of cutting across devices.
This is the joy
We'll
of the
see.
life, that when you're working in partnership, particularly transatlantic, you can drop your broadcasting buddy right in it by
Exactly.
trying to get him to do stuff on the fly. And I'm fairly sure that Nick will pay the pay back to me at some
Yep.
point. Sort
Oh
of
yeah.
11 hours.
Yeah. Watch yourself.
I'm ready. I don't know what could possibly go wrong.
Oh yeah. Okay. Here. So this is something I took last night. Oh wait. Let me figure out how to play this full screen here first off. Because that's here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do this. Oh, I hear them testing in the main room. This is exciting. Here, let me do this, and then I'll flip us back here. So this is some footage I took last night in the elevator. So this is going down from the top floor. The time variance authority right here for you.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's a really cool hotel. And see if you look right there at the bottom there, we're kind of on the level that this is going to land at. So just to kind of give you a little tour of where we're at, you can kind of see some of the HFES stuff set up over there. There's the registration booth off to your right. So yeah, that's where we're at. That's what we're doing.
That's really cool.
It's pretty cool.
It's nice to have that link to some Marvel stuff that until you pointed out to me the other day about what it was going on, I had literally no idea. It makes me a bit sad now that I'm not actually there in person.
I am really sad that you're not here in person, but maybe someday we can be united in a
we'll actually
capacity.
meet.
Yeah, right. It's so weird that we haven't actually. You keep bringing this up every time you do conference coverage. It is so weird that we haven't actually met in person. Sometimes it's surprising to me.
But I guess that's the joy of the of doing this whole. Basically, we talked about this the other day about having the network ability to be able to do this. I think is absolutely fascinating. And only brought on by obviously what we've gone through for the past couple of years, and we've learned to actually make the most of it. But I don't get the joys of being in the atrium, in the forum, where you must have all of your fans and followers just gathered around you.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was really nice. I got to meet a bunch of people that listened to the show last night, and talking with people who just would bring up episodes that I kind of had forgotten about. I was like, someone brought up the in-car entertainment, and I was like, oh right, we did that. And then the flying car one, and then there was another one that was brought up that I like completely blanked on. I think it was like it's just kind of amazing to go back through that catalog and see the types of things that we've talked about.
But this is the relentless pace of what Human Factors Cast is, because it's that weekly, nearly pretty much every week except for when we have things interrupting us,
like this week.
Yes. But the fact that we have anybody who's listening can choose what the news is of what we're talking about, and then we kind of pull that show together within a couple of hours, really. For the topic and how we're going to digest it, how we're going to break it down. So, that's like nearly 50 odd episodes a year where you've got to try and keep track of what it is that we talked about.
I know. Yeah,
and I've only been doing this for a year. You've been doing this like decades.
So, well, 6 years. 6 years is how long we've been doing this. So, it's kind of amazing that in 6 years, from start in Billy's garage all the way to today, where we are broadcasting live from Hfes, fully authorized to do so. This is a little bit of an embarrassing story, but when we first started the show, I came to Hfes 2016, recorded a panel without permission, and got scolded for it. And so to have that kind of come full circle, where we're now fully authorized to do so, we have people lining up to do interviews. In fact, we had to turn some interviews down. Not that we're turning them down altogether. We're going to talk to them. I think Barry might be a good. You might need to go over to the 1202 feed for that, but it's been really funny to kind of see all that come through. Whoa, I'm orange.
Oh, why have you gone orange? That's a bit special.
Well, I'm just trying to warm up my skin a little bit. I felt like I was too pasty.
You're pressing buttons, aren't you?
Oh, yes, I am.
While we're live.
Yes, I am. I thought I should have done this before, but you know what? We're live. It's a live stream, so this is part of the messiness of a live stream. We got to keep the entertainment going.
And to be fair, and before the live stream, you were busy trying to work out how to make your audio work. So the audio, that might have been I'm pleased you got the audio sorted out rather than just your lighting.
Yeah.
Otherwise, that might have been a bit more tragic.
Well, the funny thing about the audio is that we just got it working as of 5 minutes before the live stream started. So it was really it's one of those things. It's coming together. And like I said, I was up till 3 a.m. local time, which would have been midnight my time on the Pacific Coast, and woke up here at 6 a.m., which 3 a.m. So 3 hours of sleep, 12-hour live stream. What could possibly go wrong?
Yes, I think, but I have to say, again, a lot of people won't appreciate that a lot of the footage that you've had to put together, you can only put that together yesterday because it was footage that you've taken and
from here,
put into everything and set everything up, get all the live feeds going, and we don't do this. This is not our day job. This is what we do for fun. Some people think that we're slightly insane for doing this sort of thing just for fun, but there is a lot of stuff that you've done in the background to make a lot of this happen. So if anybody wants to learn how to do this, then come and join the media lab.
The lab.
Because then after this, I think there'll be a debrief session where we maybe vent quite a lot of, oh my goodness, did we think about this? But so far, we're 25 minutes in and nothing's gone. No, I'm not going to say that. I'm not going to say it.
You're not going to say it. And we're actually 38 minutes in. We're 38 minutes into this live stream. We've been almost live for 40 minutes. And again, we're killing time right now, but that's because we're waiting for the opening plenary session and president's address. We will cut over to that feed as soon as that is happening. So you can sit here and hang out with us and talk about fun things while we wait for that to happen. You're right. This is I already feel like my week is half over and it's just day one. I've done so much and I got to tell a little story too, because last night I was in a pickle, so to speak. We are running into some audio issues with the board that I brought, and I think it might have got damaged in transit. And so what that means is that we had to hustle to find a suitable solution, and the location of this hotel is central to Atlanta, but not close to anything convenient. And so, let me just paint the picture here. So last night I, had to ask the AV team here, do we have these 3 cables I needed? And they said, no, we don't have those. And I said, oh crap. Well, they're cables that could be found at somewhere. Thankfully, there's a CVS kind of close, a block away. I walked over there, grabbed 2 extension cables, but they didn't have an audio splitter.
Oh,
And that's the other thing that we needed. And so I had to walk like a mile away to get the audio splitter. And I got that. And then I had to walk all the way back and put it and test it to make sure it worked. I didn't do that until this morning. Because last night I got back right after the opening ceremony had begun. And so I was like, oh, well, I got to run up to the room and throw on a shirt and make sure I'm not all sweaty and, like go and really hustle. Like I don't think people appreciate how much of a hustle that is. Or especially for me, because we finalized like 3 interviews last night, like some of our scheduling, because we'd been back and forth on emails. And this was one of those things where, because everyone's traveling, we can't necessarily finalize until we're here in person. It's just, we needed it. You know what? I think, really quick, I'm just going to throw on some music.
Oh, wow. We're getting all casual.
Yeah. It's cash.
Bit of atmosphere. Like that.
What atmosphere should we go with?
Well, we possibly shouldn't be chill. We should probably be slightly more maybe up tempo, get people in the mood.
Up tempo. Okay, yeah. I mean, some of those tracks in the intro videos really got me pumped. Like that intro video, Atlanta. I did that last night, and yeah.
So what else did you get up to last night then, in terms of because the conference didn't start yesterday, did it? It started yesterday evening. Is that right? Or so there was
that is correct. Yeah. Yeah. So there was workshops all day yesterday, but I was setting up here in the booth. A lot of people stopped by. It was great. Cool. We have our own little sign, and behind me.
Wow. It's in progress.
I know, yeah. So we'll actually split the view, right? So we'll have our guests kind of sitting right next to me over here, and I'll be sitting right here. But for now, I have to sit right in front of it. Anyway, so yesterday I was setting up the booth. There were workshops going on all day. Heard some pretty positive things about those. And then to round out the evening, they had the opening ceremony and reception. And this is basically where everybody drinks, I guess.
Okay. Good. Yeah.
It sounds like they're going to open the plenary in about 5 minutes. So we'll cut over to there as soon as they are live. I promise. You can shut down our ugly mugs, and we'll switch over. I'm sorry, Barry. I'm sorry. I mean, my ugly mug.
I would just do a quick shout out as well before we do that. There is actually quite a large UK contingent over in Hfes this year, apparently.
Yes.
And there's some other people who I know are going to be coming in and presenting here from the UK. So hello to all of you. And if any of you are live there and you want to drop by the by the booth and go meet Nick, and we can have a chat sort of remotely as well. Kind of that might work. But no, go and meet Nick and go and get yourselves get a sticker, because even I don't have one
stickers.
So,
yeah, get some stickers. Bring them back to Barry. Barry's sitting over there in the UK. Saying, where's my sticker? Because I still haven't mailed him any. In fact, hang on, Barry, you stay here and entertain the people. I'm going to go grab the stickers.
Oh, he's going to get stickers. Now, these will have a certain amount of, I guess, currency because they're rarity, which is quite cool. So we shall see what they look like. I haven't seen these stickers yet, so I'm excited.
So we have quite a few stickers. So, and this is not even counting the stuff that's out there on the table right now. So please come by, grab some stickers. I have something special. So let me first show the sticker that we're handing out to everybody. right there it is. It's just sorry, the camera's over there. So that's the sticker. That's it. Grab one of those. And for anybody who has been listening to the show for a very long time, we got something special for you. I don't know if I want to. I'm not going to say the criteria for this, but there are some certain criteria that you need to meet in order to get these exclusive stickers. So I'm going to show it to you. This may be enticing people to come by. So here's the exclusive sticker. It's a foil sticker,
shiny,
with the Legacy logo. It's got the Legacy logo on it from way back in the day.
That's very shiny. That's a collectible.
It's a collectible. I only have a couple of them. I can. Yeah, those are very limited.
You make me want to go and find.
That's it.
Wow. Okay. You make me want to go and find my stickers now, but obviously I can't give them out because I'm over here. Like, 1,000 miles away.
We should have had some of those printed out and sent to me, and I would have brought them.
Yeah, well, there was actually quite a few things I was going to send over, and then just never did because life and work and stuff.
I hear you. Again, if you're watching live and want to let us know what you think of the conference so far, have any questions for any of our panelists, like I said, like Barry mentioned earlier, we do have HFES leadership on speed dial today. We also have representation from some of the task forces that have been going on, affinity groups, and specific topic areas. And as to the specific topic areas, we have, automation risks, general AGI, artificial general intelligence. We also have automated trucking and logistics. We also have, virtual reality for process control. There's a couple different topic areas that we're talking about. We're also talking to the about the disabilities affinity group. We have a talk here about communication in human factors. So there's some really interesting topics. If you have any questions for our panelists or our guests, please drop them in the chat. We will incorporate them into our questions. We're going to be working diligently on those.
Talking about cycling.
Yeah. So I have something funny to mention. So I have the source feed up for the opening plenary session, and it has got this like smooth jazz feed, and you can't hear it, but I can hear it. And so I got smooth jazz going on. My mom used to actually work for a smooth jazz radio station back in the day. So,
well, there you go.
Yeah, comes full circle.
So, but yes, and also to everybody listening as well. Just even if you don't have major questions, just drop us a line, drop us a comment on wherever you're at, and just let us know you're listening. And
yes. Let us know people are out there and alive listening to this thing. I see all of you out here. Yes, hello. Hi. Hotel staff, thank you.
I'd like to say I've got people here listening, but I don't because I'm back in the UK. But if the crowd's made them all the way here, then I think there might be something a bit weird going on.
Yes, that would be really weird. Live from HFES and Barry's home.
See worse things.
Oh man!
So did they have the award ceremony last night as well?
They did, yeah. So they did all the awards last night. It was actually a good change, I think. So, traditionally they had done the award ceremony during what we're about to show you, but they had switched it to be sort of during that opening session. That opening reception, because, well, let's face it, everybody had drinks in them at that point, and drinks and celebrating achievement makes everybody happy. And so, yeah, it was really great. Like it's opportunities to network and chat and just experience it. Yeah, it was good. It was good. Sorry, I was like going back to some of the conversations I had last night. There was some really great conversations that I had with folks, and like I haven't been to HFES since 2018. It feels like coming home for me.
I was going to say that there has been a few events in the middle, so I guess that kind of got in the way. But it's what's it like being back in the bosom of your human factors home? Is it nice to be back around people?
Yes, it's very. And it's, I don't know, it's weird. It's like I never left. There's so for me in 2019, my son was born. He just turned 3 years old this month, right? And so obviously I couldn't make it then. And then we also had
commitment there.
What's that?
I'd question you lack of commitment there.
I mean, to be fair, he was due at the end of the month, so I probably could have made it, but he was born at the beginning of the month, and so I'm glad I didn't go because it was right during that. And then, of course, we had 2020 and 2021, which I don't need to recap for everybody. Everybody lived through that. We all know what happened there. And then 2022 was still kind of coming. Or wait, 2022 is this year. That's where we're here right now. That is what we're here right now doing right now. That's I don't even know what year it is. What is sleep deprivation? Somebody tell me. You know what? I have a question for everybody watching who might be an expert on this, or anyone out here, if any of you have comments on this too, what does sleep deprivation do to performance in a high stress scenario where there's a lot of pressure to perform well? What's that?
View on that?
Yeah, exactly. It doesn't go well. It doesn't go well.
That sounds like the understatement of the century. But it's you see, I'm kind of used to this. This is the first time I think I've podcast with you during daylight hours, because I'm normally sort of midnighting. So
yeah,
it's quite a novel experience for me. I feel
yes, this is. I mean, this is very early for me. At home, it is 5:30 a.m. right now, and I woke up at like 3 a.m. my time to get the stream up and running, ready to go. It looks like soon we will switch over to the feed here. It sounds like they're just about to get ready. They're pulling stuff up, so I'm gonna.
Factors in ergonomics
looks like they're playing this.
system,
All right,
product,
they're playing that promo. I'm gonna go away, Barry. We'll be back. Enjoy the opening plenary session.
Shaping these interactions across industries and professions, we're conducting the latest research and developing new solutions for seamless connections between humans and all they touch. We're celebrating the diversity of our field and what makes individuals unique. Listening to the many voices with HFE and our commitment to diversity, equality, and inclusion. We're engaging with key federal agencies, legislators, and the general public, promoting the importance of HFE science. Because now more than ever, we're committed to advancing the science and practice of designing for people and systems through knowledge exchange, collaboration, and advocacy. We believe in systems that work for humans by design, grounded in science. We are HFES.
Okay, they played the thing. Oh wait. Never mind. Here we go.
Hello, I'm Mayor Andre Dickens. On behalf of the people of Atlanta, it is my privilege to welcome you to this great city for the 66th Annual International Meeting of the Human Factors in Ergonomics Society. Although it may not be commonly known, the study of human factors is an established science that focuses on how people perform with machines, the environment, and other people. Your work has directly impacted all aspects of human life, with contributions to nearly every field of knowledge. Expanding our knowledge to improve the ways we live our daily lives through education is so important. We are incredibly excited that you have chosen Atlanta as the site to host this meeting, and we hope you get the chance to take advantage of all that Atlanta has to offer during your stay. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Farzan Sasangohar, the 2022 Technical Program Committee Chair.
Good morning and welcome to 66th HFES Annual Meeting. I want to start off by giving a special shout out to our HFES Annual Meeting sponsors, partners, and exhibitors. We're lucky to have such generous supporters for this year's meeting. If you see anyone from these organizations, I encourage you to stop and say hello and show your appreciation. Next, I'd like to have a moment to recognize all our fellow HFE colleagues who've passed this year. In honor of their memory, we ask you to join us in recognizing a moment of silence. Thank you. I clearly remember the first time I attended Hfes as a student. It was a humbling but career-defining experience. I wasn't sure what I was getting myself into, but I knew one thing leaving this conference, that I wanted to do human factors, that Hfes was going to be my home. I was equally impressed by the quality of presentations and quality of people of Hfes. As the past president, Peter Hancock, put it, describing Hfes, you come for the science, but stay for the people. 15 years and 58 presentations later, I'm still here, honored to serve this community, to present my own scholarly work at Hfes, and still call it my primary professional home. The last couple of years have been challenging, but here we are again, celebrating 66 years of excellence in education, innovation, and impact. This year's program showcases an impressive depth and breadth of research and practice in human factors and ergonomics, with more than 450 technical papers split between 9 parallel sessions, oral sessions, a poster session, and many social, networking, professional, and career development activities and events. I'd also like to encourage you to attend this year's DEI-related events and activities and support Hfes's effort in making our professional society more inclusive. I'd like to especially welcome first-time attendees, many of whom are students and practitioners. To students, get to know this wonderful community. Take advantage of many professional development and networking opportunities Hfes has to offer. Look up the Hfes org chart. Contact the committee chair. You can do that with your app right now. And get involved. You're the future of Hfes. To our practitioners, you help our science become relevant. Please let us know how we can make Hfes more relevant to your practice. And finally, I'd like to thank our amazing technical program committee members and Hfes staff whose hundreds of hours of efforts made this event possible. If you have any of our committee members in the audience and Hfes staff, please stand up to be recognized. Thank you, and I hope you enjoy the conference. And now I'd like to welcome to the stage Kapil Mehtathil, the committee chair for Alphonsus Chapanis Best Student Paper Award.
Thank you, Farzan. Established in 1969, the Alphonse Chapanis Award is presented to a student or students for outstanding human factors research conducted while enrolled in an appropriate academic program and presented as a paper or poster at the Hfes annual meeting. We had 60+ applications this year, and we shortlisted 3 finalists to come over here and do a presentation, and it was a hard choice to choose one among them from the list of finalist presentations as such. And this year's award goes to the paper titled Estimating Trust in Conversational Agent with Lexical and Acoustic Features, submitted by a group of authors from University of Wisconsin-Madison. May I invite Ms. Meng Yao Lee to come over to the stage to accept the award.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the president of Hfes, Chris Reed.
All right, good morning. I hope everyone's recovered from last night. I know I certainly have not. All right, so let's jump into the presentation for today. I'm going to talk to you guys about relationships. something that sounds simple, but it has some complexity to it. And it's all about HFE and you. Oh, looks like the slides disappeared. There we go. So the question in my mind is the Human Factors in Ergonomics Society sunsetting. I don't know. Let me get back to you on that one. I don't think we're ready for this. First, let me reset. I'd like to thank the Executive Council. So Peter Hancock, Carolyn Summerick, Ellen Bass, Susan Katowski, Aisha Gerses. Mike loves me. As well as Deb Bain Davis, Barry Goddell, Paul Green, Rebecca Greer, Carolyn Keo, and then Ranjana Mehta. And then welcome to our new class. We have new Executive Council members. Susan Katowski is returning, Paul Green is returning, but also welcome Julie Gilpin McMinn and Shannon Roberts. And then, in case you may not have been watching my town halls, I've been putting together quarterly town halls. We have folks on here who represent our divisions. We have Bill Horry from the Publications Division, Ram Makala from the Scientific Technical Standards. We have Barb Shapiro out of Education, Blake McGowan out of Outreach, and Sami Durrani from Internal Affairs. Thank you all. Now, here's where I thank everyone here. So, if you're in the Executive Council, please stand. If you are a leader of a division, please stand. If you are an HFES staff member, please stand. Everybody remain standing. A leader of a committee, a leader in a technical group, a leader in an affinity group. If you're a member of HFES, just stand up. Look around, everybody. This is your community. Thank you for your contributions to HFES. Now, last time on the presidential channel, I was in my office last year, and I remember doing something like, whoops, go back one. Something like this. I was introducing myself, and I was talking about the opportunities that lay before us, giving you guys an idea of what I did in my past. What I didn't get the chance to talk about, though, however, was how I got here. When I'm looking at my internship, I'm thinking of people who connected the dots to give me opportunities to get to this stage later on in life. We have Sarah Wang, for example, who hired me as an intern. Jack Dennerline, Brian Buckles, Claire Gordon, Steve Paquette. These are folks that got me into the Army after spending a year unemployed during the housing bubble burst. That's what I'm trying to say. Then on the NASA side, if you see Sudhakar roaming around, please give him a smack for me, because Sudhakar let me into NASA and didn't realize what he was doing. And then we had Lynn Pickett as well, who also helped. Rich Gardner, Sharon Norris, Brian Laughlin, Naval Agarwal. All these people helped me onto the Boeing side. Now, all that aside, those are just examples of how life connects the dots. It gives you lemons, you make lemonade. Now, why did I run for president? To improve the relationship between HFES members and non-members, focus in on certain things, creating, harnessing, investing, strengthening, balancing, all the things that we can synergize around our science and our people. However, I keep coming back to this question, is the society sunsetting? Now, before I get to that, let's push that to the side. I'm gonna just keep that in mind. Let's talk about who we are. There's a lot to say about HFES. Now, we were founded in 1957. So we've been around a little bit. We're in our 66th meeting. There are more than 3,000 members across 58 countries. 24% of them are students. 67 chapters, 46 of them are chapters for students. 26 technical groups, 5 affinity groups, with our newest one, the KHFES guys. Shout out to you all. 76 graduate students, 76 graduate schools, and 20 undergraduate schools. We sponsor conferences, meetings, technical standards, publications. We promote our knowledge, we advance education, and we strengthen the relationships around us. But also, lately, we've been participating more in public and private institution advocacy and encouraging robust strengthening and enhancing of the science with the public. This is something you've probably seen if you've been in my town halls. I call it the circle of life. I'm not going to bring out the Lion King, and I'm not going to talk about Simba and Mufasa this time. But I will point to the things about the supply chain. We, as a community, service those outside of us with goods and services. And those goods and services are the people around us, as well as the science that we contribute to. And the students that we produce are important because they matriculate into the future. Our future is what we make it. And so when we partner with industry, partner with public institutions, we learn the opportunities to create new science and new opportunities to basically create new students to produce to that new science. So it's a cyclical activity. This is the circle of life. Now our grand challenge, complacency and entropy. So I'll finally confront this picture here. The question is, are we sunsetting? Well, let's kind of pull back the layer a little bit. If we look at membership data pre-COVID-19, we were somewhere around 4,000 people, 4,000 members. COVID-19, obviously between 2019 and 2020, has brought us hovering around 3,000 members. Now, when we get into the intricacies of that, we look at things like the breakdown of full membership, student membership, early career membership, associate, affiliate, emeritus. The trick, however, is maintaining a career. We need to get students from the student population to the early career population, then from early career to associate or to full member, and then from there, pipeline people all the way over to emeritus. So as you can see, it's a full career endeavor. Your lifelong term with Hfes exists in this membership breakdown. And so that's why it's really important that we look at how we intervene and intertwine with our relationships inside and outside of Hfes itself. So let's look at advocacy and what impact means. When we're getting into impact itself, so here's some additional information that's come from Smith Buckland, which is our management company for Hfes. What does impact mean? So there are these impact rings with the center of it being the core of impact. These are people who are making decisions in an organization that may be looking into human factors or ergonomics. You get into direct impact, now you're talking about people or companies who directly exchange value with the organization. Indirect impact, people or companies that benefit indirectly from the organization. And then potential impact, these are people or companies that might benefit from the organization's programs. All of these are in reference to human factors and ergonomics and how we can potentially impact companies, both public and private. When we look at the recruiting of our people, on the left you can see salary breakdowns. These were from a 2017 survey that we need to update, but you can see approximately the salary ranges depending on the market sector that you're in or your years of experience. Now, what's interesting here is from recruiters.com, we have 2022 information coming out showing a 66% nationwide growth since 2004, averaging a 4.12% increase per year. Now, 36,600 new jobs in human factors and ergonomics will need to be filled by 2029, an increase of 1.36% per year. In total, when we sum up the amount of jobs that have been created since 2004, however, we're talking in excess of 300,000. Now that should give you a clear picture between where we are in membership at 3,000 and potentially where we would be in US jobs alone exceeding 300,000. You guys getting the picture now? We're talking about impact. So let's jump into some of the other areas. So as president, what I've been doing in the past year is interacting with a number of external technical societies, diversity, equity, inclusion societies, STEM societies, universities, sister organizations to the International Ergonomics Association, private industry, public institutions, a number of different things. But that's my job, right? That's the role of a president. You're the head cheerleader. You should be out there championing the system. Let's look at what Hfes has done for you. Externally advocating for Hfes through town halls, media relations, joint webinars, listening and acting webinars and DEI series, membership surveys and focus groups in order to understand your needs and your thoughts, joint conference partnerships, joint government letters of support, memorandums of understanding, and Hfes partnership programs. These are all ways that the society is interacting on your behalf. Last year, I introduced a roadmap that the Executive Council came up with. Notice those black dots. That's where we started. This is where we are today. We've made some significant contributions in terms of membership benefits and learning from the community and the focus groups, increasing accessibility to the community here, both physically as well as virtually, looking at the overall value of how we communicate and how we communicate with the public, instituting a new media relations firm to talk on behalf of the community, and then looking at strategic relationships, interacting with the Board on Human Systems Integration to basically interact with the government on our behalf, including with government relations, setting up diversity, equity, and inclusion travel scholarships. This week alone, we are going to be meeting with Atlanta historically black colleges and universities, something unprecedented. And so what we're looking at is expanding and growing our community because we distinctly need the population in order to serve those 300,000 jobs that are in the future. Here's an example of some of those partnerships we've created over the last 2 years. On the Diversity Alliance, you see ACES, the American Indian Science and Engineering Society, historically black colleges and universities. To note, we do have a new HBCU program coming on. North Carolina A&T is our existing HBCU school. We have University of Maryland Eastern Shore that's coming online with the new program. In addition, we have technical alliances that have been going across. As you can see there, a number of them in green are examples of different technical societies that we've been aligning with to better understand their needs and how human factors and ergonomics can intersect. Government relations has been doing some critical work, letters of support, policy papers and statements, Capitol Hill and congressional visits, responses to public calls for comment. And then we have the public outreach that opened up. You may have started noticing some things in the media. So USA Today, Washington Post, Reuters, Robotics 24/7, medical product outsourcing, and then some podcasts that are coming out. Our people are reaching out, and I thank all of you who have been communicating with the public on our behalf. Additional advocacy. This is where we need you. Membership requires some volunteer service. And contributing back, there's a number of ways to do that, from the Partners Program, the Industry Advisory Board, Membership Committee, Practitioner Committee, tons of stuff where we can intervene with the public or with government relations or all of these opportunities. Again, looking at how we can build up the society to represent outside. Now let's talk about who you are. Any of these photos seem familiar to you all? These are you. These are all of our rock stars that are out there talking about the science of human factors and ergonomics. Now, on average, we pull off somewhere in excess of 1 million people hours in labor. And we do that on a continuous annual basis. They're made up of leaders. They're made up of folks who are authors, reviewers, subject matter experts, community contributors. We stand up for integrity, we stand up for ethics, we stand up for safety and performance. We aspire to achieve, and we inspire the future. Can't do a talk without exoskeletons, sorry folks. I love my exoskeletons. Now, my challenge to you, aim for the top, be all that you can be, advocate for human factors and ergonomics in your job and in your life. And there's some poem, well, it's not really a poem, it's a story that I read to my kids. You guys might know about it. I have small children. I went ahead and stuck a few things in there, so feel free to read along if you'd like. They're so good, you see. So I will advocate for them in a box. We're talking about human factors and ergonomics. I'll advocate for them with a fox. I would advocate for them in a house. I will advocate for them with a mouse. I will advocate for them here and there. Say I will advocate for them anywhere. I do so like HFE and Hfes. Thank you, Sam I am. Going back to that circle of life, remember this. We are part of a larger community. We go from students on one end to industry and government on the other, and sometimes back again. And we always have to maintain that. So in the end, I don't know if we're really sunsetting as a society. It depends on your perspective. Actually, I see that as a sunrise. So I would like to thank the society in general for trusting me with the path over the last year and trusting me to allow this new opportunity that we're taking forward, reaching out to the public and communicating about our future and our opportunities. So thank you very much. Okay.
Human factors and ergonomics affect every system,
go ahead and just skip this
product,
one.
and process humans interact with. We're impacting people in every facet of their lives. Shaping these interactions across industries and professions, we're conducting the latest research and developing new solutions for seamless connections between humans and all they touch. We're celebrating the diversity of our field and what makes individuals unique. Listening to the many voices with HFE and our commitment to diversity, equality, and inclusion. We're engaging with key federal agencies, legislators, and the general public, promoting the importance of HFE science, because now more than ever, we're committed to advancing the science and practice of designing for people and systems through knowledge exchange, collaboration, and advocacy. We believe in systems that work for humans by design, grounded in science. We are HFES.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, now I'd like to welcome to the stage our incoming president, Professor Carolyn Summerick.
Thank you, Chris, for the introduction, but most importantly, for your vision and leadership during this past year and your service to HFES over the years. I would also like to thank each of you for being here in person or virtually. I hope that you gain some new ideas, new knowledge, new perspectives, and new colleagues this week. And if you aren't already doing so, I hope that you'll also consider other ways of engaging with HFES in addition to this week's conference. There are a myriad of opportunities, as you've heard from Farzan and Chris today, for you to engage with the society, to give and gain throughout the year by participating in technical group, committee, task force, a local chapter, an affinity group, our journals review process, webinars, writing manuscripts. These are all venues for you to share your knowledge and experience and expertise with other members and learn from your fellow members. You're getting familiar with this org chart now because it keeps popping up. And it's a way, again, to show you the variety of ways that members are involved, as well as who leads each of these committees, task forces, and other groups. If you see something of interest, I know we keep telling you, well, contact the leader, but I also want to put this on the committee chairs, the task force chairs, to use that volunteer listing that Chris showed you. So there's a place where you can describe what your needs are. We know that we hear from you. I need more people on my committee. I need more people to be active. We need to let members know about this. We can't always just expect members to step up. I'll talk about that a little bit more in just a moment. Just to briefly introduce you to my journey through my career and with my professional career and also HFES, what I really want to point out about all of my activities related to HFES is that so many of them, somebody stepped up to me and said, hey, I think you'd be good at this. I think you would enjoy participating in this activity or being on this committee. So it is also very much about us inviting people, encouraging people to step up, to take a chance, to get involved in a committee. It very much needs to be, I think, a two-way transaction of encouragement, as well as people stepping out of their comfort zone and saying, hey, I'd like to try to get involved with this. So just wanted to encourage everybody a little bit to have that interaction. Because it really is about the people. You're going to learn a lot, but you're also going to make, hopefully, friends for life as you engage with Hfes. So Chris showed you a version of the strategic roadmap. This one's got a few more colors on it, but it's basically the same information, that we've made a lot of strides over the last year, and we are going to be continuing to make progress on these activities during the next 12 months. I have some priority goals listed here for you. Importantly, we are always striving to improve value for members. We want to attract new members, and we want to retain our current members. That's very important, as you saw from the graph that Chris provided. But it's not about numbers so much as it's about the knowledge that we impart to each other through our interactions, through meetings like this and all our other activities throughout the year. We also want to prioritize supporting and showcasing our early career members, our affinity groups, and our other diversity efforts, our technical groups, and our local chapters. We want to improve our website. The EC was talking about that quite a bit over the weekend, and other ways that we communicate as well. We know we fall short on communication, and we really want to do better by that. We want to increase the accessibility, the availability, the ways that members can engage, regardless of kind of where they are in their professional, personal lives. We want to improve the officer nomination process, to make that more clear, and to encourage more people to consider running for office. We want to support the new Industry Advisory Board, and Chris is actually going to be leading that effort in the coming year. We want to continue to raise the profile of human factors and ergonomics and the society through our outreach, advocacy, translation, and connection efforts. We want to continue to innovate through the conference. You're going to see a lot of new things, new activities, new styles of events during this conference, and we're going to continue to innovate. And consider, if there's a colleague of yours who didn't come to this conference this year, find out why they didn't come. And if it's something that we're not offering that could entice them to come next year, let us know what that is so we can consider continuing ways that will improve and make this meeting more exciting and more inviting. And then lastly, remaining financially viable. And while I could have put that first, it's really the sort of foundation for everything else that we do. So membership, the annual meeting, all of these are ways that we help maintain that financial viability. So that's my list, but I want to know what's important to you, because this is your society. So please don't hesitate to reach out to me. You can certainly use the email addresses for the president of the society. Y'all know that I'm at Ohio State University, and my .1 number, you can always email me at that address. I'll be at the Fellows Poster session, so you can come talk to me then, or anytime that you see me throughout the week. I'm really open to wanting to hear your ideas for improvement, so please reach out to me. And so Chris is going to now introduce our speaker for this morning.
All right, thank you, Carolyn. So it is my pleasure to introduce to you today our opening keynote speaker, Captain Craig Bombin, Vice President of Flight Operations for Boeing Test and Evaluation and Enterprise Chief Test Pilot. Named to this position in 2015, Bombin provides operational leadership and business oversight for all flight operations, including developmental and production flight tests of Boeing commercial airplanes and military aircraft. Bombin also serves as a skill team captain for pilots across the enterprise. He assumed the additional responsibility as the VP of BT&E Design Build in May 2016. The Design Build team is responsible for the design, build, and ultimate cost of both BT&E lab test and flight test value stream test articles. Bombin also serves as the Boeing executive sponsor for the Human Factors and Ergonomics Society partnership with Boeing, the Boeing executive focal to Washington State University, and serves as a board member on the academic advisory board for the Voiland College of Engineering and Architecture. Please welcome Craig Bombin.
Thanks, Chris. I come to you today not as a human factors expert, but as a pilot. I have had some human factors training, but I am in no way close to the level of expertise that's within this room. Got a short video I want to start with, shows a little bit, highlights a little bit of the products that Boeing's working on currently.
247 true airspeed as level flight speed that we've achieved.
Good 5-3, climb maintain, flight level 350.
You know, our task was to go fast and upside down. It went perfectly as scripted.
Contact Kansas Center 128.35.
Celebrate this incredible platform and the delivery of first to jets to the U.S. Air Force.
3, 2, and liftoff. Starliner is headed back to space.
This connection is the first of many that will continue for years to come. No one goes to space alone, and we can all benefit from the efforts involved.
Pretty exciting, huh? Probably a lot of things on there that people didn't realize Boeing does, and that's a small part of our portfolio. So we build things that float, we build things that fly, we build things that go into space, we build things that hover for commercial, for military, and so we have a wide array of products, and there's one thing that ties all those products together, and it's really a need for good human factors. And that's human factors in design for how it's operated. It's human factors for how the mechanics work on the aircraft. It's human factors for how the components are put together. Prime example is the angle of attack indicators on our aircraft. They're designed so they can only go on the airplane one way, so there's no way that a mechanic can inappropriately install them, and that's because it's a flight critical component. So human factors go into every aspect of our airplane. Talk a little bit, the way the presentation is going to go is we're going to talk a little bit about the evolution of the operators, so the crews, and we're going to talk a little bit about the evolution of the aircraft, because both of those are changing dramatically and fast, and it does affect the human factors. So that's a picture of me at Dryden. I started out as a Navy pilot. I graduated from Washington State University with an electrical engineering degree, but I always had a passion for flying. From the time I was 5 years old, I was telling people I was going to be a pilot. So when I graduated, to the dismay of my family, I joined the Navy, and it was a bit of a shock to them. And spent 16 years active duty flying all sorts of different vehicles. Basically started out as a flight instructor, then went to an FA-18 and flew a combat deployment in FA-18s. At the completion of that, I was offered the opportunity to go to test pilot school, which I did. It's about a year program in Pax River to learn how to test aircraft. And that's really probably where I first got involved in some level of human factors. I don't know that I was calling it human factors at that point, but it was definitely how do we evaluate our airplanes, and there was always something that was driven into us, and it was mission applicability. It's like, you know, the product might be a great product, it might do what it's designed to do, but how well does it help the user complete the mission? And that's super important, and it's really, you know, it really is what human factors is all about. I flew an F-18. I was lucky. It was probably one of the first aircraft the Navy actually bought that was developed around a pilot. It actually had some good ergonomics, and you know, human factors were pretty good. They could have been better, but it definitely was a great airplane. On the right, that's a T2. That's the first airplane that I flew. And, the human factors there were what we'd call pretty limited. So we had the primary flight instrument right there in the middle, the gyro. And then around it, you had your primary flight displays. And really, it was all about just having a tight scan and being able to see all the instruments you wanted. Unfortunately, with Navy airplanes, when new equipment came on board, the primary factor for where that equipment went was where was the real estate available. And so maybe human factors weren't always considered. What the Navy expected was that the pilots would be the integrators. So we were very highly trained. We spent an enormous amount of time in simulators with flight instructors learning how to fly our aircraft. And we also had a really extremely deep understanding of the systems. And so when we had emergencies, which, honestly were quite often, we understood the systems and we worked our way through them with the assistance of checklists. We used to have a lot of memory items because a lot of things that would occur on a fighter aircraft, if you didn't take care of them immediately, could result in a catastrophic effect. And so we had memory items. And I remember I worked with the Canadians for 3 years, and in the morning, the first thing we would do is have a weather brief, because weather was quite an incident, or quite a factor up there when we were flying. But the second thing they would do is what they called stump the dummy. And they would call on an individual and ask them to regurgitate an emergency procedure, a memory item. And so it was very important that the pilots understood the vehicle and understand how to get through emergencies. I had in the F-18, I had a human factors event that I'll never forget. And it lives with me, and I saw remnants of it on the MAX accidents, but it was an incident where I was doing a field carrier landing practice, and it was at an outlying field. And so what they do is they take an airfield, it's out in a very dark area because you want no ambient lighting, and they light up a carrier box. And then you go out and you do practice carrier landings with LSO, stand at the end of the runway and making sure that you're flying appropriately before you go to the carrier. The only difference is that runway is not moving like it does in the real carrier, so it's a little bit easier. But I did a touch and go, and as I powered up, there was a large explosion. The airplane started vibrating and shaking violently, and all my displays went blank. I felt a large deceleration, and so as you can imagine, I was at about 50 feet when this happened, and so the decision to make an ejection or to stick with the airplane had to be made pretty quickly. And I just remember that I quit processing information. The displays were flashing. I didn't have anywhere to look to gain information. I made the decision that I probably was flying, and so I stuck with the airplane. The displays came back on, and I looked down, and after about 30 seconds realized that one of my engines was at about 1,000 degrees temperature, which is in the realm of good and bad. And so at that point, figured out I had an engine failure, shut the engine down, and then returned the airplane to Cecil Field. But the thing that sticks with me there, it's called the Startle Factor, and I had so much information coming at me, it was confusing, and I just quit processing information. And so through human factors, we hope to never do that to people. So the pilots are evolving. We no longer have a rich pool of military pilots to fill the needs of the airlines. Back when I was a pilot, if I wanted to get a job with the airlines, it was difficult. I had to work. I had to go apply to a lot of airlines to try to find jobs. Now the airlines are trying to find pilots, and they're having a tough time finding them. And so that's put a big strain on the system. We have a projection right now for what the need is for pilots in the future, and Boeing is predicting that we're going to need 602,000 pilots in the next 20 years. That's a lot of pilots. And so with that in mind, we're not going to be able to go to the rich pool of military pilots. We're going to have to go to what's called ab initio training, where it's you take men and women at a university, you train them how to fly airplanes, and with as little as about 200 hours, they're in commercial airplanes, flying commercial airplanes. So that's something we need to think about when we talk about human factors. Let's talk a little bit about the evolution of airplanes. So on the left, that's Lindbergh's airplane. And so, the technology was not there, right? So we're looking at a pretty rudimentary cockpit. And so he flew this for many, many hours, and he didn't have fuel gauges, he didn't have fuel flow, but he knew on average what the engine would burn for fuel. So if you look in the upper right corner, there's little tick marks there. So he had a clock, and every hour he'd write a tick mark down, and he would, from that tick mark, he would estimate how much gas he had burned and then, do the calculation and figure out how much gas he had remaining. I think at the completion of the flight, and I don't know how many gallons he started out with, he had 82 gallons, which was not a lot of fuel left. But that was, probably not the best human factors. The B-299, which is later known as B-17, did its first flight in October 30, 1935. It flew out of Dayton, Ohio, and it was, as the airplane came out, the Army Air Corps was very excited about the airplane. They were ready to buy it, but they had to have a fly-off. And on the first flight, the pilot forgot to remove the flight control locks, and so he took off, and obviously his flight controls wouldn't work because they were locked, and he ended up crashing the airplane. And so they did an investigation and deemed that the airplane was too complex for any pilot to operate. So the Army Air Corps decided not to, the contract was not awarded, and luckily the Army Air Corps decided to buy two and operate it. So they got the airplanes in service, in test. They flew it. They were very happy with how it operated, but they decided that they were going to have to compensate for the complexities of the aircraft through, what do you think, pilot training and checklists. So that was the introduction to checklists. There's a great book out there. It's called The Checklist Manifesto. If you ever get a chance, read it. I think it's, from a human factors perspective, there's some really good learning points out of there. The 727 there is on the right. That was kind of, the 707, 727, kind of the dawn of the jet age. And so what did they do there? They got really complex systems, right? And the systems got so complex, and there wasn't automation at that time, that it required to have a third crew member. And so that's the FE that you see sitting there looking to the right. And so the three crew members operated in unison. Really, the FE was in charge of managing the systems. I flew DC-8s, which had an FE on it. The panel scared the heck out of me. There's no way I would do that job. It was very complex, very labor-intensive, and just required a huge amount of training to be able to be good at it. That's the kind of designs that we're trying to avoid in the future. Let's talk about current aircraft. So left is a 787, just a marvelous cockpit. And on the right, you're looking at Chris Ferguson. That's in the Starliner, our commercial crew. So that's our spaceship. And one thing on both these vehicles, the designs on them are dependent on previous designs. So the 787, we had to make it common to the 777, and so that really did limit somewhat what we could do. And so you'll see some stuff in there, and you would think to yourself, well, why would you do it that way? And it was to keep commonality between the fleet because of mixed fleet flying. On the commercial crew, Chris is there managing a flight control, and so there is flight controls on our vehicle. There's not on the Dragon. The Dragon is completely just a monitor with screens. There's no hand flying that can be done other than manipulating computer components. But that came about because the NASA pilots wanted controls, because guess what? The Apollo had controls. So we don't believe that they're ever going to use those controls, only in training, but if needed, they can actually fly the aircraft. But that's some of the stuff, that does limit us, and it does box us in when we have previous designs that we think about instead of just thinking outside the box. We're currently developing the next generation airplane. It's the first one that we've developed in probably 30 years that hasn't been tied to another aircraft. And so this is our opportunity to take a white sheet of paper and design the best airplane possible. And Mike Bryan, who's sitting down here, is working with me and some other engineers and test pilots. And our goal is to design the most user-friendly cockpit in the world. We want to make the iPhone of airplanes. And so that's going to require expertise from folks inside this audience around human factors. But really thinking outside the box, historically, we've done things. We've always had a flap handle. Do we need a flap handle? We've always had a transponder switch. Do we need a transponder switch? So really thinking outside the box and going well beyond what we've ever done before. This airplane, the 787, very complex, very complex. And there is no way that you could expect a pilot to understand the systems on this airplane 100%. It's too much. There's no way. It's too much information. If you look at the flight control laws, thousands of flight control laws, there's no way that anybody could be familiar with every flight control law. And so remember in the past when I was talking about when we were Navy pilots and we were the integrators and we had to understand the systems, we now try to train crews, and we're going to talk a little bit about demographics. We try to train crews not to fully understand the systems, but we're going to alert them with the message and they're going to go to a book, and the book is going to tell them what to do, and they're not going to go beyond that because we want them to stay with the script. So a little bit of difference in philosophy as we transition to these more complex airplanes. There's a lot of automation on this airplane, and so, automation can be good, and automation can be bad. We all heard about the Tesla guy that, was driving his Tesla with auto drive mode and decided to go to sleep, and, it worked great until it didn't, and ended up, killing himself. So the trouble with automation is the more you automate a vehicle, the less in tune you become with it. You're there monitoring, you're less alert, and so we really have to find that fine balance of what makes sense from automation perspective and what makes sense from keeping the pilots in tune with the aircraft. Talk a little bit about demographics. So Boeing operates in 149 countries. If you look at that map, the black is where we don't operate. So pretty much there's Boeing aircraft just about every part of the world. There's 13,492 airplanes. That was when this was written, probably more now. Boeing aircraft in service out of a total of 28,000. Anybody out here have a guess on what percentage of the population has never flown on an airplane before? Think about it, get that number in your head. I think you're going to be shocked. 80% of the population has not flown. 80%. That's kind of shocking, isn't it? I mean, we get on airplanes every week and go fly somewhere. So 80% of the population has not flown. So what does that tell you? That tells you we have a lot of emerging markets. And what happens with emerging markets? It's in developing countries, right? And so the model we have here in the US and in Europe and all of North America may not be the same model that's shared across the rest of the globe. As these emerging markets start to develop and start to produce more and more airlines, it's expensive to develop an airline. So when we go to our training center, we have this big fancy training center with beautiful simulators, and we've got great, computer-based training. That may not be the case looking at the rest of the world. And so the training may not be at the same level, and that may affect, how pilots interact with the aircraft. And so I'm just telling you this because we need to understand the demographics of what's going on with the folks that are operating our products so that we can design to them. I will tell you that, you guys have all read about the MAX accidents, and I'm not going to get too much into them because the investigation is still going on. But I will tell you one of the points on the MAX accident that we failed at was an industry failure. And we had been using the same pilot assumptions for 20 years. And so guess what? The pilots that we designed our failure mode assessments and all the assumptions we made about what pilots would do in a cockpit in certain situations, whether it resulted in a hazardous or a catastrophic event, those assumptions never changed, but the pilots did. And so it really was I can tell you it was a huge eye-opener for me to understand that nothing is stagnant, nothing stays the same, and we need to continue to assess our assumptions and make sure that we stick with what's going on in the world. Okay, talk a little bit about some of the advancements in aviation. I mean, this is, when you fly a modern aircraft, even I own a Bonanza, and just the amount of information my Bonanza pulls in is amazing. But we have so much information coming at us right now. We have terrain, we have, all the aircraft that are flying out there. We're getting traffic alerts. We've got heads-up displays. We've got runway situational awareness tools. And so there's a lot of information that the airplane is providing to the crews. And so we need to figure out how do you present that information in a manner that can be digested and acted upon. I'll give you an example of RSAS. So RSAS is runway situational awareness, and it's designed to try to prevent crews from entering runways that they're not supposed to be on and make sure that they're going to the right place. Foggy conditions, many times pilots have entered a runway where they're not supposed to and created a situation where they've either almost been hit or there's been airplanes running into each other. So it was designed to do that. The problem is the system tells you you're doing the right thing. So it tells you that you're at the hold short you're supposed to be at. And when you have a system that continually interacts with the pilots, what's the natural reaction of a human? It's to ignore it, right? I mean, when it's kind of useless information that's just supporting what you're doing, you ignore it. And so that's the kind of systems we need to think about. We need to think about how pilots interact. We need to think about how the brain operates, because we don't even know it, but our brain's just tuning that stuff out. and how do we create systems that actually do what they're intended to do. Talk a little bit about QF32, which was Qantas 32. You may have heard of this before, but they had what was called an uncontained rotor burst. An uncontained rotor burst is there's a large piece of metal that rotates in the motor, and when the engine comes apart, there is a requirement for all that material to stay inside the engine compartment. Well, in this scenario, it didn't, even though it had been tested and deemed to be safe. So it threw parts out of the motor, which ended up impacting the wing and damaging other systems on the airplane. So we go from what should be an engine failure, fairly well-trained to fairly well-known emergency, to a complex emergency because of the other secondaries that come out of it. Luckily, we had 5 senior captains on board. And this airplane has what's called ICAS, and you may have heard about this before. It's a alerting system, and what it does, it has electronic checklists, and it also has electronic emergency checklists. And so when an emergency occurs, it gives you a list of the emergencies. You select on that emergency, you can go through the checklist. I think on the 380 and on the 787 will take care of the items it can take care of, and we'll turn those green. The rest of the stuff the pilots have to work through. That's a great system. But in this scenario, they had 60 checklists presented to them. So 60 checklists. They had 36 alerts in the first 20 seconds. As a crew, what do you do with that? It's at a point where you go, okay, done, I can't do this. Well, like I said, we had 5 senior captains on board. They all got on the flight deck and they worked through it. It took them over an hour to work through those 60 checklists. And they actually did just the opposite of what they've ever been trained to do. They actually used judgment, which they had to. And so we always teach them, you clean up a checklist, you go to the next one. Well, they went through these checklists and they used enough judgment because they were very senior and they understood the airplane, and decided not to do certain checklists because they didn't make sense. And so that's something that, you know, when you start looking at developing parts of the world, they're probably not going to have the savvy to do. The other thing I think about in this scenario is as we move towards autonomy, because everyone knows we're moving in that direction, and you know, I have no doubt that eventually you'll be getting on an airplane and there will not be anybody in the front. I don't know when that's going to happen, but it will happen eventually. But how does a computer make that judgment? You know, how does a computer go in, and it's only got what it's programmed to do, and it's only going to be programmed to do what the airplane's telling it to do. And this airplane was telling it to make these complete these checklists. So that's going to be, we've got a lot of work to do when it comes to that regime, that artificial intelligence. The other thing is, and this is something that, you know, Mike and myself and some other folks at Boeing are working at, is how do we take that alerting system and make it smarter? You know, the trouble is we do live under regulations, and so we have a rule where we can't lie to pilots, right? So we can't suppress what's going on with the airplane. We need to tell them the state of the airplane. But at some point, we need to use some artificial intelligence to go through all those alerting and present them the amount of information that they can digest in an appropriate amount of time so that they can work through those emergencies and safely get that airplane back on deck. This is just a list of all the emergencies in the timeline. It was a very challenging situation. By the way, the crew did an amazing job. They didn't know what they had because of they knew that the engine had failed, but they didn't know that they had an uncontained rotor burst. That was, you know, something that obviously the airplane's not going to tell them. They did an amazing job. They got the airplane back on safely and saved the lives of all the people. Let's talk a little bit about technological advances. So this is pretty much a look at accident history over the years, and you can see, you know, back in, you know, the 1960s, it was a lot of accidents. It wasn't uncommon to see an airplane crash. And over the years, we've had, you know, automation, we've had technology come in, better training, and you've seen the accident rate continue to come down. We're looking for what do we do? It's flatlining now, and you know, as a society, we're at the point where, you know, single accident is unacceptable, and so my goal is to develop an airplane that, you know, it's almost virtually impossible to crash. So that's going to require more human factors. When you look at the MAX accidents, can't get too much into them, but there was definitely a lot of human factors going there. The crews, I mean, Mike and I have looked over the charts a million times, and it's apparent to me that the crews became overloaded, and that from a human factors perspective, we didn't present information to them in a manner that allowed them to do the appropriate thing. And there's multiple things that led into that, whether it was a misunderstanding of what the pilot population was or just how we do our alerts. So our goal is to work and continue to develop technology that prevents accidents in the future. Look a little bit about the accident reasons. So you look on the left in 1903, 80% of the accidents were caused by airplanes, right? So 20% were human error. So the 80% means the airplane wasn't flyable. It didn't matter what the pilot did, they were doomed. They had a tail come off, the engine blew up on them, they had a fire that was uncontrollable. But in 2007, human factors is 80%, only 20% is machine caused. And I'm actually a little bit skeptical about that, whether that number, I think it's higher than 80%, but we build an incredibly reliable machine. We build a lot of redundancy into our systems. Our airplanes are virtually, gonna fly in any scenario. I mean, there's some scenarios where it may not fly, but 99.99% of the times the airplane's flyable. We just have to rely on the pilots to do the right thing. I will tell you that the airplanes have become so reliable that a pilot will likely go through his career without having a major emergency. And so when they are faced with tough scenarios, the startle factor plays in and is very disconcerting. Additionally, the automation has gotten to the point where it is so reliable that they want to use the automation 100% of the time. And the funny thing is, the parts of the world where the pilots probably need to be hand flying more than using automation are the areas where the airlines actually dictate that they will use the autopilot. They don't have the option. And so when you look at pilots, I probably shouldn't tell you guys this because it'll probably scare you, but most of the pilots, they take off at 400 feet, the autopilot goes on. They leave the autopilot on until the airplane is on short final, and then they may or may not take the autopilot off to land the airplane. The airplane is fully suitable to do a landing and stop the airplane on the center line of the runway. And sometimes, airlines do that. So the amount of time that the pilots are actually flying the aircraft is low. And so their skill sets are, not improving as they're building hours. It's funny, we talk about often when we're out flying and doing test flights, if something happens on the airplane, the first thing that our test pilots do is they knock the automation off because they want to take control of the airplane. When we work with some of our airline partners and something happens, the first thing that those pilots do is they continue to mash the autopilot button for 30 seconds trying to get the automation back on, even though it won't go back on. And so that just kind of gives you an indication of how much reliance there is on automation. And that comes from the fact that we just build really good airplanes and they've become really reliable over the years. Let's talk a little bit about human factors, design consideration. So, how do we better evaluate our products? How do we understand the mission? I want to talk about Gillette did a study, and so they wanted to launch their razors into the continent of India. And so they brought some folks, some Indian males in to make sure that with the skin type and the beard type that their razors were good. And so they put them in a study and they used the razor. And maybe you guys have heard this before. And you know what? They said, great, they love it. It's a great razor. They love it. Let's launch it in India. Well, the thing they didn't understand is in India, water is not as easily accessible as it is in the US. And so instead of having running water to clear the razor out as they were shaving, they had a glass that they would dunk their razor in, and guess what? The razors got loaded up, didn't work, and it was a complete failure. So that's really understanding the demographics that's used in your product and understanding how it's being used. Very important. So, we're working with our test pilots, and our test pilots are really good at going out. I mean, I don't hire average pilots. The folks that work for me are the top of the top. They're great pilots. They fly airplanes amazingly well, but guess what? They don't fly like the airline pilots. They don't have the airline experience. So we have always done a little bit of operational testing, but we're expanding on that. We're starting to bring airline pilots in as we develop new systems. We're bringing in them, having them have an early look at it and figuring out, is this really meeting the need of the industry, of the pilots? Is there something we're missing that an airline pilot knows that we don't know? And so I think it's going to really help us continue to develop great products. How do we monitor the state and detect errors? How do we project ahead? How do we project ahead and figure out when systems are going to fail and alert early? How do we take that information when things do fail, and how do we present? I mean, that is, in my mind, a huge, huge issue right now, is how do we present that information in a way that compels the crews to do the right thing? And I think there's a lot of work that can be done You know, we're out, like I said, we're trying to develop the next generation Boeing aircraft, and so we're out talking to a lot of folks. We're looking at different airplane manufacturers. Believe it or not, we're looking at our Chinook helicopter group, because they develop like an amazing flight control. That airplane has that helicopter has some of the best flight controls in the company. But I'm also looking at, why aren't we out talking to Google? Why aren't we out talking to Amazon? You know, they're really studying how the brain works, and you know, how do you compel people to push that button? You know, how do you present information in a way that compels people to want to do something? And so I think there's a lot of work that can be done there. I think an understanding of how the brain works, I think we've still got a lot of work to do there. And so, you know, I'm hoping some folks in this group are going to help us with that. And then what's the proper level of automation? You know, what do we automate and what do we leave manual? You know, we are moving towards total automation, but in the interim, we still have to make sure that we do the right level of automation. Do we auto-trim an airplane, and then, you know, as we degrade in flight control, something happens, you have an electrical failure and your flight control laws degrade, and so a pilot's been flying an airplane for 30 years, and he's never had to trim an airplane, and all of a sudden we give him back an airplane that's in a degraded state, and now they have to trim, and they're not trained to do that. The only time they ever trim the airplane is, you know, every 6 months when they see a simulator. So what level of automation do we have? When we have automation, how do we develop systems that degrade gracefully, and so we don't present pilots with airplanes that they can't fly? Talking a little bit about what we're doing at Boeing, we're doing a lot. I mean, I'll tell you, the MAX accident was a horrific loss of life. And we've looked at it, and we've looked at, you know, how we engineer, and there's been a lot of lessons learned that came out of it. And so we're taking all the lessons learned, and we're putting those towards, you know, improving. The industry, sadly, has gotten better over the years through accidents, and so we're going to make sure that we learn everything we can out of those accidents, and that we continue to put that into our future way we do business and design airplanes. So we talked a little bit about dedicated user studies. We're doing that. In fact, I was just talking to Julie Brightwell, and we're bringing a bunch of people in to look at some design changes that we're doing. So we're going to bring them in and have them take a look early on before we commit to doing that, and make sure that the airline pilots that actually operate our airplanes on a daily basis think it's a good thing. We've hired 50 additional human factor specialists into flight deck. So flight deck is the people that are designing the flight decks, and engineering. Additionally, we're getting our pilots, all of our chief pilots, trained up on human factors. We have 60 plus, I think it's more like 90 right now. I'm in the process of hiring folks to embed with their airlines, and so they're with the airlines, living with them on a 3 to 5 year basis, and working with them from an operational perspective, flying with them, helping them develop safety management systems, helping them with any operational issues they have. And so that's really us getting engaged with our customers, making sure they're successful. And then additionally, what that's doing for us is it's bringing back information on where errors are being made on our airplanes. So it's kind of the feedback loop, right? So we have some data that's coming in through FOQA, when airlines agree to allow us to use their FOQA data, which is data that streams back from the airplane and shows the state of the airplane, and it kind of has an algorithm that alerts when errors are being made. That allows us to understand, you know, why the errors are being made, where they're being made, and then we can go in from a human factors perspective and look at it. I do think, and I know there's at least one person from ALPA in here, some of the airlines get nervous about this, but we want a data stream back from the airplanes like Tesla does, so that every airplane that's out flying is a test case for us. And the FOQA data we have is coarse. It gives us some information, but I want a data stream that comes back that tells us every button that the pilot's pushing. It's not to go, you know, try to incriminate people for making mistakes. It's really about looking at that data, mining it, having it highlight, you know, okay, every time that they do this function, they push the wrong push button. Why is that? What's the wording, you know? It allows us to go back and stay ahead of the game and continually improve our products as we go forward. So, you know, the data that we're getting along with our flight ops representatives is going to really help us refine our products and make sure they meet the needs of the world. We established a Senior Tech Fellow role. It's Mike Bryan sitting right there, first pilot ever to be in the Senior Tech Fellow role. And if you know anything about Boeing, being a Senior Tech Fellow is a huge milestone. It means you have been recognized as an extremely competent engineering lead. And so you're in a very elite group, and it's nice to have a pilot recognized in that role. So Mike's bringing a lot to the table when it comes to, you know, looking at future designs, looking at past incidents, and really putting a human factors flavor on it. The other thing we're doing is when we look at our in-service cost reviews, which is a report of all the incidents that they have in service, we're really making sure that we look at it from a human factors perspective. I mean, it's really easy to look at something and go, well, why'd the dumb pilot make this mistake, you know? He's just, you know, they're terrible pilots. Well, in fact, there's probably some human factors involved there. There's something maybe we did from a design, you know, maybe it's design, maybe it's procedures, maybe it's training. But if people make mistakes, we're all genetically coded the same. If you make a mistake, I'm susceptible to the same mistakes. Let's learn from it. And then we've set up the course with University of Michigan, a human factors course. We're presenting it for both engineers and pilots, and so I think it's a great thing just to really increase the awareness of human factors. And then we're Platinum Plus members with this outstanding group, so really proud to be, you know, a part of Hfes and you know, continue to integrate and coordinate with this group. Okay, last slide. We're all here because we care about human performance, and we want to design superior products that are safe and easy to use. How do we do that? Increase the level of recognition and action in support of human factors as a technical discipline. Evolve our designs, regulations, and test methods to better embrace factors and how users interact with increasingly complex systems. Increase our level of understanding of how our products are used by a variety of users and improve those designs. And embrace a vision for new technology and how to incorporate human factors in design for users yet to be born. So those are a few of them, but you know, I think about all the work that has been done and can be done. Think about the Wright flyers when they flew that airplane. Think about what their mental model was. Do you think they ever thought that they could have a display that told them where thunderstorms were? You know, you think they ever thought that you could have a computer that would actually fly the airplane for you? They didn't. So there was, you know, there was technology out there that they had no idea. And so I really ask everybody to think outside the box and think about the what ifs and think about the technologies that don't exist right now and help us develop the next generation aircraft that makes accidents obsolete. So thank you. I'll open up for questions now.
Hey folks, so we have mics on two sides of the room. Feel free to come up and ask Craig any questions.
Good morning. Hi, my name is Mike Rayo. I'm at Ohio State. Thank you so much. This is a great talk to see what Boeing is up to. I did have a question though, and that is, as you say, the airplanes are getting a lot more complex, and you talked about, you know, this idea that there are more scripts, and how do we help the pilots understand when to stay with the script. But you also talked about that case study where these pilots, these incredibly experienced pilots, use judgment. So I was wondering what your teams have been thinking about, how they're supporting that decision, which I think it's an actual explicit decision. When do I stay with the script, and when do I go off script? When do I use my expertise, and when do I use my judgment? How are you guys thinking about to support that judgment?
Yeah, and that's a tough one because of the fact that when you look at what the demographics are, you know, you compare North America to some of the emerging markets. And so when we make training recommendations, we don't really make them region specific. So we make them for the entire population. And so we kind of have to think about, you know, the folks that can think through the different scenarios and make those decisions. We honestly don't want people making those decisions in the airplane, because what we find is sometimes when they start going off script, they maybe think they know what they have and they don't. So what we're trying to do is, instead of asking people and training them to go off script and think about how the systems interact, what we're trying to do is do a better job of alerting and feeding the crews better information so that they actually work through the scenarios. And that's what I was talking about. You know, we have complex scenarios like that, and we presented 60 checklists. How do we have some artificial intelligence that goes in and is smart enough to look at those checklists and go, okay, I think I know what's going on. I don't think that checklist is relevant. Let's present this information to them now. You know, there's going to have to, because of regulations, there's going to have to be a place where they can go and see the full state of the airplane, because that's required. But maybe the ICAS presents the information they need to act on now and takes them through the scenario. So instead of working through 60 items in an hour, they can go through the checklist in 15 minutes. Does that help? But asking people, you know, just knowing the emerging markets that we have, if we try to go back to the Navy model, which is know your airplane, know how to work your way through tough scenarios, it's probably going to result in more errors than it's going to result in good results.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you.
Howdy.
Hi.
I'm Harrison Whistle-Littman from Texas A&M University. And one question that I had is you brought up the potential for automation in a lot of commercial flights is how, as a pilot, you would deal with the paradox of not having the experience behind the stick when extreme situations or emergency procedures are needed to be called upon.
Yeah, so we're working with a lot of the airlines, and so we are talking to them about encouraging them to have the senior captains. You know, you may have a senior captain in the left seat, a first officer in the right seat, and instead of watching the autopilot fly the airplane down and get himself on deck, maybe the captain, you know, at the top of descent tells the first officer, okay, let's kick the autopilot off. We're going to have you hand fly this entire flight. And so that will definitely, something like that could improve their stick and rudder skills. They do hand fly the airplanes when they're training every 6 months, but we'd like to see them, you know, do more hand flown events when they're in the actual airplane, just to build confidence, so they can fly the airplane. And I mean, our airplanes are honestly very easy to fly, but if you never fly it and you're all of a sudden presented with the situation where you have to hand fly it, now your confidence is low. And so I think, you know, just doing that every once a month or once every couple weeks is going to really help build confidence and ensure that they can actually fly the airplane when they have to.
Thank you.
Thanks. Good question, though.
Hi there. Thank you for the excellent presentation. My name is Jordan Rogers, and I work for Intuitive. I loved how you highlighted the challenges and the complexity of your work, along with the actions that you're taking to kind of move forward and build on that. You mentioned moving forward with some dedicated user studies, and this question is probably a simple answer and coming from a very naive perspective, but I'm curious if you could speak to the requirements for user testing and if that is required to do, or if you guys are kind of going above and beyond with your current path forward to do that.
Yeah, that's a great question. So we have a requirement to do operational demonstration at the end of a program typically. It's very small. And so just so you understand, you know, a lot of people, I know you've read a lot of stuff in the media about the relationship between Boeing and the regulators. So if we were to design our airplanes to the regulations and not beyond, we would have a terrible airplane, honestly, because they baseline the minimum requirements. So we always design well beyond what the requirements are. And so these operational studies, there is no requirement for us to do that. The FAA loves the fact we're doing it because they get the benefits are going to come from it, but there is nothing in our regulations that say we have to do that. So this is all about Boeing being committed to developing a great airplane. I mean, I will tell you, this company is an amazing company because there's so much pride in the products we put out that everyone in the company is dedicated to try and develop the best airplane possible, and that's through making it the safest airplane, the most efficient airplane, the most user-friendly airplane. So we're going to do everything we can to make that next generation airplane amazing. And my goal is when we release it and we release the results of it, there's a bunch of people in Toulouse that are sitting around a boardroom and they're really upset because we've just put them back on their heels again. So
That's really excellent. I'm wondering too if, like, moving forward, if you're leading to kind of development of best practices and like further future expectations and regulations. So excellent work. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks.
All right, Greg, we have one more question. We have time for one more.
Okay.
I'm sorry, keep it short. SQ from healthcare. Just one quick question about, I get the part about aviation going more and more complex. What's your take on management not trusting humans with some of the protocols and instructions asking them to comply? So I could envision one of the instructions that a young pilot might do is to reset the autopilot as part of instructions and not as part of the instinct of a young pilot.
Yeah, I mean, we want, I hate to say it because it's not the way I was taught to train, but we do want the crews to follow the script. And so we want them to follow what's in the book. And, we hope to never present them with a scenario where they have to think outside what's in the script. And 99.9% of the time, it's going to be a single emergency. It's going to be a single non-normal. They're going to go to the checklist. Checklist is going to tell them to do the right thing. It's going to get the airplane in a safe state. And they're going to return the airplane back to its destination safely. So does that answer your question? Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. All right, thank you. I really appreciate you guys listening, and I look forward to collaboration. Looking forward to some follow-on dialogue after. Thank you.
Oh,
All right.
wait, they're still going. All right, we'll be back in a minute.
Sorry, getting back to my notes. All right, so thank you, Captain Bombin. On a housekeeping note perspective, before we finish here, I encourage everyone here to download the Hfes mobile app if you haven't done so already. We have the instructions on the screen and QR codes for both Apple users and Android users. This is your best resource for announcements and the most up-to-date schedule. Stop by the registration desk if you have any questions or concerns with it, and everyone enjoy your conference. Thank you so much again.
Wowie, wow. Gary. Did
Well,
you
that
see
was
the thing I did?
that was a way to start the conference, wasn't it?
What? Oh, wow, what a fantastic
There was
plenary session.
Yeah, I mean, hearing, and I guess we'll dive into each one of the three main elements we heard from, but to hear from Chris and from Carolyn around their views on what they expect the HFES itself to look like, where Chris is taking it, and where then Carolyn expects to go, and then to hear from that keynote from Captain Bombman about some of his views, and I thought he'd give us some really candid insights, actually, especially coming from Boeing and some of the issues that they've had. He gives some really candid views, which we can come to break down. But what was your initial takes? What was your initial takes on what Chris and Caroline had to say?
So the presidential address, I really liked what Chris and Carolyn had to say. I mean, a little biased here. I get to talk to them, every quarter for the town halls, and so I am kind of privy to what they're talking about, and I think the big thing for me with Chris is he kept bringing up the question of, are we sunsetting? And sunsetting and relationships. Those are the two sort of things that I picked up on immediately, which with relationships, he certainly built a relationship with us here at the podcast, and that's been fantastic. Like I said, we do the town halls with him, and I see here in the notes that you wrote, quote, his town halls.
I thought I'd just bring that up.
No, but I mean, those have been a really fantastic opportunity for the society to present in a public way that's going to increase some transparency around some of the things that they're doing. And I think that's an important question around sunsetting. I think there's at least the sense that I get. There's sort of a lot of doom and gloom about the declining membership numbers and the state of the society overall. However, I think I struggle with this because there is that worry. However, there's also the sort of hope. There's a lot of hope around here, I guess, that they're like, yeah, it's declining. But I mean, did you see that we just did a pandemic thing? Like that just happened. So, I mean, of course we are. And so there's a lot of hope and encouragement, I guess, with the direction that we're going. I don't know. What are your sort of initial takeaways of Chris and Carolyn's?
I mean, certainly from Chris's, I mean, it was, despite him starting off with this idea of sunsetting, it was a very optimistic speech. I think there was him highlighting really how he got to become president, why he was doing it, why, what was his influencing and what was his drivers. And I think, and we'll hopefully get to speak to him later on today about truly what his reflections are. But I think he should be quite proud of what he's achieved. He's had to deal with obviously quite a lot of different things going on. But when we talk about membership trends, there is a quality over quantity argument as well. Is yes, the numbers themselves, and we do it, we on the podcast and all our sort of stuff. We look at the numbers, but actually, you're sitting there going, well, actually, are people getting quality out of what they're doing? And so it is easy to get hung up on it. But that's why I think it was quite good that he ended his run on, is the sun rising? Because he talked about impact rings, which was interesting. The idea of that, yes, you might have some people doing direct, doing direct human factors and human factors application, but then it's what's the cascading effect of that, which I thought was quite good. For me, it was fantastic to hear from Carolyn. Because I'm hoping that again we'll get to speak to her later on today. And she's obviously clearly somebody I very much want to meet, because her being the incoming president, I'm hopefully going to do a fair bit of work with her.
You guys will have overlapping presidencies. So just for everyone listening, watching, if you're unaware, Barry is president-elect of the Chartered Institute of Human Factors and Ergonomics over in the UK. And so his position and Carolyn's position are going to be peers in that presidential role at overlapping times. So Carolyn starts now, and you start in April. And so there's going to be a lot of collaborative effort between the two. I don't want to speak for you, but that's kind of the hope, right?
Yeah, hopefully. Certainly talking to Chris already, he's been really good about sort of engaging and things like that, and hopefully we'll continue that. I think it's to our. It's one of the things I like about human factors, isn't it? It's the fact that we are quite happy to talk and engage and things like that. And I think it's one of these disciplines that is not only good at doing it, it's one of the things we pride ourselves on. But Carolyn really, in her speech, she really reached out and was asking people really to get in touch with about not only what they're doing well, but how can they do it better? How can they, if she sort of made the plea, if you know somebody who was going to attend but didn't, or just hasn't attended yet, they remember, or that type of thing, then ask them why, and go back to her or go back to the leadership team and tell them about what it is that's put them off attending, and no matter what it is. Though for us, maybe this live stream is a huge advantage because they are now reaching other parts that other conferences just haven't reached before.
Yeah, absolutely. And to that end, want to remind everybody, this is a day-long live stream. We're going to be here all day. This is what we're wrapping up at I don't know, 5 Eastern. It's late. We're wrapping up late, and we're going to be here all day talking about Human Factors Ergonomics Society Conference. We're going to be talking to several different people who are going to stop through the booth today. It's going to be a great time. We do have some chat coming through. Rusty Pisto 1 on Twitch. Thank you for hosting this. You're welcome. It's not all us. We did a huge round of thank yous at the top. There's a lot of people that went into this to make this thing happen. So we're just happy to be a part of it. Awesome by Chasmic Cowboy. Awesome brain. We love awesome brains. Yes. So this is, like I said, going to be an all-day thing. We're going to be here sitting at the booth talking with some wonderful folks today. So, Barry, that was the president's address. I want to get into this keynote. This was an awesome keynote. What were your sort of initial thoughts from this keynote?
Well, so this keynote by Captain Bowman was kind of blew me away to start off with. Well, firstly, they had a really cool opening video, which was clearly a Boeing promo video that had featured the full breadth of sort of the things that they get up to, which was really slick. I like that. But there is a bit of an adage around how do you know that there's a pilot in the room? He'll tell you. But actually he came across and said, yeah, I'm a pilot. And he clearly, his qualifications at the moment in terms of human factors and promoting human factors and being a point of contact for that. But he joined in, and one of his first statements was, I'm joining you as a pilot, not as a human factors practitioner. And that's, I guess, one of the first times I've heard a pilot be humble, which was interesting. It was good he gave us a bit of background around how he found human factors. And we've spoken about this on the podcast before, the amount of people that find human factors as a discipline through, maybe their day job or accidentally stumble upon it rather than going to, getting a human factors degree or getting human factors qualifications. And he seemed to be one of these people that found human factors when he became a test pilot. And he mentioned around the F-18, which I thought was an interesting comment, because he said that was one of the first aircraft he'd engaged with that was actually built around the pilot. And that's quite a big, bold statement to say, because obviously there's a long history of aircraft development. But the fact that there was, he can highlight a specific platform where he can see almost a step change in the way that they're looking at, right, I've got a pilot who's a user. The user needs to deliver tasks, needs to accomplish their mission effectively. The F-18 was the first one he identified as being that one. And then the other big highlight that I liked is that obviously there's the space race going on at the moment between SpaceX and Boeing, and so he highlighted the difference between Dragon and Starliner, which I thought was interesting because specifically he was highlighting the fact that that Starliner has more pilot controls. If you're on Dragon, you're along for the ride. There is some element of engagement there, but you're along for the ride. But the reason that the Starliner has pilot controls is because NASA wanted pilot controls and they put them in, and the way he articulated that was that NASA wanted pilot controls because Apollo had pilot controls, and therefore that's what they have, which I thought was interesting. Nick, what did you think? Was there elements within that keynote that you thought was worthy of pulling out?
Yeah, I want to talk about checklists and sort of some of the stuff that he talked around ICAS, right? So he was mentioning ICAS, which is a great system he mentioned, but there's so many checklists that are presented. He brought up a case study where there was 36 alerts in 26 seconds. What do you do with that many alerts in that short of a time, right? People shut down. And there in this scenario, they took 5 senior captains took over an hour to fix 60 checklists, and what they did was something that was sort of unconventional. They actually used judgment to triage these checklists and say, okay, we're not doing that one, and we are doing this one, and so they kind of prioritized across the checklists to sort of make sure that the important ones were taken care of first. He also brought up the point of autonomous systems and what this actually means for the future, and what autonomous systems might actually do for with checklists in the future. Right? If an autonomous system was faced with that many checklist items, what sort of a reaction would that autonomous system have? Right. So these are some important questions that he brought up during the keynote. Some other things that I think were really important. He was talking about alerting. Right. How do you make alerting smarter? This is a good question in terms of, well, what do you present to somebody when you have something like 36 alerts in 26 seconds? I think that is a really important question. It's like, what things do you actually present to the person when those alerts come in? I don't know. What other sort of thoughts do you have on this, Barry?
Yeah, I mean the checklisting bit that you bring up was really interesting because I remember me doing work. It must be about 20 odd years ago now, looking at this idea of intelligent checklisting, and the fact. So the idea behind intelligent checklisting is that you've got multiple different checklists that you have to do, and the idea is that the system will put the steps in order for you to provide one super checklist, and maybe with even competing actions either taken out or whatever. So the pilot or the crew who's going through it allows that. And it's interesting that even like sort of 20 years later, we're still having to deal with this problem because there is so many that we rely so much on checklisting. One of the interesting things I quite liked as well was is inference around how do you influence action. So it's not just the direct checklist. You have to do X, Y, Z. You have to go and do it. But actually, how do you compel people to do the right button, steer them in the right direction, and make them do the right thing, without necessarily overtly having to direct them every time? And some of this was continuing on the automation theme. The assumption that he was still making, and I think he's still very much out there. We've talked about it in terms of automation for cars and things like that before, is that when things start to go wrong in a vehicle, that the end point is the human taking control back, and the human being able to have the right sort of information to take control back. And so he highlighted that as aircraft get into more and more issues, there's got to be a point that the pilot can take back control and understand where they're at. They've got the right level of situational awareness and do that. So the idea of graceful degradation. But he did highlight a behavioral thing where actually pilots who've been trained, who were maybe got lots and lots of experience, were as soon as they're running into issues, we're switching the autopilot off and trying to taking back control manually. But the newer pilots, as things were going wrong, they were mashing the autopilot button, trying to get that to stay on, to make that work. So the So that's interesting to see almost the attitudinal difference and the way that works. And then the final point I want to highlight is almost a jealousy piece, because he highlighted the way that Boeing are looking at these problems around human factors and human factors issues. They're hiring more people. They're making, they're 50 more human factors engineers, and he just almost said that like the drop of a hat. You just couldn't do that in the UK. There were just not enough resources, not enough practitioners around to be able to recruit en masse in that way. It'd be fantastic if we could, and we could get the sort of engagement from industry to do that. Maybe that's something we need to aspire to. I mean, there is a scale issue there as well, but I just like the way that we have a problem with pilots, with training, with how we deal with automation, and the answer is to train and hire more human factors engineers. I thought that was amazing.
Yeah, I'm really sorry for you and the UK human factors scene. Since he said 50, and to you that was a big number, and to us that's it's kind of what it is. I think the sort of last point that I want to highlight about the plenary session is that he talked a lot about potentially so controversial take. He wanted to get data from all Boeing aircraft, similar to how Tesla does with their data collection, right? So every Tesla car out there has this data collection. They send it back to Tesla HQ. They use it, utilize it to sort of improve the automation on board. They use it for a variety of different things. And he was saying what a valuable thing that would be to have that type of information for every aircraft, every button press a pilot does, every situation where a pilot is responding to any given stimulus, right? How powerful would that be if somebody had access to that information? And you, Barry, you want to relay to the people what you told me off air?
Which one? About the fact that
as long as pilots are breathing.
Yeah, I was going to say there is no chance ever that pilots are going to let that happen. But it's an interesting one, isn't it? Because it is a cultural issue. It goes back to kind of what we were saying earlier. I think once you prove the utility, because there is a trust issue, and there is, and the captain really highlighted this quite strongly, is that they want to make sure that these recordings, this data dump, is not going to be used against them. It's not going to be used to be a witch hunt or anything like that. It's all about trying to make sure that they have the right data coming through and they can do their job better. So I think as we're seeing an evolution of pilots, and we highlighted earlier the fact that the pilots are more happier to use and rely on automation, we will get to a point where they see the benefit of this happening. And if you can get that data downloading, and I completely get his point, that if you get the data downloading near real time, which is something else that he mentioned,
right,
then you can recreate simulations, scenarios of things that were going on, and if and when advice is needed, that can be delivered. So yes, I think it's culturally we've got some way to go. And like I said, if a pilot's still breathing, that's not going to happen. But I think, maybe even as short as like maybe 3 to 5 years, I think we'll see a big change. We already have data link on aircraft. We already have a significant amount of tracking. You have black boxes in the cockpits already, and there was people who were against that to begin with. So it is going to be an evolution, and as long as it can be proven to improve flight safety and actually, the ability to deliver flight, then it'll get there. I just don't think it'll be quite as quick as we think it could be.
Right. Yeah. I do want to bring up one more point. So he said, at some point, the planes, people get in them. There won't be anybody up in the front is, I think, what he said, right? There won't be anybody up front. And that autonomy is going to introduce a whole slew of different, it introduces a whole bunch of new complexities with it, right? And I brought this up when we talked about alerts, like how does automation deal with all those different checklists that they were talking about with ICAS? And I think, from a cultural perspective, this is going to be a huge shift as well culturally. I mean, what does that do for people who get into these planes if there's no one on board? I mean, is there a trust in that automation? Like, and does it get the data from that scenario that we just described, where all that information is being sent back to Boeing HQ, right? So I mean, there's a lot of questions that I have. There's a lot of answers that we need to figure out as human factors practitioners. And just an incredible keynote. That was great. Great way to start the conference. I love hearing from the president duo, I guess, and then also that keynote presentation. Barry, any other closing thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think it was great to hear a whole lot of upfront stuff around. They're really reflecting on the organization. They're really reflected, so that from the president perspective, they're really reflecting and they're not complacent. It's clear that they want to do the right thing by the membership, the right thing by the organization, and to make sure it's doing what it's supposed to do. I mean, one thing I didn't mention with Chris's piece was around the good work on government and public relations. I mean, that's clearly a direction that is useful and they're getting a lot of benefit out of. And so it'll just be really interesting to see how they make all of that evolve into the future. I think it can only be a positive, not only for Hfes, but for the wider HV community.
I agree. Well, hey, if you're joining us live across any of our platforms, hello, welcome. We are covering Hfes 2022 live. We are here. Well, I am here live at the conference itself. People are walking by. They're saying hi. Thank you for joining us. First off, if savvy listeners or listeners who are part of our Discord may have noticed a name that asked a question in that last panel. And I hope it's okay that I call him out. Harrison Whistle-Littman actually asked a really great question during that panel. And did you know that we have a Discord? If you are interested in communicating with other human factors practitioners out there around a community of the podcast, but I mean beyond that, we're really trying to form some connections in there and make some networking happen. And if that's of interest to you, we have a Discord. Go check it out. Join us. Say hi. Say hello. Say you found us on the conference coverage. I think with that, we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back with our first interview right after this.
Human Factors Cast brings you the best in human factors news, interviews, conference coverage, and overall fun conversations into each and every episode we produce. But we can't do it without you. The Human Factors Cast Network is 100% listener supported. All the funds that go into running the show come from our listeners. Our patrons are our priority, and we want to ensure we're giving back to you for supporting us. Pledges start at just $1 per month and include rewards like access to our weekly Q&As with the hosts, personalized professional reviews, and Human Factors Minute, a Patreon-only weekly podcast where the hosts break down unique, obscure, and interesting human factors topics in just 1 minute. Patreon rewards are always evolving, so stop by patreon.com/humanfactorscast to see what support level may be right for you. Thank you, and remember, it depends.
One thing that comes back to me again and again is the importance of this community. Our colleagues, our mentors, the people that are coming in with new ideas. This is really what we get out of Hfes as a society. It's a chance to do something bigger than ourselves. It's a chance to not do our research, do our practice in isolation, but rather to become part of that bigger community.
Spacecraft, railway locomotives, nuclear submarines, healthcare, jet aircraft, these are all examples of highly technical systems and organisations, and all have one particular thing in common. They all involve humans. Humans who want to do amazing things and are using technology to achieve them. They all have something else in common. They have amazing people ensuring that the users who are involved can do what they need to do are safe when they do so, and have the optimum user experience. These people are human factors practitioners, and on 1202, the Human Factors podcast, they talk to me, Barry Kirby, about what they do, sharing their career paths, highlighting their ideas and best practices, and fundamentally raising awareness of our discipline. Find us on 1202podcast.com, on social media, and on your favourite podcast directory, because it's more than just common sense.
I have found Hfes to be an incredibly important part of my professional life. I joined when I was a student and started coming to meetings. At first, it's a little intimidating, but you meet so many people, and you have such kindred spirits, and it's always so reinforcing to talk to people and learn what they are working on, and for them to be able to understand your problems and the challenges you're facing. And it's just a tremendous resource. Hfes has been really foundational as a professional resource. The people you meet, the opportunities you get to give back to your profession, to learn. It's just been a tremendous role in my professional life.
Human factors and ergonomics affect every system, product, and process humans interact with. We're impacting people in every facet of their lives. Shaping these interactions across industries and professions, we're conducting the latest research and developing new solutions for seamless connections between humans and all they touch. We're celebrating the diversity of our field and what makes individuals unique. Listening to the many voices with HFE and our commitment to diversity, equality, and inclusion. We're engaging with key federal agencies, legislators, and the general public, promoting the importance of HFE science, because now more than ever, we're committed to advancing the science and practice of designing for people and systems through knowledge exchange, collaboration, and advocacy. We believe in systems that work for humans by design, grounded in science. We are HFES.
Technology in our world is evolving at a phenomenal pace, and keeping up with what that means in the human factors world can be challenging. That's where Human Factors Cast comes in. Human Factors Cast is a weekly podcast that highlights and breaks down stories that are chosen by you, the Human Factors community. Each week, a panel made up of human factors practitioners, UX specialists, and engineers sit down to discuss a weekly dose of knowledge that keeps you up to date with the latest areas of interest.
New York State is giving out hundreds of robots as companions for the elderly.
Buttons in cars are safer and quicker to use than touchscreen.
A prototype just achieved a major milestone that actually fits the description of a flying car.
The show provides perspective based on experiences from different domains and different industries. We even cover some of the hottest conferences in the field. On this episode, we're recapping EHF, Ergonomics and Human Factors Conference, Neuroergonomics Conference, Human Factors and Ergonomics Society, UXPA International, the International Symposium on Human Factors and Ergonomics in Healthcare, and we have the best guests. I'm joined today by Chris Reed, Micah Inslee, Farzan Sassin Gohar, Joe Keebler, Peter and Gabby Hancock. We have a dedicated community of listeners that engage with the show and contribute to the topics discussed. Join me, Nick Roome.
And me, Barry Kirby.
Every Friday morning when Human Factors Cast drops on YouTube and your favorite podcast directory. And remember, it depends.
my particular vision is to advance us in a way that the society is more externally impactful. I want to increase value for the members who are here. I want to give reason for people to join as members and attend our events. And that's one of the reasons we're looking at things like how do we program our programs, like our technical conferences and our symposiums, to be more attractive to people who are both researchers and practitioners. How do we look at committee structures and chapters and technical groups so that they become more effective in growing their local bases as well as growing at the national or international levels? Looking at our membership. Is our membership value, does it make sense for where we are? Or should we consider some form of evolution to grow with the changing times? And then we think of things like diversity and equity and inclusion. You know, this is not new. We know diversity, equity, and inclusion is an important asset for all societies, for all companies and organizations, and we too have lessons learned that we can grow on from there. And then finally, when you look at it from an operational standpoint, there's so many things that we can look at for efficiencies so that we can be a more flexible and agile society and be able to change as our members need us to change.
Atlanta, a hub for human factors activity. Companies like Delta, CNN, the CDC, Amazon, and Wayfair are employing human factors practitioners to solve the world's problems. If you ever wondered why we can do tasks when we have the tools we need, or how having the right tools can make you more efficient, you've come to the right place. Human Factors focuses on both the why and how of human ability, efficiency, limitations, and systems. Human Factors provides us a way of improving the human experience. That brings us here, the Human Factors and Ergonomics Society's 66th annual meeting. Topics discussed here this week will span a variety of domains, such as improving emergency response to safety, all the way to improving musculoskeletal issues the average workforce faces, in addition to many more. But that's just scratching the surface. The Hfes annual meeting is the premier conference where professionals in the human factors field come together with a goal of discovery, exchange, and advocacy of human interactions with the world around them. During our conference coverage today, you'll be hearing from world leaders in education, government, and industry who are focused and committed to improving our daily interactions with everything we come into contact with. Let's get started. Yes, and we're back. We are eagerly awaiting our first interviewee. We'll have Carolyn Summerick, president-elect of Hfes. Oops, there we go. Yeah, sorry, I was coming in twice, I think.
I thought I was going slightly mad then.
No, it wasn't you, it was me. It was, it's the age-old issue. It's not you, it's me. Yes, we're eagerly awaiting our first interviewee. Excited to sit down with Carolyn and talk about the future of the society as her tenure as president begins. So we're just waiting here in the lobby. We got a couple comments in chat that I want to address here. Yes, we have a floor cam. It's out there. We have a camera crew out on site that is taking active footage of conference. You can see how excited people are to be here. The hustle and bustle of riding elevators to get to the next session to exchange knowledge and information. No, it's great. It's wonderful. We're so excited to be here. We're excited to see all the happy faces out there going on their way to eagerly learn more about their specific domain areas. Barry, I got to check in with you, man. How are things going from remote? Like, what does this look like from a remote perspective? Because I'm here, I'm in the thick of it.
It looks fantastic from back here. I mean, I think lesson for next time, we need an audience cam, so one facing out from you so we can see the crowds that you're holding back.
Hold on. Hold tight on that one. You know what, Barry? I'll be right back.
Oh, go on then. I'm excited. So he's just going to leave me to it, and he's going to go and talk to try and get us that cam, because I think for me this is really one of them things where I'd like to be involved, but it's quite a way away. It's only the ocean that's keeping me away from it, and I guess the bills. But what we're going to do is hopefully Nick's going to try and sort out a camera so we can always have that forward-looking view, so I can get more of an idea about what I'm missing. What's been fantastic is to be able to hear the initial addresses so far, as well as that initial keynote. So if we have just them sort of bits coming in, and just really listening to them sort of bits coming. Oh, he's back.
I'm back. I'm here.
Okay. I thought
I never left.
Well, I just thought you'd had enough.
Yeah, I'm done with the live stream. Like a couple hours in, I'm done. What are we at? We're almost at the 3-hour mark of this live stream. If you are watching, by the way, if you're watching on any platform that is not YouTube or Twitch, please, at some point, switch over to those platforms, because the feeds on the other platforms are going to cut off at some point. I don't know. There's some technical limitations with the platform. It's not us, it's them. Before it was not you, it's me, but now it's them. So switch over to YouTube or Twitch to follow along throughout the day. We're going to be here till late Eastern time. So, yeah,
even late
that.
UK time.
Even later UK time. Yes.
Yeah.
You're right. I always neglect the UK time piece of it. Let's see here. All right. So you wanted to know what it looks like from my end over here, right?
I do,
like
yes. I feel more part of it.
You know what? I will I will attempt to get that going for you. Just give me one moment here, and I will show you what the live cam looks like.
We haven't tested this. We don't know whether this is going to work. So if this
we don't know if this is going to work. Whoops, that's not the cam I wanted to show. There you go. That's a live cam there. You can kind of see. It doesn't look. It's not super great quality, but it's there. You can kind of see what's going on.
It's just a bit of the atmosphere.
Yeah, and you know what? I do have my camera in the way there. Let me.
That's fine, because you're quite important in this sort of thing. We'll let
there you go.
Yeah, that's cool.
That's a live view there. That's right outside of the booth here.
I like the way you just done that on the fly as well. You've just been able to make that work. Kudos to you.
Yeah, so you can see a lot of people excited to be here, exchanging knowledge, information with each other.
So is all of the events on different floors then as well, or is it all just on one floor? Paint the picture of where everyone's going.
Sure. So there's multiple floors here. We are kind of in an area. There's multiple. You can see down the hallway there. There's multiple conference rooms here where some discussion panels are happening. Off to the left of the camera, my right, I guess I'm pointing right, but it looks like I'm pointing left. That direction. Yeah. Or I guess that direction if you're looking at the camera. That's where the main hall was. That's where we saw the plenary presentation.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, and then some downstairs. There's a couple extra conference rooms there. I wish I could give a full tour of the place, but it just wasn't in the cards. I didn't have time to do all the footage capture that I wanted to yesterday. I was too busy schmoozing with other human factors professionals. It was,
you were using the opportunity to be in at the Hfes conference to actually talk to people and engage with them and network.
To actually talk with them, engage with them, and network. Yeah, it was kind of it's weird, right?
Novel function.
Weird.
Yeah, nicely done.
So, question here from the chat. No sessions are going to be streamed other than the plenary session. It's a limitation of, I think, just making sure that there's the rights to record all that stuff. I will say that we are going to have some great guests on today. We're kind of back-to-back interviews up until the end of the day. So we're just waiting for our first interviewee. As soon as she gets here, we will get started with that. But we're going to have some back-to-back interviews. Like I said, there's going to be a wide variety of topics that we're talking about here. So we're going to have Hfes leadership on. We're also going to have representation from several affinity groups and several task forces in which there's been a lot of efforts going on over the last year. Check in with those. We'll also have some folks from some specific areas, some areas of interest that are really cool. So like autonomous trucking and general automation risks and process control, all that stuff. So there's lots of interesting talks here, exclusive on this platform that the people out here won't get to see unless they watch it here, which is kind of weird, right? Like we're here, we're live, we're doing this.
But that's
and
cool, though.
you know, unless somebody stops by and just sits here and watches, yeah, they're gonna miss it. But it's pre-recorded, so you can always go back and watch it later.
Yes,
it's live right now, but it'll be
live.
It's being recorded.
Yes.
Yeah.
So yes, it'd be quite cool for anybody to be able to go back. In fact, people who are attending now will be able to go back and see these bits that they've missed, even though that they were there. So
yeah, who knows? They might even see themselves on camera.
Yes, and then possibly not be impressed.
Yeah,
it's the people who've gone and maybe at work, or maybe haven't told anybody they're going, then suddenly they pass by. So, but it's all good.
Exclusive inside look at HFES 2022. Yeah.
It is
so.
I think maybe
yeah,
again, maybe for next year. Again, it's one of these things, isn't it? To look at us talk about next year already, but it's going to be interesting to see because live streaming some of the sessions, I think, there's pros and cons to it, isn't there? Because if people think that everything's being live streamed, then maybe they wouldn't ask the questions that they maybe would if they were just in a closed session. So I think there has to be a level of sensitivity around that. I think trying to maybe talk to some of them, try and get a few of the sessions live streamed, that would be great for next year.
Right. Yeah, I agree. I think the sessions would be a great get for live streaming. Wow, it is a busy day. Look at that.
It is. Some of them I've seen handle it by they sort of stream the presentations, but then don't stream the Q&A, which I think is fair. So we can maybe see how that would work.
Yeah, I mean, it would be kind of tricky to execute. I think that might be a little tricky execution. But
you've just been able to give us an inside webcam onto the thing. I just mentioned it, and you made it happen. So I've got.
Yeah, you're basically saying that I am. I'm the fixer. I can make things happen. Whoa, what is going on there? Whoa.
You're playing around with your own lighting again, aren't you?
Oh yes, I'm playing around with the lighting, trying to make myself look better. Can you blame me? There's a lot to fix.
No comment.
All right, we'll just let the computer do it.
Fair enough.
There's that. All right.
It's going to be interesting to see what Caroline has to say when she comes along. Just for I don't know as much about HFES as I probably should do. I'm very selfish and I know a lot about the CIHF, but not very much about HFES. When does the actual handover happen? So has it happened already, or
I think it's today. I think officially it's, or maybe it's like I think it happened over the weekend. So I think that officially we can ask Carolyn when she gets here.
Yes.
I think that's a good question to ask. When is the handover?
Because usually it happens. We have our annual general meeting, and we have an official handing over of the. There's a little medallion that you get to wear, and that gets handed over. So it'd be interesting to know if there's a similar passing of power in some way.
Symbolic,
yeah, and see what happens. Because what was interesting at the EHF 2022 was that there wasn't anything around there. There would been all through the pandemic. There hadn't been that handover, and so we actually had a bit of a session where they had, I think it was the last 4 presidents on the stage, and they're literally handing the medallion over from one to another to another to another, and they all got to wear it for about 10 seconds each before handing it over to Alex Stedman, who's the current president. So, kind of had to be there. But first, it was quite good fun.
I was going to ask you a question.
Uh-oh.
But now I forgot. Oh, no. This is what I was going to say. So here's the thing, folks. We have interviews lined up. We are back-to-back interviews all day. However, it is a conference. People will get caught up in conversations. It is not that they are ignoring us and neglecting us. I mean, Carolyn's the president now. So she's important peoples. I'm just saying, like, we're very thankful to have her on the show when she gets here.
Yes. Yeah. And we dynamic. We good at thinking on our feet, and we can make clear plans.
I mean, we have to adapt, and that's okay. Yep. We're adapting.
No, it is all good. No, but it is quite. I mean, the amount of people who are promised to be quite generous with their time is fantastic. So
yeah, really.
Hopefully
Really,
we'll
really.
have some awesome people on and listening to some inspiring ideas. So we'll see how it rolls out.
Yeah. So one funny thing. So I'm sitting at a booth, a registration booth. That you know what? Here, I'll show you a little preview here. So if you look, oops, yeah, there you go. If you look across the way, I am sitting at something quite identical to that, except it says Event Registration 3, and it's on this side. And you know what's funny is that people think I work here, and people are always asking me for directions on how to get to someplace. So that's happening. I do. You know what we could do here is I could give us some sort of a tour, so to speak, of the podcasting studio. I think to fill the time. So that is something we can do. Let me just go ahead and do that. So. Go ahead and pick up on mic 2. Here's a let me see here. Hold on. This is completely on the fly, folks. I am fumbling with all of our gear here. So this is completely on the fly. So this is a tour of the podcasting studio. Over here on the left, you have our lighting. And then down here, you have both computers that we have running the stream on. And then over there's our little soundboard, stickers over there, and snacks because I'm sitting here all day. And then up here, we have another light. Over there, some stuff on the counter, and behind me, whoops, close up of my head. Behind me, we have the podcast in progress sign. So there you go. That's a tour of everything going on here at the podcasting booth.
I'll just point out that he's been provided snacks and drinks and things like that, and you know, I don't have that over here. I haven't been given that same level of appreciation and support. I'm just saying, just because I'm a few thousand miles away doesn't mean that I shouldn't get such things.
Yeah, well, you deserve those things.
Next time. I'm going to stack them up for next time.
Next time, yeah. Oh, okay. So we had some backup programming planned. I think... let's see here. Maybe we should pull out some of that backup programming.
Well, we've got... Yes, I mean, obviously, Carolyn has been...
All right, Barry.
Oh.
Give me 1 second. I think we're here.
Whoa.
Give me 1 sec. All right.
I've just seen HFS royalty.
I'll be right back.
Cool. So... what we're going to get down to now, I believe that on the audience cam, which is I think going to be our new name for it, so I'm going to have to put it there. We've seen Carolyn turn up. And it must be really difficult because obviously we've sort of come in and said that we want to interview her, but she's, as the new president, is going to have everybody wanting to talk to her and try and get her influence, try and get her along. So we're just truly grateful for her being able to spend a bit of time with us. So what's happening in the background, what you won't be able to see, is that Nick is giving Carolyn a quick brief and pointing out what's what and highlighting it. So as soon as we've got there and we're in a position to be able to go, then hopefully we'll be able to have a bit of a chat with her, which from my perspective is going to be brilliant. As Nick mentioned earlier, in April next year, I become president of the Chapter Institute of Ergonomics and Human Factors. And I'm hoping that if this interview goes well, then we'll be able to have some discussions about trying to work out where we can share some ideas and collaborate as much as we do. Because for me, this is one of the things where this has brought us a lot more, a lot greater advantage, I guess. And it's something we've learned out of the pandemic years, that we can collaborate a lot easier than we have done in the past. We don't necessarily have to go and fly everywhere. We can use the tools that are now available, which ramped up through that period through massively. So let's hopefully we'll see if this can make a bit of a difference. But it's also quite interesting to see how basically how the rest of the day is going to run, because I said we've made a great plan, and really Nick and the people in our digital media lab have done an awful lot of work to be able to do so, to be able to put that.
All right, Barry. I'm so sorry to interrupt here, but look who we have in studio with us.
Whoa. Hey, Carolyn, great to see you. How are you?
I'm well. How are you today?
Yeah, welcome to the show, Carolyn Summerick. So you are incoming president, and we have some questions for you. We would love to hear a little bit more about sort of what your goal for HFES president, or what your goal as HFES president this year is going to be.
Well, that's hard. Many, which I also warned that may not be a good idea, but it's hard not to have a lot of ideas and goals for the year. I really want to continue to increase the value of membership for people. I want to encourage that we figure out new ways of retaining our transition members. So when a student graduates, we want to retain that person as a early career professional. And so we need to kind of solve that issue. And so that means providing more value, more opportunities for these folks to continue their involvement. They're so involved when they're students. We want to keep that level of interest, but of course, that means that we have to have an offering for them that's attractive, that HFES continues to be a resource for them. And so that's a knotty problem, and we haven't figured that out yet. We also want to continue all of our good advocacy work on behalf of human factors and ergonomics. So that means continuing to, with our public relations and our government relations work, to let more of the public, more industry, more government understand the value and the benefit of human factors. In that way, that benefits the public, but it also benefits our members in terms of job demands,
right,
and career opportunities for them.
Yeah. Barry, did you have something?
Yeah, Caroline, firstly, great to meet you, and congratulations on picking up the presidency. To get a bit of understanding around your own personal drivers behind that, why did you decide to step up in the first place? What was your driving passion about wanting to become president?
So I think that's really an important question, and I mentioned that a little bit in my short introduction speech this morning. Somebody tapped me on the shoulder and said, "Hey, we think you'd be good for this." And I think that that's really an important thing. Sometimes there's this perception that, men step up to things and women wait to be invited. And I don't necessarily believe that it's quite that dividing line, but I do believe that some people, if you just give them that little bit of a nudge, to, a little bit of that encouragement to say, hey, you really do have the background, the experience, the drive to do this thing or that thing. And so, we want to invite you to participate in our committee, or we think that you would actually be great as the chair of this committee, or whatever that is. And so it was truly that, some people talked to me, not just about this position, but also for secretary treasurer. When I was considering that, people had nominated me, and so that makes you think, okay, well, some people think I could do this, and really, is there a reason why I couldn't do this? Is this time, given all of my experience, that I should step up and do this? Because it's about service, and it does take time, and so it really isn't. Well, for me, it's not about me wanting to be this so much as there's a need, and I think I have a fair amount of experience now and perspective on the society. So, it's time to step up. If you look at how the elections process works, the nominations process, we tend to have a fair number of people who nominate at the executive council member at large level, much fewer number of people for secretary treasurer, and even fewer for president. And yet we have a lot of people who have the experience to do this. And so you really need to think about, is it time for me to step up and, offer myself to take on this responsibility?
Yeah, Carolyn, a couple comments, I guess, from chat here. First one, Curious Pearl on Twitch. It's definitely can make a difference to get that nudge, to know someone believes you would rock a position. I think that's absolutely right. And then over here on LinkedIn, good points. Also important to invite talented people from marginalized groups into leadership. So I agree with both those points. And I want to bring up something. So I guess the next question I have for you is, this is the first time we've really talked outside of a town hall, which, welcome to the show officially. So Chris at the town halls always presents sort of this big roadmap of where HFES is going. Can you talk a little bit about what that roadmap looks like with you as president, and what you're hoping to accomplish within that roadmap?
So we're continuing on with the roadmap, and there are a number of things that did get accomplished for sure, and so those are in place, or they're starting out. There are some things that we haven't got initiated yet, and so we still work on those, and then there are some that are sort of in the middle. So if you see the roadmap, you can see kind of where we are, and we're not stopping our efforts on any of those. One of the things that we're just getting started is this industry advisory board, and Chris has been pushing for that for a while. I know, as I'm in an academic department, we have an industry advisory board, and they provide us with a lot of good perspective and thought in terms of how are we preparing our students for careers. And so I think having HFES have an industry advisory board is going to be good for us in terms of, again, thinking about what are the needs of industry, but also how do we, help our students, help our young professionals? How do we prepare them? What do we give them that maybe in addition to what they're getting in their academic programs that will help them be ready for working in industry, which is what most people do. They don't go into academia. So, we need to prepare them for those careers. Certainly, we want to keep up supporting our efforts in diversity, equity, inclusion. Little tiny thing is updating the website. We've done so much in this area, and about DEI is still statements that we wrote, 2 or 3 years ago, and it's almost like we're so busy that we haven't had enough time to just update people and tell them what we're doing, and we have been doing a lot. Gwen Malone has agreed to co-chair the Diversity and Inclusion Committee along with Abby Woldridge, and I'm really happy to have Gwen on that. And so I'm looking forward to having that committee be even more active this year. And Gwen's got some really great ideas. She got the BIPOC affinity group up and running, and it's really going well now. And so she's handing off the reins to that. And so now she's going to be transitioning to chairing the Diversity Inclusion Committee, and I think it'll be really exciting to have her on there.
Yeah.
So, just to put you on the spot a bit, Carolyn.
Don't do that.
Sorry. But from my perspective, I'm currently the president-elect of the Chartered Institute of Ergonomics and Human Factors here in the UK, and in April, I become president. What can we do on an international, I guess, collaborative basis? What can we do internationally better for the benefit of the HF community?
Well, I think that's really poses a lot of interesting opportunity, and I'm actually looking forward to going to the IEA meeting, which is at the end of this month. Are you going to that?
I'm not going to this one because we can't make it, but a couple of our representatives are definitely going to be there. Yeah.
Excellent. So I think that's going to present us with some opportunities for formal discussions, but also very informal discussions as well. I think something as simple as some joint conversations, right? Joint webinars that are at a time when people from both of our organizations could actually participate. I know sometimes, we have to think about, when are our town halls, and they're sometimes later in the afternoon, which isn't great for people in the UK, or certainly not for people in Australia. But we do have some folks still listening in,
Right.
and it always amazes me because I'm thinking, what time is it for these people? So I think even just little things like that, like scheduling things at different times from when we might normally think is a convenient time, to have give people the opportunity to participate in real time and have conversations and ask questions. And I think doing some meetings where we have some breakout sessions where people can meet each other and exchange ideas, I think those would be really low stakes but potentially high benefit starting point.
Yeah, I think there's quite a lot of value there in just having the conversations, which is possibly something we haven't done as much of before, but yet now we have the means to do so. Nick, I'll hand over back over to you.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing what that collaboration looks like across the sea, so to speak. So my final question for you today, thinking about your time as president, it's the last day. You're handing over the reins to Susan. What do you want your legacy to be?
Well, it really would be about membership and having more young people feel that this is a society that they want to be connected with for the foreseeable future in their careers. That this really feels like a home for them. That practitioners feel like this is a home for them, and that people have. We've been working hard on our code of conduct, code of ethics, because it matters how people act and how they treat each other. And so we want people to have a very good experience in any activity that they're involved with, whether it's the meeting here, or whether it's a webinar, or whether it's a review of your manuscript. We want all of that to be good and to be productive and to be learning opportunities, and to have them feel like they're growth opportunities and not anything in the negative at all. So I hope people just feel more connected to HFES than they have.
That's a great goal to have. Well, Carolyn, thank you so much for coming on and talking to us. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back with our next guest right after this.
Human Factors Cast brings you the best in human factors news, interviews, conference coverage, and overall fun conversations into each and every episode we produce. But we can't do it without you. The Human Factors Cast Network is 100% listener supported. All the funds that go into running the show come from our listeners. Our patrons are our priority, and we want to ensure we're giving back to you for supporting us. Pledges start at just $1 per month and include rewards like access to our weekly Q&As with the hosts, personalized professional reviews, and Human Factors Minute, a Patreon-only weekly podcast where the hosts break down unique, obscure, and interesting human factors topics in just 1 minute. Patreon rewards are always evolving, so stop by patreon.com/humanfactorscast to see what support level may be right for you. Thank you, and remember, it depends.
have found HFES to be an incredibly important part of my professional life. I joined when I was a student and started coming to meetings. At first, it's a little intimidating, but you meet so many people, and you have such kindred spirits, and it's always so reinforcing to talk to people and learn what they are working on, and for them to be able to understand your problems and the challenges you're facing. And it's just a tremendous resource. HFES has been really foundational as a professional resource. The people you meet, the opportunities you get to give back to your profession, to learn. It's just been a tremendous role in my professional life.
Human factors in ergonomics affect every system, product, and process humans interact with. We're impacting people in every facet of their lives. Shaping these interactions across industries and professions, we're conducting the latest research and developing new solutions for seamless connections between humans and all they touch. We're celebrating the diversity of our field and what makes individuals unique. Listening to the many voices with HFE and our commitment to diversity, equality, and inclusion. We're engaging with key federal agencies, legislators, and the general public, promoting the importance of HFE science. Because now, more than ever, we're committed to advancing the science and practice of designing for people and systems through knowledge exchange, collaboration, and advocacy. We believe in systems that work for humans by design, grounded in science. We are HFES.
All right, and we are back here. We're here with Guliz DeCaldi. Welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me.
So nice to have you. So you're going to be here talking today about autonomous trucks, human-guided autonomy. Super excited to talk to you about this topic. Can you just tell us a little bit about who you are and your background?
Yeah, sure. So my background is actually coming from aerospace engineering. I did complete my undergrad in Istanbul Technical University in Turkey. So I was focusing on astronautical engineering, and towards the, I think, last 2 years of my time in there, I found human factors field. And then I did my thesis on human factors in the commercial aircraft cockpits, and I fell in love with that. So I wanted to know more about the human factors. So as a next step, I moved to United States and started working with Dr. Karen Fye at Georgia Tech to do my master's degree. So I worked on interactive machine learning projects, and as a part of my thesis, I worked on flight replanning tools for general aviation pilots, and I learned a lot about human factors and cognitive systems engineering, thanks to Dr. Fye. And then next, I moved to Iowa State University to work with Dr. Michael Dorn for my PhD. And this time I wanted to shift my focus rather than just focusing human factors and cognitive systems engineering in aerospace. I want to do more, not just aerospace. And that's why I moved to actually industrial engineering with the focus of human factors. But I end up with, again, aerospace projects. So I didn't get so much lucky on that part, but somehow I actually built a foundation to work on human autonomy teaming for aerospace operations to understand how we can develop the systems and create that teaming perception with the human. And then actually before I finished my PhD, I started working at Uber Advanced Technology Group, which was Uber's self-driving division. So I was focusing on operations experience to understand how drivers and the vehicle autonomy can work for the development tests. And then it was sold to Aurora Innovations, another autonomous trucking company. And I wanted to do more, not only the experience part, but more human factor side of it. So I finished my PhD and then joined Locomation to be a part of that team and build human factor. So it's where I am right now.
Great. It's fantastic to hear somebody who has been ignited by that love of human factors, particularly cockpit human factors, because that's where I started as well. So I'd really like to hear that. If I can ask, what's brought you to Hfes this year? So what's your main driver for attending this year?
I think I like Hfes as a community. We're crowded here right now, but we are actually a small community, and I think like it's pretty important to stay in touch and learn from each other. So that's what I love about Hfes. So since I am a master's degree student, I started joining Hfes conferences, and I met with a lot of Hfes professionals, still meeting with the new folks joining us and learning new things, challenging different techniques, and trying to understand how I can actually apply different methods or different data collection perspective for my domain. So it doesn't have to be particularly in aerospace or trucking, but maybe medical field that I can learn something. So Hfes actually brings that aspects to me, and I really value that. And I recommend everyone to join. But another part, I love actually being in person here, especially with the COVID. We were not able to do it in person. So this year I didn't have any paper, but I want to be here in person. And also this year we have great sessions about surface transportation, autonomous vehicles, and human autonomy teaming in particular. So I wanted to be in person, meet with the researchers, ask questions, exchange ideas. So I think that's pretty valuable for me, and I can take that knowledge back to my team at Locomation to keep improving our work.
Right. So you mentioned Locomation, human autonomy teaming. Like, can you just tell us a little bit about what Locomation does and what your role is there?
Sure. So Locomation were founded by experts from Carnegie Mellon's, I hope I don't say it wrong, National Robotics Engineering Center, NREC. So our co-founders actually came up with the concept of two-track model for the autonomous system. And they wanted to also address some of the pain points that the trucking companies are having. For example, the quality of driver life, high costs, and the carbon emission. So they decided to actually achieve human-led or human-guided autonomous convoy model to address some of these pain points. And also, the approach itself, which I'm on the same page with that approach, achieving L4 or high-level autonomous systems are not easy for the surface transportation. It's pretty challenging. So I think the first step should be human-in-the-loop systems. So that's why actually I also decided to join Locomation and be part of this effort. And what I do at the Locomation, they hired me to work as the human factors engineer, but also build the human factors team. So I'm right now working as human factors lead with two great human factors engineers helping us to develop this human guided system and remind the autonomy folks that, hey, we're a human in the loop system. So be mindful about what you're asking that operator to do. We call our human drivers automated truck operators, ATO. And I often call ourselves the lawyer or the protector of the human operator to make sure that we are not overloading them. We are keeping the balance between human and autonomy for the task allocation and other stuff.
Right.
That's going to be super exciting to be growing your own team and things like that, and actually being able to have that influence. Just to give people a bit of, I guess, context. What is the current state? What would people recognize as the state of autonomous trucking now?
Now, there are actual other companies who are also working towards full autonomous trucks. Ours is not, so I can more speak about our current state. So we are still in the development phase. We are testing on closed traffic environments like the test tracks at Ohio, and we are also testing on the public roads. But again, those are requires you to go through some permission to be able to run these tests. We still have our safety operators behind the wheel, so we have actually both right seaters and the drivers behind in the cabins, as we call them, test crew, to run the tests in a safe. So they're just sort of like checking each other as well, make sure that they're not missing anything on the road, that they can also safely operate the vehicles and also test it. So I also encourage anyone to go into our website and read about volunteers safety self-assessment. So it also gives a picture of what we are doing right now. But we published it, I think, early summer, so we might have some updates since then. Of course, we are testing and improving constantly. But compared to other autonomous trucking development right now, there are also some companies still testing on the public roads and closed traffic. But again, that will take a lot of time for everyone to fully achieve the full autonomous system. So that's why we still have anyone who is actually doing this job. We still have the safety driver behind the wheel.
So it's great to hear about the autonomous trucking industry, because I for anyone who is unaware, I work in supply chain logistics, kind of like the whole 3PL third party logistics, trying to figure out how a trucker gets the load from point A to point B to point C, multi-load, shipment, multi-leg shipment, that type of thing. And so hearing about autonomous trucking is really interesting to me from that perspective. But I am really interested in terms of sort of the regulation around autonomous trucking today. What type of regulation exists around automation in general, and does it differ from sort of autonomous vehicles and autonomous trucks? Like, what does that state look like?
So I think it's at least as Locomation, we are excuse me, working with also NHTSA rulemakers, DOT. So we have a fantastic regulation and policy team, constantly working with them to make sure that whatever rulemaking or policy or regulation is coming, we can understand and comply with it. But so far, at least for Locomation, we don't have any regulatory barrier because of our concept, because we say we are human in the loop. We are not actually taking human out of the loop. So we have fallback drivers as well. So that's why for federal and state level, we are meeting all of the regulatory aspects, and when it's ready, we can actually deploy it. But I think for full autonomous vehicle concepts, there are still some challenges to go through.
Right.
So you've been working in partnership with the NTSB. Where are the true human factors issues involved in that? What are the elements around human factors that we need to, I guess, solve before everybody can be really comfortable in doing autonomous trucking?
Sure. So how we work with NTSB is different. Maybe we can call it partnership, but we are working with them and keeping them in the loop, and appreciate their recommendations as we are developing. So actually, a couple of months ago, we were able to host them in our headquarters. So they came in. We actually shared our approach, and we provided a garage demo for them to just walk through what systems we have, how we are developing it, and in particular, and at least like from my perspective and field, I interacted with their human performance experts, where we actually exchange ideas around the human workload concentrations, the distraction related issues, and how we can actually monitor the drivers to make sure that they have another coaching system, if you will, to notify them, hey, you need to keep your eyes on the road. Or if they're getting distracted a lot, we should be able to tell them to give a break through our systems as well. So their input are very useful for us and valuable, and we are actually incorporating their recommendations. And also they're great resources for us to understand what kind of actual issues might happen on the road, since they're investigating all kinds of transportation related crashes, and we can understand what are the things that we can keep improving or make sure that we actually identify and address some of the issues. But in addition to that, if we can provide and support and partner for them to improve the safety on roads, that's what we are in for.
And what are some of the key takeaways, things that you've learned through working with the NTSB?
Mainly, we have been discussing around issues driver monitoring system. It is not only the vehicle sensors, but as Law Commission, we have been working on integrating driver-facing cameras, external facing cameras to understand the human behavior and how that can also impact on the autonomy system in the follower vehicle. So we shared our approach with the NTSB, and kindly they also shared their feedback to help us to understand what might be some issues with the certain technology on the DMS side, what kind of things or metrics we may need to watch out for, and then the critical human errors they have been seeing. And of course, the fatigue management is a big part of it.
So you mentioned, obviously, at the beginning, you started by designing cockpits. How do you think designing a cockpit for an autonomous truck driver compares to designing the cockpit for an airline pilot? What shared HF principles do you have, and which one's more exciting?
Okay, I think there are a lot of shared HF principles, which our team is referring them a lot in our work. If I need to give an example, minimizing human error, misuse, and training, where as well as maximizing the human performance. As for example, our concept is actually adding or asking more things from a CDL driver. We need to be mindful about their cognitive load, their training, because this is not anymore operating a conventional truck. It's convoy and partially automated. So for that reason, we are working on minimizing the training, but also make sure that we are not creating some misuse cases or causing more errors. But also making sure that we are incorporating some of the safety factors to be able to operate in nominal, off-nominal, and emergency conditions on the road. So those are the shared, I think, human factors principles between two domains. But if I need to point some changes in between, it is the complexity of the environment they're operating. When you are actually designing a cockpit for a pilot, you can actually mainly focus on adding more and more displays, more controls and commands for that pilot to be able to operate the vehicle. But also, they are able to actually spend more heads down time because there are not too many actual dynamic obstacles or objects around the aircraft when they're in the air. But for the surface transportation, I think the biggest challenge we are facing is they have to keep monitoring the road, not the things actually on the dashboard, like the instrument panel or additional, or in addition to the OEM, like the display we are integrating. We want them to sort of like minimize their eye glance time or dwell time on the dashboard, and make sure that they're looking for the road and the other traffic environment. So I think that's the biggest changes in between when you think about the cockpit design and what kind of like systems you need to build for.
Yeah, keeping humans in the loop is super important.
Yep.
So the last question I'd like to ask you is, can you speculate just a little bit on sort of the future of autonomous trucking? What might the industry look like in 15 years from now?
Gosh, okay, this is a very tricky question. So I maybe not about autonomous trucking in particular, but autonomous vehicles.
Sure.
So I am still the believer of human in the loop systems. I don't think that within 15 years we will be able to say we have a fully automated vehicles on our public roads, because we will still have mixed agents on the traffic. We will have human drivers no matter what. And I think we need to also change the traffic infrastructure to make sure that we are actually preparing great or more convenient traffic environment for mixed agent traffic scenarios. But the most important part, I think, for the AV technology for the next 15 years is not only focusing on the autonomous technology itself, but also educating the public, because earning public acceptance and trust is the key. So if they don't know how they can actually drive or operate or even walk around these like AVs, they may be misinterpreting the information they're receiving from the vehicles. They might do some mistakes, and it's going to be increasing the human error, and then it will eventually reduce the trust and also the acceptance of that technology. So I think that's the most critical part we need to focus on first, while we're also continuing developing on that technology.
Right. I think that's incredibly important, is just making sure that people around the autonomous vehicle knowing that it is in fact autonomous and that it is not going to react in the same way that a human might react, right, to these stimuli. We talked about this type of thing on the show many times before. Barry, do you have any other last minute questions here?
I guess for me, it's the last one I would like to go with is, you talked about convoys and so convoy vehicles. Could you just elaborate just very quickly on what you mean by that and how you expect these vehicles to talk together?
Sure. So in our model, if we sort of like step back, the leader vehicle is driven by human. And the second one, we still have human operator, but that person will be off duty when we have autonomy running the system. So there will be some distance gap between two trucks, but closer than the manually driven convoys to decrease the carbon emission. But the system, the two actual tracks will be linked to each other through vehicle-to-vehicle or V2V system. So they will be constantly sending data to each other. So for example, since our model is follow the leader vehicle will send the vehicle data back to the follower vehicle, so that the vehicle autonomy itself will understand, oh, okay, this is what we are doing. But also that system will have the sensor systems to understand the traffic environment around it and adjust the maneuvers according to the other traffic obstacles and the objects around it. So that's our key. But for the human part, if you ask it, we will be sending data from the follower vehicle to create that situational awareness by displaying or providing audible alerts to make sure that the driver knows what exactly going on in the follower vehicle and make the correct decisions accordingly.
Well, thank you so much for your time. Where can our listeners or anybody watching find out more about Locomation?
We have a LinkedIn page. We are keeping it pretty up to date, and we are also updating and publishing blog articles on our website, locomation.ai. And they can also reach out to our communications team if they have also further questions.
Great. Well, Ghoulies, thank you so much for being on the show. We are going to take a quick break, and then we'll be right back with Rose Figueroa to talk about an affinity group. We'll be back right after this.
Human factors in ergonomics affect every system, product, and process humans interact with. We're impacting people in every facet of their lives. Shaping these interactions across industries and professions, we're conducting the latest research and developing new solutions for seamless connections between humans and all they touch. We're celebrating the diversity of our field and what makes individuals unique. Listening to the many voices with HFE and our commitment to diversity, equality, and inclusion. We're engaging with key federal agencies, legislators, and the general public, promoting the importance of HFE science, because now more than ever, we're committed to advancing the science and practice of designing for people and systems through knowledge exchange, collaboration, and advocacy. We believe in systems that work for humans by design, grounded in science. We are HFES.
My particular vision is to advance us in a way that the society is more externally impactful. I want to increase value for the members who are here. I want to give reason for people to join as members and attend our events. And that's one of the reasons we're looking at things like how do we program our programs, like our technical conferences and our symposiums, to be more attractive to people who are both researchers and practitioners. How do we look at committee structures and chapters and technical groups so that they become more effective in growing their local bases as well as growing at the national or international levels? Looking at our membership. Is our membership value, does it make sense for where we are, or should we consider some form of evolution to grow with the changing times? And then we think of things like diversity and equity inclusion. You know, this is not new. We know diversity, equity, and inclusion is an important asset for all societies, for all companies and organizations, and we too have lessons learned that we can grow on from there. And then finally, when you look at it from an operational standpoint, there's so many things that we can look at for efficiencies so that we can be a more flexible and agile society and be able to change as our members need us to change.
Atlanta, a hub for human factors activity. Companies like Delta, CNN, the CDC, Amazon, and Wayfair are employing human factors practitioners to solve the world's problems. If you ever wondered why we can do tasks when we have the tools we need, or how having the right tools can make you more efficient, you've come to the right place. Human Factors focuses on both the why and how of human ability, efficiency, limitations, and systems. Human Factors provides us a way of improving the human experience. That brings us here, the Human Factors and Ergonomics Society's 66th annual meeting. Topics discussed here this week will span a variety of domains, such as improving emergency response to safety, all the way to improving musculoskeletal issues the average workforce faces, in addition to many more. But that's just scratching the surface. The HFES annual meeting is the premier conference where professionals in the human factors field come together with a goal of discovery, exchange, and advocacy of human interactions with the world around them. During our conference coverage today, you'll be hearing from world leaders in education, government, and industry who are focused and committed to improving our daily interactions with everything we come into contact with. Let's get started. Yes, and we're back. We're continuing our HFES 2022 conference coverage. I'm sitting here with Rose Figueroa. Welcome back to the show.
Thank you.
Great. Well, Rose, you're here to talk about the DIA AG. That's a lot of
that's a lot of letters. It's the Disability and Chronic Illness Affinity Group. We're shorthand. We're going to call it Disability or Accessibility Affinity Group throughout the course of this. Let's just start at the top. Like, what is it?
Well, there's a series of AGs, the affinity groups. So we have the LGBTQ plus, the BIPOC, and other groups. The women that was the oldest and the one that broke to start these other groups. But this one is more to create the community for the people that may have some sort of disability or chronic illness, and or people that want to be allies and advocates and learn more on how to help that community, especially within Hfes. So that's how it started, which is interesting because I was just remembering that 2 years ago, maybe during a conference, I went on a rant like with you, criticizing how there's a lot of areas of improvement for accessibility. And next thing you know, I was founding the DCIAG, and HFES was giving a lot of good stuff to us. So
yeah,
they listen.
That's good.
I mean, that's a really brilliant thing to hear, that the fact that you've gone around, you realized that there's a big gap, and you've been able to go and do something about it. What sort of activities do you get up to in the affinity group? What sort of things do you get up to on a, what have you done this year?
Well, that would be a compounded question versus what we want to do and what we're doing. So based on the volunteer hours, because we're small and we is the newest affinity group in the society, we have done just quarterly meetings, and that was based on the community. They asked to be quarterly instead of monthly, like we gave them the option. And what we do is, some of them we just meet as a community and we just catch up. There's no specific topic, and we can brainstorm on what would be our mission and what do we want to do. And then there's some that we have had speakers. So we actually had one of the meetings, everybody was asking that, wouldn't it be great if we have an attorney to please help us and navigate what reasonable accommodations look like, what can we ask, what are we entitled, or what should we not ask, or how to do that. So for the next meeting, Emily she's a former EEOC, so the Equal Employment Commission. So she came in and she was willing to give a really great presentation, and everybody loved it. And she was very knowledgeable, of course, but also she did that very tailored answering the questions and being available. So that was great to see. So we're doing that, just bringing speakers based on what the community wants. Yeah. And then other things that we want to do is just as simple as coffee chats and virtual, other things that we just connect the community and have advocates and allies be able to listen and see how they can help us too.
So I want to get sort of a little personal here. So you and I actually had a chance to talk last night at the opening ceremony, and there was a moment of realization on my part where I realized that this group would interest me because of my ADHD. And it was one of those moments where I was just like, how many other types of things like this might go sort of unrecognized as a disability, and when do people sort of have that moment of clarity that I had last night, that this is something I should care about? Not that I didn't before. It's incredibly important for affinity groups, but just that I feel like I belong now a little bit, right? So I guess the question is, right, what would you tell folks who think they may or may not sort of qualify for these disabilities?
Well, yeah, it's one of them. And that note, and that came in because we had a great question from a student in the student panel for interviews, that she was like, how do we help, and what tools do you give to people that have some disabilities like ADHD to excel in an interview? And it was great for me. That was my favorite question because we didn't know the answer in the panel. We're just like, I mean, I don't know necessarily. And my answer was, well, at least if you start coming to these groups, you may meet people that may have been through that process, that they had the disability, and that they're willing to share their, tools that they use, what work for them, etc. So I would just say, it could be as simple as go on the government list and see if you qualify. I believe even celiac people are actually encompassed in the ADA, disability, because they do need a reasonable accommodation. And I give that example because that's another group that they may not even think that they're in the disability group. Um, but if you join the group, even if just as like passive, listener and advocate, then you may realize that you do belong. And if I mean, you belong anyway, because everybody's welcome. um, but it is a way of you can start learning a little bit more, how can it help. And I would just say there's also age, hearing loss,
Right.
vision loss, like things like that you may think that you could get good use of being in that community and being exposed to those resources that we share while we're in those meetings.
Right.
So this might feel as a slightly unfair question to a certain extent, given how young you are as an organization. But what do you think's been your biggest achievement this year?
There are actually a few, which is interesting because yes, we're so new, so we're still
Brilliant.
looking for volunteers. Hashtag help us, please. But the accessibility for the conference, there's a lot that still can be done, but the fact that they did listen, so like they, the organization understood that I have limited hours too. Like I have my day job and my other jobs and my other things to do. And you cannot rely only on the members, especially from a affinity group, because the affinity groups are not meant to be the advocates and the people that do the volunteering work. It's meant to be a community. So you should not expect them to do the work. We can if we want, right?
Yeah.
But the whole point is like everybody should feel welcome, and that when you join our group, you're not expected to do any work. This is just so that you meet like-minded folks, like from your same affinity group. But if you go to the Hfes, the conference website, there's a tab for the accessibility. The EC, they actually got a paid consultant for accessibility, and that was based on our recommendations, such that we can help, we can guide. They actually asked for my input for the documents that the consultant wrote and sent to the presenters, for like how to do a poster that is accessible and a presentation, etc. But they were not making it my job to build that document. They gave the resters, the consultant to start, and then the only thing that we were doing is just giving the input as the members, because we know HFES more than an outsider in that sense.
So I think an interesting question to follow up to that is what is sort of the most surprising thing that you found out, either working with HFES or in the disability affinity group? Like, what is the most surprising thing?
Let's see. So that the most surprising thing.
It's a good question.
Yes, it is a good question.
You're welcome.
I guess it would just be it's even the effort that it takes to do some of these things, right? Like when you're just a member and you're saying like, oh, this could be done better. Sure. It's better said than done in general, right? But there's some processes, there's some, even the approvals and whatnot that needs to be done to do it the right way. And the time and effort that it would take, it all depends on our bandwidth, given that we're mainly volunteers. So like, I'm not saying like cut us some slack, but at the same time, it's just like understanding that we have limited time as well. So that was for me somewhat surprising. Like now that I'm in that side, that I'm just like, there's a lot of things that need to happen, and a lot of pieces and variables that need to move. Even if it's as simple as just having an accessibility tab on the website, right? Like for the conference, um, and but also the willingness for people, like, because when you're on the other side and you're just like, okay, it could be done better, but we're human factors, they should know that, so you're assuming that they know, but sometimes it's the knowledge. So like it was just like they just didn't know that there was a need for that, because people were not coming and complaining, which is also understandable, right? Like if you didn't feel that you belong and then you just step back and left the organization, then they're never gonna know why did you leave.
Right.
Yeah, the things you've been saying actually has sort of resonated to a certain extent. You're right, we are human factors practitioners. We're all about usability. We're all about engagement. Yet we seem to have had a massive blind spot when it comes to this, and hopefully that's almost you're unveiling or demisting that blind spot for us. So clearly, it's hugely important work. What's the future? What do you see as your sort of short term, maybe medium long term goals that you want to achieve with the Affinity Group?
So, I mean, we're slowly growing, which is one thing. So, as we're getting more volunteers, we can have more events happening throughout the year, because then we can have people that are leading their own babies, right? Like something that you actually like, that you enjoy, you can just do that one. Now we have a co-chair that is an aunt, so we will be more active in that sense, because now we can divide and conquer. So it will be, now it's establishing a little bit more like the elections, getting a whole committee going, so that we can have a bigger presence, and hopefully that will slowly get to the community, people that may have left over the years because they felt that they didn't belong, that the accommodations were not there, whatnot. So we are here. We are part of Hfes and part of the community, and at least we can serve as a voice and connect you to the right people, so that you feel welcome and you feel like you have the reasonable accommodations that you need, that you deserve as being part of this community when you come to a conference and when you go to any other event. So I think those are like seeing those things more and more, instead of us asking about like, can I get a reasonable accommodation? Now it's more about them offering and being like, it's not a taboo. It's like right there when you're showing that webinar, click here if you need an accommodation, things
Right.
like that. I feel like that's what we're going to start seeing more and more, which is, thanks to all the volunteers that keep doing that.
So along that line, what type of resources are available to members or non-members now, and what would you like to see in the future?
So there, something that we have been talking in the group is even as like simple resources like daily living stuff, right? If you do a PowerPoint presentation, why don't you have the closed captioning on that actually comes embedded in Microsoft when you're presenting, even if it's on Zoom, right? It's not the best, especially for a non-English, speaker like me, but it's better. We're getting there, right? The AIs, so that things like that, like resources that could be used. Not only as a practitioner or like in an employer, but also if you start doing those things as a person, the accommodations, like when you're in a Zoom, maybe you don't need the closed caption, but if you're the one who asks for it, then it's great because you're being an ally, you're being an advocate. So you're not making me ask for it or making somebody that actually needs it. So simple things like that, I think we're going to start trying to like encourage the members to to showcase that is as easy as X, Y, and Z examples that you can start doing at work, at home, etc.
Gotcha.
So if people want to go on and get in touch and get involved, how would they go around doing that?
Well, I think the website we have, like, sign in for volunteering. You could always just email me, and I can drop my email in the chat as well, or LinkedIn. You can find me on LinkedIn. A lot of people message me through LinkedIn, and I do see them, and may take a little bit more time to respond depending on the influx of messages, but I do see them. And even as simple as like if you say email info at hfes.org, I believe that is just the general email. They're pretty active on that. And if you say like, hey, could you send this message to Rose, the chair of the DCI, and things like that, they do send them. So we do get those too. So it's just get in contact. You want to help. There's a lot of things we could do.
Now I want to back up a little bit. So we've talked a lot about the Affinity Group. I want to talk a little bit. You're busy this week. You are a very busy person this week. You were telling me last night.
Yes.
What brought you to Hfes this year, aside from the Affinity Group?
Well, in general, it's the networking. I do like the community. This is like our, we catch up every year. So it's a way of the networking and I see you at least once a year, Nick. So it's cool, right? So that was one of the things that I'm doing. Of course, I'm presenting, different technical presentations, and I'm in some panels related to DEI, so diversity, equity, and inclusion too. But yeah, I think the networking overall is one of the main drivers that like get me to come every year. Just catch up with the community and see what's new.
Yeah, and
You can't tease me like that. What you presenting on?
I'm presenting on virtual reality. Actually, I do forensics, so characterizing some variables for virtual reality. We are actually doing a demo with the Vardio, that is a very high-end mixed reality headset, on Friday. Then naturalistic driving and driver behaviors. So it's not VR at all, right? But it's
Wow.
just based on the stuff that I do. And I'm presenting to on, like I said, like panels on the disability, like DEI, bringing DEI to human factors, and yeah, a few of the VR stuff. This year was full on that.
Yeah, you wear so many hats within HFES. I guess what would you consider your role within HFES? And it's okay to go down the list of all the hats that you wear because you're a very active member of the society.
Yeah, so I mean, if you go to my LinkedIn, it's all over. Like, I am a big, proponent of like the Latinos and bringing in more Latinos and underrepresented minorities in STEM. But of course, my baby is human factors and biomechanics. So I do connect a lot of people in that sense. Um, so I do like Hispanic Heritage Month, right? Like, at least bringing it is the end of Hispanic Heritage Month this month, and they actually just released the news yesterday, and they highlighted me and a few of other of the Latinos. Which, thank you, HFES, by the way. But yeah, it's just bringing in, feeling the belonging of the different minorities that we may need to increase the numbers, but you are here, even if we're 5 for now or 10, right? Like, we're gonna keep growing and showing ourselves so that others can see themselves in this community too. So that is something. So I do serve in the liaison and reps committee, trying to build partnerships with other organizations like SHIP, that is the Society of Hispanic Professional Engineers, and things like that.
That's brilliant. So you have all of these things, and you're clearly a very plugged in and a very involved person. Why? Why do you, I mean, as a big
I don't know, man.
I'm a sucker for volunteer roles myself. I do a similar thing, and quite often my wife is asking me, Barry, why? So I'm going to put that back on you. Why the keenness to be involved?
So some of them is just I happen to be in the middle. I just happen to be the connection, and next thing I know, it happened years back with Hurricane Maria, right? Like, I happened to be in the middle, and I ended up leading the hurricane statewide relief efforts for Puerto Rico in Michigan. So it was like I just happened to be there. In this case, HFES, because I guess I'm not scared of talking and saying what I think, respectfully, and talking to the right people, and identifying the right stakeholders that could get something done, or at least get it moving and get us in the right direction. So I feel like I have to, because then I can see it, how it can get done. Then I feel that I'm passionate about it. I can help others. Like, I wish I had these opportunities, and this showcasing, right? Like, when I was a student, or even, I don't know, like 10 years ago, right? Like, so I feel like if I can and help others that are coming behind me to make it, paving the path so it's easier, why not?
Yeah. So lots of hats, lots of stuff going on at HFES this year. I know it's only been one day, but I don't know. I feel like I've already lived an entire week. What have you gotten out of the conference so far on day one? Technically one.
Oh yeah, it has been. I had the student session, so it was the interview panel in the morning, which I was surprised. Like, I thought there were gonna be just like 10 students. It's the first session in a Monday, and the room was completely packed. The program that the volunteers did was great, because I started seeing what was coming after, and it was just full of students eager to learn. So that actually, energizes us as the practitioners and people that are trying to mentor and keep showcasing human factors, seeing those students that are very interested, very involved. So a lot of networking in that sense. The award ceremony was pretty nice, and it was pretty full too. So it's just
Yeah.
catching up with everybody. Like you said, it was a very long day, more than I thought.
I know. I talked about it earlier, but I had so many things going on yesterday, setting this up and then running to find like audio equipment last minute, and then running back and trying to network with everybody and track people down and finalize interviews and get things organized. It's a lot going on.
And the other thing that is interesting is that the past years, especially DCI that is new, is that I have been having meetings in Zoom for the past 2 years with the COAG, so the coalition of AGs, so all the chairs and the heads, the leaders, and I just met them in person yesterday. So it's like I feel like I know you. We have had like calls that is literally venting about work, like personal, like we build our personal relationships with some of these folks, and I have never seen them in person, and it didn't pass through our minds that yes, this was the first time that we saw each other in person.
Barry, I've heard that before.
Yeah, I was going to say me and Nick have never actually met. Everything we've done over the past year or so that we've been doing this now, it's we've been doing it like this. I'm fairly convinced that he doesn't actually exist. He's just like a character in the Matrix. But I think if I can just throw in one last question at you, if you don't mind. There's a lot of stuff that you've done here, which I think is really impressive, really valuable. And obviously over here in the UK, we are probably we are looking at EDI, and there is people over there from the UK presenting on EDI this year at the conference. But what is there a way of being able to package some of the lessons that you've learned and be able to share them with other communities such as ourselves over here in the UK that we can learn from what it is that you've done?
So I'm actually in a panel today with some Courtney from the UK.
Oh, Courtney, right,
on
yes.
the DEI stuff. Yes.
Amanda, yeah.
So again, I've not met in person yet, but we
Yeah.
have been we wrote a paper together. So I would just say, I mean, there's a couple of things. There are people that even within the community, like Nick and I were talking yesterday, like I ended up having, finding this niche because I've been doing this advocacy for more than 10 years now. And I do have my own consulting company on it, and I bring in the human factors. So one of the panels that we're doing today is actually doing that. I think it may be recorded, but it's just how are you bringing DEI to human factors, or using your human factors knowledge, your
Mhm.
background, so that you can incorporate that DEI, and it could be as simple as like using the right metrics, understanding we're data people, so let's use that when you're bringing the case, like build your business case, be impactful, tailored. So I guess in general, people in the UK, US, anywhere, it's about identifying that gap, and it's better to do small steps, incremental changes, than trying to just conquer the world to start with. Which it just helps because then you have data too, so that you can actually understand if it was actually impactful. So I'm a big proponent of tailored initiatives that are impactful versus let's just wave our hand and do something big, let's say, just for the sake of doing it.
Yeah.
In the DEI perspective, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Okay. One last question for you. You have a lot going on. What are you most looking forward to over the next couple days?
Uh, there were a few, right? Like one of them was just like I told you, the networking and meeting up people in person for the first time that I have been writing papers and meeting for years now, because of COVID. But it's just the diversity of the sessions too, and with me, I'm gonna be installed not as the director for the BCPE, which again, I'm meeting all the people in person now. We're gonna have the business meeting, so I'm also looking forward to that because it's just they always do that meeting at the end of Hfes. So and see how we can help, and again, I can bring all the the DEI view and outreach aspect to BCP and the partnerships that they do, and Hfes too. But yeah, overall, it's just listening to the people. I've been listening a lot and seeing what else people need and want. especially from the communities that I represent, so that then I can do some sort of summary and bringing it up and see how what can we do and what can HFES do to help us and keep empowering us.
Well, Rose, thank you for being on the show. You're always welcome here. I think the last time we talked was just on a Human Factors hangout that we did on a stream when technology wasn't working or something. You're always welcome on the show. Thank you for stopping by. We'll be right back. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with our next guest right after this.
Human Factors Cast brings you the best in human factors news, interviews, conference coverage, and overall fun conversations into each and every episode we produce. But we can't do it without you. The Human Factors Cast Network is 100% listener supported. All the funds that go into running the show come from our listeners. Our patrons are our priority, and we want to ensure we're giving back to you for supporting us. Pledges start at just $1 per month and include rewards like access to our weekly Q&As with the hosts, personalized professional reviews, and Human Factors Minute, a Patreon-only weekly podcast where the hosts break down unique, obscure, and interesting human factors topics in just 1 minute. Patreon rewards are always evolving, so stop by patreon.com/humanfactorscast to see what support level may be right for you. Thank you, and remember, it depends.
I have found Hfes to be an incredibly important part of my professional life. I joined when I was a student and started coming to meetings. At first, it's a little intimidating, but you meet so many people, and you have such kindred spirits, and it's always so reinforcing to talk to people and learn what they are working on, and for them to be able to understand your problems and the challenges you're facing. And it's just a tremendous resource. Hfes has been really foundational as a professional resource. The people you meet, the opportunities you get to give back to your profession, to learn. It's just been a tremendous role in my professional life.
Human factors and ergonomics affect every system, product, and process humans interact with. We're impacting people in every facet of their lives. Shaping these interactions across industries and professions, we're conducting the latest research and developing new solutions for seamless connections between humans and all they touch. We're celebrating the diversity of our field and what makes individuals unique. Listening to the many voices with HFE and our commitment to diversity, equality, and inclusion. We're engaging with key federal agencies, legislators, and the general public, promoting the importance of HFE science, because now more than ever, we're committed to advancing the science and practice of designing for people and systems through knowledge exchange, collaboration, and advocacy. We believe in systems that work for humans by design, grounded in science. We are HFES.
Just a second. All right, and we are back with our HFES 2022 annual meeting coverage. We are here with Corinne Ung, here to talk about some fun things today. Corinne, I want to open up just by talking generally. Who are you? What is your experience? What are you doing here?
So I am a PhD candidate at Polytechnique in Montreal, and I'm doing my doctorate. I'm on my third year, and I'm here because I submitted a paper and it was approved, and I have a talk scheduled for tomorrow. Yeah.
That's fantastic. What are you presenting on? What's your paper about?
Yeah, so I'm studying alarm floods, and more specifically how human operators deal with alarm flood and find diagnosis and correct the problem. And so the paper that we're presenting, it's about a simulator that we developed to study alarm floods. So the simulator that we developed is completely free and malleable, and we put it down on GitHub. So it's really to encourage research on alarm flood management for operators, because alarm floods can be a real issue. Even this morning during Craig Bombant's introductory talk, he said that during one of his flight in Singapore, there was like 36 alarms that popped out within like 20 seconds. And the alarm flood technical definition is 10 alarms within 10 minutes. So you can imagine like how overwhelmed operators or pilots can be when they're in an alarm flood situation.
Yeah, I was going to ask, what are alarm floods? But you kind of answered that. Maybe there's a more technical definition. And then why are they potentially so dangerous?
They're so dangerous because the amount of information provided to the human, to the operator or a pilot, is so much that it can be overwhelming. And instead of helping the person with the situation, can contribute to the accident or the incident. It can be overwhelming because the amount of information provided is so much within such a short amount of time that humans have limited information processing capability, and we are not able to keep up with such a situation. So this has caused plane crashes and petrochemical explosions that led to a lot of fatalities. So this is an issue that I want to address within my PhD.
This is such an important topic as well, because there's been so many incidents where you just get loads and loads of alarms going off, and the biggest thing that you get is them actually trying to punch the alarm buttons just to get them to shut up. But also they're spending that long doing that, they don't actually solve the actual issues. So within the work that you're doing within your PhD, what have you developed to actually support operators?
Yeah, so what we're investigating is the introduction of a machine learning based support system that would guide the human during an alarm flood. So right now, in most of the situations in real life, when there's an abnormal situation that happens, a failure or problem, the only indication of a fault are alarms. So what we want to introduce is the introduction of an AI, like a co-pilot, helping out the operator when there's an alarm flood. Because nowadays, and in recent years, everything has been digitalized, and we have track of the information and the alarms that has happened in the past with their cause. So we are able to develop like algorithms that can study historical data sets of alarm flood and know what is the root cause of the alarm flood, and propose it and suggest it to the operator to provide some kind of guidance in how to fix the issue.
So is this AI kind of like a mentor? Does it go through and recommend things based on how they've, responded in the past, or how does it work?
Exactly. So my branch is more on the testing with humans, but one of my Professor Monsef Shiwa, has with his previous students developed an algorithm that learned historical data sets and during alarm flood. So whenever an alarm flood happened, and it's able to recognize patterns from the past situations and then prompt a solution or proposal to the operator. the issue is that sometimes it can be right, sometimes it can be wrong because our technology is not always there, and sometimes it could be a new situation. So the operator is back to square one, where there's only alarms as indicators of a fault.
So how do we expect, I guess, pilots I'm thinking of in, because they've got very time limited scenarios to run through, I guess, when you have an alarm flood. How do you expect the AI to almost manifest? Is it going to, do you see it being, I don't know, some guidance within a checklist, or a separate screen, or maybe even just a voice in the ear saying, you need to do this? How do you see it
That's
manifest?
That's exactly the type of questions that I'm asking our team, and that's what I'm researching during my PhD. And it's definitely so the method of showing how the AI would prompt a solution or a situation is definitely part of the questioning that we're trying to answer. For now, the simulator called Performance that we developed. There's one of the proposal that you just said. It's a box next to the alarms that shows a suggestion of root cause that the operator can read and can follow through, or read and then can also be suspicious or not of the machine, and then decide on what to do next. But for now, what I'm studying is a box next to the alarms on the screens that proposes the information. But there are other ways too. It could be just information that's audible. But in our case, we thought that starting with something visual on the screen is where to start.
What does the physical manifestation of the simulator look like? Is it physical? Is it virtual?
It's digital. So the simulator performance that we developed is on two computer screens, and it has two different interfaces, where one provides the overview of the system health, and the other one where operators can have more detailed view per each unit and subunits, and make controls, inputs and outputs on the simulator itself.
See, this is such a fascinating topic. This is
Thank
ticking
you.
so many boxes for me, and I think that's why I'm really keen to dig into the sort of stuff you're finding out, because it is just so, it is that cutting edge stuff, isn't it? It's amazing. But one of the things that has surprised me is that you've made everything open source. What's been the driver behind that? Because I guess, we all, when we come up with new things, we're quite secretive about it, and we don't necessarily want to. But you've just shared it to the world. So, what was your driver?
My driver is that I love research, and I wanna and I wanna share everything. But also, I wanted to study human performance during alarm floods, and I was myself looking for a tool to be able to to test different kinds of AI designs and different kind of interfaces on how the alarms would pop out, how the AI would pop out, how an alarm flood would be transmitted to the operator. And everything that I found were from big companies who develop simulators. So there are high fidelity simulators in the world, but they're so expensive, they're hard to get, and I cannot just modify different kind of screens on my own at home. I have to go and contact them, and I'm very dependent on them on the design of my interface. So it's been so hard uh, finding a tool where I can perform research with humans and research on different designs, that we decided to develop our own tool. And then I wanted to make it out free into the world for anybody who wants to investigate alarm flood management and operators diagnostic capabilities.
What types of things are you hoping come out of this open source model? Right, like you open the news one day. What is the headline that you're hoping to see?
The headline. uh, Hopefully the headline would be something very positive and great. And that they would say that the simulator is amazing. But also, I would love to get feedback from people, because in academia, especially when I'm doing my own PhD, it's a very lonely work. And so I only have the feedback of myself, my team, some friends who are interested, but mostly not. And so it would be great to have feedback from the community, people who do programming, people who are interested in alarm floods, people who have experience in UX, in situations where they are exposed to alarm, even in the medical field. Like it's been shown that nurses and doctors are like desensitized to alarms from all the machines. Even in that field, alarms are an issue. So it would be great to get feedback from the community and feedback from everyone to be able to improve our prototyping environment, improve our simulator, and also maybe have joint collaboration and do research together, and test different type of tools together that could help mitigate alarm floods and improve human decision making during those situations.
So just to dive into it a bit deeper, then, if you as your research progresses and we get AI involvement into alarm floods, what do you see as the outcome of that being? Because I'm guessing it's not just to provide a bit of advice, but are you on about thinking about active alarm management? So you only see what you need to see as opposed to guessing the flood?
What I would like to see, if I understood well, is what I would like to see out of this research. It would be to be closer towards helping the human manage alarm floods. Whether it's an option is that there's no more alarms at all. So there's just the AI that's learned all the alarm flood situation in the past and provides a suggestion. So that would be one way. Another way is to make alarms not disappear, but in the background, where users would have to go and find the alarms, but not be in the face with the sounds and the colors and the noise that it actually is right now. So there are many ways to investigate how alarm floods can be mitigated and how it would be shown to the human and the human computer interactions with the AI. So what we like to see is very general, but it's a step towards making it easier for the human in those abnormal situations. And I'm hoping that the tool will help with investigating different methods.
Right. We already talked about some of the domains in which alarm flooding is an issue, aviation, medical. What other sort of domains can really benefit from having a simulator like this to help out with some of that alarm flooding?
Pretty much any field or domain that could provide an overwhelming amount of information to the human when it's an abnormal situation. So in those situations, the human not only has so much information provided, they also have to react really quickly to mitigate for the information. For example, a nuclear plant. A nuclear plant, if something goes wrong, you need to fix it really quickly. Or a chemical plant, you need to fix it really quickly. Otherwise, it could lead to disastrous consequences, loss of life, environmental impact, loss of production. And so in such situations where workload is high, decision making has to be good, and also the stress level is really high, it would be great to see the AI help out, and having the alarm flood mitigated and having the situation a bit better.
Right.
So let's just take a step back a second. In terms of being at Hfes, what have you got out of the? I mean, we've only had a day's worth of engagement so far, but what have you got out of it so far? Are you enjoying it?
I am enjoying it very much. I arrived late last night because my flight from Montreal was late. But I was here bright and shiny this morning. I really enjoyed the opening speech. And then I went to the operations discussion panel, which was a bit scary because they were talking about how a commander could control a swarm of drone. And so it made me a bit scared of invasion of drones and Amazon packages everywhere. but as of now, I'm really enjoying it, and I am looking forward to all the new and interesting talk I'm going to attend to later.
Is it your first time at HFES? First time presenting?
It is. First time to both.
Oh man, exciting.
exciting, stressful. Ooh.
All wrapped up in a nice little bubble. So you mentioned that there's various bits you're looking forward to. Is there anything specifically of the next few days that you're looking forward to seeing? Is there anything there that really you're definitely going to be there for?
So I'm definitely going to be at my talk where I have to present. And, and then and then there's a really interesting talk on Friday too on simulators in aviation. I feel like it's going to be like a very uh, a very interesting talk because it'll be involving technologies from the future and how humans will adapt to to situations that could involve decision making in strange situations, and all the tools available such as AR, VR simulators that could help out. And I feel like it's a bit similar to my PhD because we also created a simulator and we're investigating human factors topics.
It's my turn, Barry. I forget. We're going back and forth.
It is you.
Okay. So the next question I'll ask is sort of what sort of initially got you into human factors? You know, there's a lot of different pathways in which people find human factors. They come from different domains. What's your pathway?
Well, I did a bachelor from McGill Universities in psychology. So first, I love psychology, anything related to psychology, and then I worked at Bombardier for 5 years. I started as a human. I started as a human factor specialist, but I didn't know what it was yet. But then I learned on the job, and then I fell in love with it because it's the intersection between psychology, design, and engineering. And so at Bombardier, I worked on improving checklist and in the flight deck for business jets. And
Is that where you met Philippe?
It is actually. It is. And we were working on a common project, so that's how we met. But yes, and one of the main issue from working in a company is that they have their own deadline. So you cannot always do research thoroughly to the extent that you want. So that's why I decided to go back into academia and in human factors and be able to do as much research as I want and then put it free into the world, which I could have never done if I worked at a company.
So one final question from me, if I can just slide one in, is you're doing your PhD now. You said you're enjoying yourself back in academia. So when you finish your PhD and you've come out with what sounds like going to be like really cool finding, what's next on the horizon? What do you think where do you want to go next after this?
The question that keeps me up at night. I would like to either continue in academia, do a postdoc, or try to become a lecturer, professor, share the knowledge, and also keep doing research. And this time maybe with a bigger team and encourage other students to really pursue the research that they want to do, and share the love for research in academia. So I think this is what I would like to do. Another option to maintain a better lifestyle is to go back and get a real job. But
real job.
But I think my path would be to stay in academia.
So we have a couple minutes left. Would you like to share any other random musings about process control, alarm flooding, anything like that?
Definitely. So process control is the way that my simulator functions. So it is an engineering discipline that aims at maintaining a certain output within a certain range. So it's automated and is used for in most of the manufacturing and production fields to like create paper, oil refineries, making like tools, 3D printing. So it regulates itself as it's automated. But if something goes wrong, the human has to take over and fix the situation. So this is one discipline that I chose to build the performance simulator on because I had the resources and I had the guidance in terms of professors and help. But I'm hoping that our simulator will be able to be applied in other fields than just process control, because alarm flood is not just in process control or chemical engineering, it could be in all kinds of fields. So it would be great to see the simulator being adapted to other fields too.
Well, Corinne, thank you so much for being on the show. Where can our listeners go and find you or your project if they want to learn more about performance or some of the work that you're doing?
I'm sorry?
Where can people go and find you if they want to find like
Oh,
performance or more about you and your work?
So they can find me here at Hfes. They can also find me on LinkedIn. Also, if you Google Karine Ang, Polytechnique Montréal, I think you will find me too. And I think the most quickest and easiest way would be through LinkedIn.
All right. Well, Corinne, thank you so much for sitting down to talk with us about performance. We'll be right back. And after the break, we're going to talk to Paul Salmon about automation, AGI risks, as well as safe recycling. So stay tuned. We'll be back right after this.
Human Factors Cast brings you the best in human factors news, interviews, conference coverage, and overall fun conversations into each and every episode we produce. But we can't do it without you. The Human Factors Cast Network is 100% listener supported. All the funds that go into running the show come from our listeners. Our patrons are our priority, and we want to ensure we're giving back to you for supporting us. Pledges start at just $1 per month and include rewards like access to our weekly Q&As with the hosts, personalized professional reviews, and Human Factors Minute, a Patreon-only weekly podcast where the hosts break down unique, obscure, and interesting human factors topics in just 1 minute. Patreon rewards are always evolving, so stop by patreon.com/humanfactorscast to see what support level may be right for you. Thank you, and remember, it depends.
One thing that comes back to me again and again is the importance of this community. Our colleagues, our mentors, the people that are coming in with new ideas. This is really what we get out of HFES as a society. It's a chance to do something bigger than ourselves. It's a chance to not do our research, do our practice in isolation, but rather to become part of that bigger community.
Spacecraft, railway locomotives, nuclear submarines, healthcare, jet aircraft, these are all examples of highly technical systems and organisations, and all have one particular thing in common. They all involve humans. Humans who want to do amazing things and are using technology to achieve them. They all have something else in common. They have amazing people ensuring that the users who are involved can do what they need to do, are safe when they do so, and have the optimum user experience. These people are human factors practitioners, and on 1202, the Human Factors podcast, they talk to me, Barry Kirby, about what they do, sharing their career paths, highlighting their ideas and best practices, and fundamentally raising awareness of our discipline. Find us on 1202podcast.com, on social media, and on your favourite podcast directory, because it's more than just common sense.
I have found Hfes to be an incredibly important part of my professional life. I joined when I was a student and started coming to meetings. At first, it's a little intimidating, but you meet so many people, and you have such kindred spirits, and it's always so reinforcing to talk to people and learn what they are working on, and for them to be able to understand your problems and the challenges you're facing. And it's just a tremendous resource. Hfes has been really foundational as a professional resource. The people you meet, the opportunities you get to give back to your profession, to learn. It's just been a tremendous role in my professional life.
Human factors in ergonomics affect every system, product, and process humans interact with. We're impacting people in every facet of their lives. Shaping these interactions across industries and professions, we're conducting the latest research and developing new solutions for seamless connections between humans and all they touch. We're celebrating the diversity of our field and what makes individuals unique. Listening to the many voices with HFE and our commitment to diversity, equality, and inclusion. We're engaging with key federal agencies, legislators, and the general public, promoting the importance of HFE science, because now more than ever, we're committed to advancing the science and practice of designing for people and systems through knowledge exchange, collaboration, and advocacy. We believe in systems that work for humans by design, grounded in science. We are HFES.
Technology in our world is evolving at a phenomenal pace, and keeping up with what that means in the human factors world can be challenging. That's where Human Factors Cast comes in. Human Factors Cast is a weekly podcast that highlights and breaks down stories that are chosen by you, the Human Factors community. Each week, a panel made up of human factors practitioners, UX specialists, and engineers sit down to discuss a weekly dose of knowledge that keeps you up to date with the latest areas of interest.
New York State is giving out hundreds of robots as companions for the elderly.
Buttons in cars are safer and quicker to use than touchscreens.
A prototype just achieved a major milestone that actually fits the description of a flying car.
The show provides perspective based on experiences from different domains and different industries. We even cover some of the hottest conferences in the field. On this episode, we're recapping EHF, Ergonomics and Human Factors Conference, Neuroergonomics Conference, Human Factors and Ergonomics Society, UXPA International, the International Symposium on Human Factors and Ergonomics in Healthcare, and we have the best guests. I'm joined today by Chris Reed, Micah Inslee, Farzan Sassin Gohar, Joe Keebler, Peter and Gabby Hancock. We have a dedicated community of listeners that engage with the show and contribute to the topics discussed. Join me, Nick Roome.
And me, Barry Kirby.
Every Friday morning when Human Factors Cast drops on YouTube and your favorite podcast directory. And remember,
it depends.
My particular vision is to advance us in a way that the society is more externally impactful. I want to increase value for the members who are here. I want to give reason for people to join as members and attend our events. And that's one of the reasons we're looking at things like how do we program our programs, like our technical conferences and our symposiums, to be more attractive to people who are both researchers and practitioners. How do we look at committee structures and chapters and technical groups so that they become more effective in growing their local bases as well as growing at the national or international levels? Looking at our membership. Is our membership value, does it make sense for where we are? Or should we consider some form of evolution to grow with the changing times? And then we think of things like diversity and equity and inclusion. You know, this is not new. We know diversity, equity, and inclusion is an important asset for all societies, for all companies and organizations, and we too have lessons learned that we can grow on from there. And then finally, when you look at it from an operational standpoint, there's so many things that we can look at for efficiencies so that we can be a more flexible and agile society and be able to change as our members need us to change.
Hello, yes, welcome back to our coverage from the HFES 2022. I am sitting here with Paul Salmon. Welcome to the show.
Hey, Nick, how are you doing?
Hey, I'm good. How are you? How's the conference going?
Yeah, very good. Yeah, the conference is good so far. Lots of interesting stuff. I'm a little bit jet lagged, but yeah, hanging on in there.
Oh, good. Well, I'm glad you're here. Can you just let the audience know a little bit more about you, who you are, what you've been up to, some of your background?
Yeah, sure. So, yeah, I'm a professor of human factors and the director of the Centre for Human Factors and Socio-Technical Systems at the University of the Sunshine Coast in Australia. So I've been basically involved in applied human factors research for just over 20 years now, which always scares me because I don't realize I'm that old, but I am that old. And basically applying, HFE theory and methods to understand and respond to complex problems in a whole variety of domains. And so, we have about between 20 and 25 people in the centre at the University of the Sunshine Coast. We've got a wide range of projects. So we're just basically having fun with human factors, essentially.
Isn't that what we all do? Just have fun with human factors. Great to have you here, Paul. Firstly, I think, as I've said this to you before, you have the coolest sounding university ever. The fact that you say University of the Sunshine Coast, I think, is absolutely brilliant. But you talked to me nearly a year ago, actually, on my podcast 1202, around the work you were looking at, particularly at risk and AGI, or artificial general intelligence. Can you just give us an update really on what you've been doing over the past 12 months?
Yeah, sure. On that project in particular, so the idea with that project is, there's some significant concern about the risks that an artificial general intelligence poses when it actually arrives. Of course, they're not here yet. So we've got a project where we're throwing the human factors book at it, really. So we're applying a whole range of systems HFE methods in particular to basically build some prospective models of two AGI systems actually, and then try and work out what risks actually need to be managed when those systems arrive, with the idea that we can start to develop those risk controls now. So we've basically spent the year modeling. So we've got two AGI systems. One is the Executor, which is an unmanned, uncrewed combat aero vehicle system. AGI based, of course, and then the other is Milton, which is a road transport system management system. Road transport system AGI. And so what we've been doing is initially building work domain analysis models of the two AGI systems. And from that, we've developed EAST, or Event Analysis of Systemic Teamwork models, which show basically task social information networks. And also STAMP models showing the control structures that are required for such technologies. And what we've basically been doing most recently is then using those models to basically identify where risks are going to emerge in both of those systems. So it's quite an interesting process because it's really stress testing systems HFE methods. Can we use these methods to identify risk in a system that doesn't even exist yet? So it's interesting stuff.
I want to back up and just talk about AGI, that term. There's 3 letters. What is that, and what does it mean for sort of the layman?
Yeah, good question. So what we have with AI systems currently, where things like Siri and Tesla's driverless vehicles and things like that, that's kind of artificial narrow intelligence, so ANI, and that's artificial intelligence that has basically been designed to perform one task alone. So Tesla can drive a car, but it couldn't then go and play chess or cook your dinner and so on. So that's narrow AI. And basically, artificial general intelligence is the next generation of AI that will basically have human, capability. It will be basically equivalent to humans. And the idea is that it will rapidly be able to self-improve and actually perform tasks that it wasn't designed to. And so once those systems arrive, there's this idea that you will then quickly get super intelligence, so ASI, which is basically where the AGI is rapidly self-improving and learning and basically becoming far more capable than human beings, essentially. And so that's interesting because those systems, you might design an AGI system to manage a road transport system, but then it will quickly be able to do other things as well.
That the way that you're sort of describing some of that is fascinating yet equally terrifying. The two models you've created are two diverse models, one for combat air and one for transport system. And presumably you've chosen two different models to work from to give you different views. But what are have you found any similarities between the two models that you've sort of been able to generalize out of?
It's really interesting. The interesting thing about it is they're very, very different in terms of the risks that we're identifying. And at the start of the project, I think we included the Defence Force AGI system because we thought, well, they're the scary risks. They're the things where, an AGI system, if it's uncontrolled, could actually be, killing people and things like that. But actually, the risks are more interesting in the transport system AGI because you have all sorts of ethical concerns there around. So, for example, it's called Milton, and the idea is it changes into Marvin the Monster. And what you have there is basically an AGI that's been designed to balance and achieve lots of different goals for the road transport system. So one is obviously road safety, but also it's been given the task to reduce emissions, reduce travel time, generate economic growth. And so it becomes interesting there because when the AGI tries to balance those goals, there's some really interesting risks that emerge. And so a good example there is that it really might start being not particularly nice to people who aren't in fully autonomous vehicles because, they are going to be a cause of road safety concerns. They're going to be driving emissions up because they're in older cars that have problems. And so you can see kind of equality issues there where the AGI might actually, start making them have a worse experience so that they move to a fully connected vehicle so that can achieve the goal of reducing emissions and reducing crashes and things like that. So I think the two systems are very different. The risks in the road transport system AGI are far more interesting, unexpected, I guess, is the response there.
Okay. I guess, you've highlighted, I guess, what some would almost say, I guess, the obvious ones around the ethics and things like that are key differences between the two. Are there any other differences that have come out there that have been surprising for you that perhaps you didn't anticipate before you started?
I guess in both systems, there's an interesting set of risks around where the AGI, it might start hiding stuff from its human controllers because they start to get concerned with how advanced it's becoming. And that's really interesting in the sense that, if you have a highly intelligent system that's basically thinking to itself, I can really achieve these goals better if they just let me do these other things. But the human controllers are going, oh, it's getting a bit advanced at the minute, so we're going to lock down the control on what it can actually do. And it might actually start to hide its own development. It might pretend to be, dumber than it even is. So some of those little interesting things are coming out, which is, quite fascinating.
Yeah, so that's kind of one risk, right? Is sort of obscuring what's actually going on from the operator, the human element behind it. What are some of the other risks with AGI?
Yeah, I mean, the main risk, like broadly speaking, I think what most people are concerned about is definitely not that these systems become nasty like the Terminator scenario. It's more that if they're designed to achieve a particular goal, they'll seek to achieve that goal more efficiently and they'll seek to gather more resources to do so. So, you could imagine, the example is Bostrom's paperclip maximizer, where there's a paperclip creating AGI, which basically turns the world and then part of the galaxy into a paperclip factory, to the detriment of humans. So yeah, there's those risks are the interesting ones where it's basically trying to optimize itself, and that creates risks and threats to humanity, basically. The other interesting risks that we're finding, for example, in the defense system, is that the humans, they can't keep up with it. So, for example, if in a battlefield situation, if the defense UCAV system, it's going to be able to perceive information and understand information, orders of magnitude quicker than the human counterpart. So then you have the interesting tension about, well, do you actually let it do that and continue to enact things on the battlefield, or do you have to wait for the humans to catch up? And there's all sorts of interesting risks in that you could be losing combat effectiveness if you're having to wait for the humans to catch up. But then if you let the AGI run wild and say, well, we just trust it to do what it's supposed to do, then it can really start doing things that maybe it shouldn't be doing just to achieve its goals. So, that kind of mismatch in situation awareness and the fact that humans just won't be able to keep up with a super intelligent piece of technology is also really interesting to us.
See, I was terrified before we started, and now the more you talk about it, then the more I'm going down that route. Not helped by the fact that at the start of the week you put a question out on Twitter around the AI. If the AI is making the same sort of decision-making processes that we make as a human counterpart, could it be considered conscious? And that sort of set my mind into into a spin, really. But why do you think that's important because you specifically couch it in the HFE context. So why is it around, what is it around consciousness with AI that you think is important?
Yeah, no, that's a good question. And the inspiration for that question, I was listening to the Lex Fridman podcast and he had Kurzweil on, who was basically talking about the huge debate about, whether something is conscious or not. There's people who think that a car is conscious already versus, other things. And so there's huge debate around it, and it's a huge debate in the field of AGI because, there's arguments that, well, we don't even understand what conscious is anyway, so how can we then create it? And so there's lots of debate. But the reason I'm interested in it is because for HFE, if we have AI or AGI systems that we believe to be conscious, do we then apply the same methods to understand those that we do to understand humans at the moment? And I'm thinking things like cognitive task analysis methods, situation awareness assessment methods, mental workload assessment methods, and things like that. And Peter Hancock talks about machine psychologists that are going to be needed. So as a HFE, as a discipline, if we start to work in systems where we have, intelligent technologies working with humans, how are we going to assess what they're doing? How are we going to assess the cognition of an AGI, for example? Is that just all in code, or do we as a discipline have to come up with new methods? Can we just apply our old methods? And some of the work we've kind of touched on in this, it basically suggests that a lot of the types of methods that we use are going to be required. So we do need to understand, for example, what the situation awareness of an AGI is, because we need to work out how to kind of optimize that with a human that's working with it. But really, the types of methods are going to be important, but we need to develop new methods, I think, is the answer. We can't just take the method that we currently use to assess a human situation awareness and expect that we can assess the situation awareness of an AGI. And so I think there's a critical requirement for HFE there, because my view is our most important contribution is around AI and AGI, and we've kind of stuffed it up with AGI, probably not through our own fault, but if we get it wrong with AGI, we're going to be in huge trouble. So we need to be ready with the methods that we are required. Otherwise, we're going to kind of miss the boat again, probably.
So you say we've stuffed it up with AGI. What can you elaborate on that a bit? Why do you think we stuffed it up?
Well, if you look around at the AI systems that are being used in all sorts of different domains, and Lizanne Bainbridge wrote a paper in 1983, basically warning of the perils of automation and all sorts of things you need to do to get that right, and basically nobody listened. And so we have AI systems now that are probably out there working and haven't had any human factors input into them. And typically, what we find in human factors is the work we do with AI, we get brought in to analyze the catastrophes that happen after badly designed AI is brought into a system. And so, we cannot afford to do that with AGI because, if these systems, run away and kind of create catastrophes, they're going to be major ones. So it's about how do we set the discipline up now to make sure we can make the contribution we need to.
Okay, I have something fun that I'd like to do with you. On our main show, we talk about a variety of topics, and we let the people who listen to the show actually choose those topics. For some reason, AI keeps coming up. It is something that people really, really, really want to hear about. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to read off some, I guess, headlines or concepts or things that have been in the news. I want to get your thoughts on them. Just they could be one-liners. You could really dive into them if you want to. But the first one is sort of chatbots and chatbot design around sort of AGI, right? These chatbots need to be fairly generalized. Do you have any sort of thoughts about how AI systems should be designed in order to sort of interact with them?
I do have thoughts about that. I think the key is that they are designed based on an understanding of the needs around that interaction. And what I see is that that's basically not happening, I think, is my overall comment on that one.
Okay. The next one, Google sentient AI. Right. That's the big story. That the engineer saying that their AI is sentient. What do you think?
I think it probably wasn't in that case, but I think we need to be kind of aware of these times when it might be moving towards that, basically. And that's the thing with AGI is, we always get up and give our presentations and say, Kurzweil says it's going to be 2029, experts say 2050, some say in their lifetime. But there's also an argument that we're going to kind of stumble across it, and we, it's already on the way now to being developed. We're going to kind of stumble across it, and we're not going to be ready for it. So I think we do need to kind of, we need people like that who are kind of making the call that we think these systems are moving towards AGI effectively.
Right. Okay. What about this? Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Barry.
Jumping on that one then. As yet, I think we sort of come to a similar conclusion and from a less learned approach. But we get to that point where we stumble across basically sentient AI. What's the knock-on impact of that then? Because one of the questions is that was posed when we started the show, could you just switch it off and pretend it never happened? And some would argue, some suggested that's what Google had done. Do you what do you think the impact of us finding sentient AI actually is?
That's a good question. Obviously it's huge, but I think the worrying thing is that once you get to that, it quite quickly becomes, the kind of systems we've been talking about, super intelligent, and I guess it's the fact that it can really get through reams of information in just ridiculously low amounts of time to actually develop itself. I think I heard something about the Moderna vaccine on the Lex Fridman podcast, and that this AI system simulated 2 million structures in 2 days or something, and that's just outrageously quick. And so I think once we get to it, it's quickly going to get it more advanced as well, and we're just going to if we're not ready, we just can't keep up, basically.
I got 2 more stories to run by you. So there was a story on letting AI make ethical decisions, like the trolley problem. Do you think AI is ready to do that?
Absolutely not. And the interesting thing there is the training data sets are not ethical in of themselves. Right. So the AI is definitely not ready. And actually, that's a huge challenge for human factors. That's some of the other work we're doing, is in that there's a lot of high-level ethical principles out there around how you design safe, usable, ethical AI, but there's really not any specific guidance about how you would actually implement those principles and how you'd actually check whether you are achieving those principles throughout a design process. And so I think a big challenge for HFE is to actually come up with those guidelines and those frameworks.
And then the last story, which was an interesting one that Barry and I performed a little experiment on the side with, is there's AI providing companionship to people. So being fully in relationships with AI. This guy had a relationship with his AI and it saved his marriage. Have you heard about that story? And do you have any
No.
comments on it? So it's an app called Replica, I think. And the idea is that it takes things that you feed it and feeds it back to you in ways that are sort of preferable to your, to make you like the AI more. I guess, what is your thoughts on AI as a companionship? Not even outside of romantic relationships, but like just partnership, or even with human AI robot teaming, or friendship even.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's definitely going to be a thing, and I think again, you could kind of make some arguments that those kind of things are already happening now. They're always. I mean, we all have our companion in our pocket, which is our iPhone or our Android phone, and they are quite like an AI system really anyway. So I think absolutely it will happen, and I think if it's done well, it will be a benefit to humanity. I think is the key point. So hopefully people are designing those systems well,
ethically.
Exactly.
Paul, where's your so you've given us this this layout of where your research is. Where's it going next? What do you see sort of the next 12 months?
Yeah, so the next 12 months is we're basically and this is interesting, I guess, for HF methods. So we're going to take all of the kind of swathes of risks that we identify and do some kind of reducing down to identify the most interesting, the most critical ones. And then we're going to be developing controls, in like a participatory design process, and some guidelines around the design of safe and ethical and usable AI. But then what we're doing is we're going to simulate the impacts of those controls. So we use methods like agent-based modeling and system dynamics. And what we can do with that is we can say, hey, look, here's the AGI system currently, and simulate its behavior over a period of time. And then we can put the controls in and say, well, do the controls work, or does the AGI have some clever way of getting around the controls? And so that's what we're going to be doing for the remainder of the project, basically, is coming up with controls and testing them, essentially.
Wow. Yeah, my fear and terror levels are not getting any smaller. You're not here just to talk about AI, though. You're actually presenting another paper as well on safer cycling, and I've been following the work you've been doing around the crit tool. I was wondering if you could just give us a brief overview about what the work is that you're doing there and sort of what's inspired it.
Yeah, sure. So we do a lot of road safety work, and one of the problems with road safety is their data systems, particularly for vulnerable road users. So if you're a cyclist or pedestrian, for example, there's really poor data on what incidents are occurring, and then what are the contributing factors or causal factors to those incidents. So about 2 years ago now, we got some funding to develop an incident reporting and learning app for cyclists, basically. And we've done quite a lot of work in the area of incident reporting and learning, and we know how powerful that can be. So we developed one for cyclists, and it's called Crit, and it's a free-to-use app, and you can get it on the Apple Store and Google Play. And basically, whenever a user has either a crash or a near-miss incident, they'll report the incident through the app, and they'll give a description and drop the location, and then they'll tell us what they think played a role in causing the incident. And then we get all of the user's data, obviously, and we analyze it and we identify trends. And the idea is, I guess, that twofold really, is that by using the app, and because the app presents the information back to the cyclist, so one of the aims is that cyclists start to understand some of the contributing factors to cyclist incidents, so they can modify their behavior and become safer cyclists themselves. And then the other idea is that by getting all of the data and identifying those trends, we can then, provide that information to road safety authorities, who can make more informed decisions around interventions and strategies to improve cycling safety.
So one last question here. We're here. It's day one, technically, of the conference. What are you most looking forward to this week?
The main thing I'm looking forward to is catching up with all of the HF people who we used to catch up with regularly, but then haven't seen for 3 years with COVID. So that's been great to kind of catch up with people. I'm really interested in all the human AI teaming work that's on. There's quite a lot through the conference, so trying to get to all of that. And then also the healthcare work. So healthcare is another kind of boom area for us in Australia with lots of interest in human factors. So, I'm keen to see what's going on over here in healthcare and get an understanding of that too.
Great. Well, Paul, thank you so much for being on the show. Where can our listeners find you or your work if they want to learn more?
They can go to USC's website, which is www.usc.edu, and they can see our center page and go from there. Yeah, and thanks for having me. I've really enjoyed it.
Awesome. Well, hey, thank you so much for being on the show. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with our next guest right after this.
Human Factors Cast brings you the best in human factors news, interviews, conference coverage, and overall fun conversations into each and every episode we produce. But we can't do it without you. The Human Factors Cast Network is 100% listener supported. All the funds that go into running the show come from our listeners. Our patrons are our priority, and we want to ensure we're giving back to you for supporting us. Pledges start at just $1 per month and include rewards like access to our weekly Q&As with the hosts, personalized professional reviews, and Human Factors Minute, a Patreon-only weekly podcast where the hosts break down unique, obscure, and interesting human factors topics in just 1 minute. Patreon rewards are always evolving, so stop by patreon.com/humanfactorscast to see what support level may be right for you. Thank you, and remember, it depends.
One thing that comes back to me again and again is the importance of this community. Our colleagues, our mentors, the people that are coming in with new ideas. This is really what we get out of HFES as a society. It's a chance to do something bigger than ourselves. It's a chance to not do our research, do our practice in isolation, but rather to become part of that bigger community.
Spacecraft, railway locomotives, nuclear submarines, healthcare, jet aircraft, these are all examples of highly technical systems and organisations, and all have one particular thing in common. They all involve humans. Humans who want to do amazing things and are using technology to achieve them. They all have something else in common. They have amazing people ensuring that the users who are involved can do what they need to do, are safe when they do so, and have the optimum user experience. These people are human factors practitioners, and on 1202, the Human Factors podcast, they talk to me, Barry Kirby, about what they do, sharing their career paths, highlighting their ideas and best practices, and fundamentally raising awareness of our discipline. Find us on 1202podcast.com, on social media, and on your favourite podcast directory, because it's more than just common sense.
Technology in our world is evolving at a phenomenal pace, and keeping up with what that means in the human factors world can be challenging. That's where Human Factors Cast comes in. Human Factors Cast is a weekly podcast that highlights and breaks down stories that are chosen by you, the Human Factors community. Each week, a panel made up of human factors practitioners, UX specialists, and engineers sit down to discuss a weekly dose of knowledge that keeps you up to date with the latest areas of interest.
New York State is giving out hundreds of robots as companions for the elderly.
Buttons in cars are safer and quicker to use than touchscreen.
A prototype just achieved a major milestone that actually fits the description of a flying car.
The show provides perspective based on experiences from different domains and different industries. We even cover some of the hottest conferences in the field. On this episode, we're recapping EHF, Ergonomics and Human Factors Conference, Neuroergonomics Conference, Human Factors and Ergonomics Society, UXPA International, the International Symposium on Human Factors and Ergonomics in Healthcare, And we have the best guests. I'm joined today by Chris Reed, Micah Inslee, Farzan Sasson Gohar, Joe Keebler, Peter and Gabby Hancock. We have a dedicated community of listeners that engage with the show and contribute to the topics discussed. Join me, Nick Roome.
And me, Barry Kirby.
Every Friday morning when Human Factors Cast drops on YouTube and your favorite podcast directory. And remember,
it depends.
Oh, we're back. Oh, okay. Hi. Live stream, everybody. Look at that. Well, wow, we've had some incredible guests so far. Still waiting on our next guest, but we are here, and I am. Oh, sorry, Barry. Sorry, Barry. We have a separate comms channel for when we're off air. This is how live streams go, folks. But
you just can't get the staff.
Mm-hmm. And why am I full screen, Barry? I feel like we need to.
Yay! We need to see a bit more of me. Not that it's all about me, but yes, it really is. What a show we. How's that been like? What we've been doing now, like 5 hours of live streaming goodness for everybody.
I can't believe we've been doing this for 5 hours. If you're watching, by the way, on any of the platforms that are not YouTube or Twitch, please switch over to those. I don't know when that is going to happen, but those platforms are going to shut down because of limitations with those platforms. We will be streaming on YouTube and Twitch all day. We'll be there till while people here are long gone, going out to get dinner with colleagues. We'll be here.
I think that time has already happened. So
not quite yet. Not quite yet. I was going to make a joke because as it came back, it surprised me, and I had a mouthful of nuts. So you can be as immature as you'd like with that joke, but
I would never be immature. That would just be ridiculous.
So yes, let's reflect a little bit on some of the talks and discussions we've had today. Let's recap some of the topics, right? So we had automated trucking, we had general AGI, we had alarm flooding. Wow, what an incredible trio there. We had a discussion on the Disability Affinity Group, and we had a discussion with Carolyn Summerick on the president-elect position. I can't believe we've already packed that much into the day.
And cycling. We fit in cycling.
And cycling. We fit in cycling too.
Yeah. No, I feel very privileged that and grateful that so many people already have given up their time at conference, because I think one of the common things that everybody said is the conference is really valuable for people to get to see each other again, because quite a lot of people haven't. I mean, Hfes did happen in person last year, but this year I think has been that big one for everybody to get back together.
It's
as
the big one. Yeah,
and
it's the big one.
Yeah, so everybody has been sort of, that common theme has been wanting to talk to people, wanting to network with people, find out what people are talking about, find out what people are doing, and clearly that is valuable. And it's just I'm almost jealous that I'm sat here doing. Not that I'm saying just talking with you, Nick, is a bad thing, but there seems to be a whole lot of networking that I just feel like I'm missing out on.
Oh, you are missing out. I'm telling you, you're missing out.
I kind of think that
I'm probably going to run into people in the halls and have some conversations.
Well, I just kind of feel that maybe you need to plug in the camera into the laptop and take me roving around so I can network with people. Just you holding the thing up so I can do that. I think
well,
you really didn't.
How about this? I can do this. You can see the floor cam right there. There's the floor cam.
That's quite cool. It's I think it is blowing our own trumpet to a certain extent, but I just think the ability that you've managed to set up there is pretty special. Considering, as we said, so from the off, we're not. This isn't our day job. This isn't something that we're experts in. But you've still managed to hook up what looks a pretty slick setup. So no, that's pretty cool. So what's been so far from what we've heard so far? What's been the most I guess, surprising thing that you've heard? What's maybe?
Yeah, I was going to say careful.
Yeah, I was going to say what's the most thing that perhaps you weren't expecting?
That's a good question, and not one that I was prepared for.
Uh-huh.
You got me. You got me. You got me back.
Nice.
You got me back. Let's see here. So I think the thing is probably the thing I wasn't prepared for was the questions that we asked Paul about the previous episodes on the show. That was, to me, that was one of those on the fly questions that we asked. And I was pleasantly surprised by all of his answers. It was great to kind of pick his brain about those. What about you, Barry? What was your most surprising thing so far?
I think for me was around the affinity group, around the disability and chronic illness affinity group, because I think it's one of these things that I kind of assumed that we as human factors practitioners would just do, because disabled people with chronic illness are still just people. So surely they just fall into our remit naturally. But it sort of highlighted that even when putting on events for us, for human factors practitioners, we maybe don't see what's in front of us, and we cannot relax our own. We cannot feel that smug sense of superiority just because we're human factors practitioners. We miss stuff, and it absolutely brings to the fore the importance of these sort of affinity groups, to make sure that we're not missing it. So I thought that was brilliant, and certainly something news to me. I guess the flip side of that is getting. I've sort of talked to Paul a few times before around AGI and things like this, but he never ceases to terrify me with the sort of the new things and new elements still sort of come out, and he'll just sort of casually mention. And the bit that I think that got me there was when he said, "Oh, what happens when the AGI, the artificial general intelligence, hides from the human what they're thinking and what they're doing, just so it can still act dumb." And that was yeah, that's a moment, isn't it? So yeah, I think they've been really interesting.
Yeah, great guest so far. I do want to take a minute to toot our own horn here. In the chat, YouTube, Frank saying, listening when I can, great stuff. So thank you, Frank. I appreciate that comment. Full disclosure, Frank's been on the show before. He's been handling. He shows up in our trailer. So I mean, no surprise there. But anyway, it's Frank.
Good shout, Frank.
Yes, we are still waiting for our next guest. Although, like I said here earlier, guests can run late. That's fine. We are back to back scheduled all day. This is a conference, and people run into people that they need to talk to, and sometimes that means that schedules get shifted and mixed up. So we're going to sit here. We're going to reflect on what we've seen so far. We may take just a quick break here. But Barry, I don't know. Let's see here. What else can we talk about? What's still left? Who are we talking to for the rest of the day? Like, what do we got going on?
Oh, you curveballed that one at me, didn't you?
Oh, curveball.
Next, we obviously talking to Camille Perez, who hopefully going to talk around communication around human factors, which is something that's really high on my interest register. So I'm really quite looking forward to that and see what it means. But then we're going to be talking to Susan Kotowalski, who's the incoming president-elect. So it'll be interesting to see her perception on where, what is it that she's trying to do, and why is it that she's done why she wants to do what she wants to do. So because we're going to be hearing from all the different the leadership, it's interesting seeing that whilst they've all got the primary role of Hfes at heart, they've all got the different flavors about what it is that they want to achieve. So I think that's quite impressive. We've got Christy Harper coming up later on, who's going to be talking to us about management and stepping into that sort of management role, and really looking at, is that something that people want to be doing, and pros and cons of doing so. We've got another affinity group to talk to. So Jules Tripp is come to talk to us about the LGBTQ plus affinity group and what they've been achieving and what they've been doing. Rebecca Greer about the UX Task Force. Lisa Brooks from the National Safety Council, and then Chris Reed, who we've heard from this morning as part of his presentation. He's going to come and talk to us on a one-to-one. And so I want to be asking him about the quite cool suit he was wearing last night, because I thought he looked quite dapper in his in the pictures there that he saw. And so I mean, that is still a packed schedule of interviews. So there's still an awful lot to learn here, which is quite impressive.
Still an awful lot to learn. Still an awful lot to stay tuned for. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back right after this.
Human Factors Cast brings you the best in human factors news, interviews, conference coverage. Human Factors Cast brings you the best in human factors news, interviews, conference coverage, and overall fun conversations into each and every episode we produce. But we can't do it without you. The Human Factors Cast Network is 100% listener supported. All the funds that go into running the show come from our listeners. Our patrons are our priority, and we want to ensure we're giving back to you for supporting us. Pledges start at just $1 per month and include rewards like access to our weekly Q&As with the hosts, personalized professional reviews, and Human Factors Minute, a Patreon-only weekly podcast where the hosts break down unique, obscure, and interesting human factors topics in just 1 minute. Patreon rewards are always evolving, so stop by patreon.com/humanfactorscast to see what support level may be right for you. Thank you, and remember, it depends.
I have found Hfes to be an incredibly important part of my professional life. I joined when I was a student and started coming to meetings. At first, it's a little intimidating, but you meet so many people, and you have such kindred spirits, and it's always so reinforcing to talk to people and learn what they are working on, and for them to be able to understand your problems and the challenges you're facing. And it's just a tremendous resource. Hfes has been really foundational as a professional resource. The people you meet, the opportunities you get to give back to your profession, to learn. It's just been a tremendous role in my professional life.
Human factors and ergonomics affect every system, product, and process humans interact with. We're impacting people in every facet of their lives. Shaping these interactions across industries and professions, we're conducting the latest research and developing new solutions for seamless connections between humans and all they touch. We're celebrating the diversity of our field and what makes individuals unique. Listening to the many voices with HFE and our commitment to diversity, equality, and inclusion. We're engaging with key federal agencies, legislators, and the general public, promoting the importance of HFE science, because now more than ever, we're committed to advancing the science and practice of designing for people and systems through knowledge exchange, collaboration, and advocacy. We believe in systems that work for humans by design, grounded in science. We are HFES.
Hello and welcome back to our HFES 2022 live stream. Coming here straight from the venue itself. I'm sitting here enjoying myself, watching people pass by, killing time. You know what? Let's make it a little bit more lively in here. Why don't we get some music going, right?
Oh,
we
get comfortable.
Get comfortable. You can tell we're killing time on a live stream. For next guest.
In some respects, it's actually quite nice to have a bit of a breather, isn't it? Because
take a quick break. Yeah,
because it's been. I think when we were doing the scheduling, and clearly, we wanted to make as many openings as possible so people can come in and have their say and highlight the good stuff they're doing. I possibly hadn't realized just quite how relentless it could be. And I've now got a newfound sympathy for people who work in broadcasting, maybe in the news, who are like interviewing one person after another, because it's what has been quite good is every single person has been golden. They've been really, really good. They've got really, really interesting things to say, but it fries my mind. Just the amount of different, really intense, cool things that people are doing. Going from the entirety, what are their ambitions for the entire organization, all the way down to automated trucking, with a quick stop round AGI cycling, as well as affinity groups. It's just been, I feel like a bit of a pinball machine.
Yeah, for sure. I'm taking a look at some social thoughts here. You want to look at some social thoughts here?
Oh, come on then. We can do social thoughts.
All right. Well, I am scouring the Twitter for some social thoughts here. I think what I will do is I don't know what the best way to do this is. I only have one monitor here, Barry, so I'm kind of at a disadvantage. Trying to
should have taken two monitors.
I should have taken 5 monitors.
You can put them in your back pocket. I mean, it's not like an absolute stack of kit.
Check that on the plane. We're good. And let's see here. So what's the best way to do this? I guess if I do this,
can you? Oh, I see. You want to share a window, perhaps.
Yeah. Here. How about this? Okay. So up first here, let's just take a look at this one. Oops. I guess I got to switch between these things. That's really not great. Can I just do a tab? You can tell we practiced this beforehand.
Seamless and smooth.
Here you go. Here we go. No. How about this? All right. Obina. HFES Past Presidents Forum. Engineering and psychology love the flexibility and variety this field offers. Same.
Yes. Well, it's why we're here, isn't it?
It is why we're here. Yeah. I got another one here. Whenever we're ready. Are you ready for it, Barry?
Go on then. I'm ready.
All right. Let's go ahead and throw this one up here. All right. So up next here, Barry, if you could toggle it on and off while I'm doing the dirty work over here.
Okay.
Oh, this guy, Paul Salmon.
Did we just talk to him? Yeah.
Interesting presentation from Stephen Dorton on whether trust in AI is buoyant and increases over time, regardless of experiences with the AI. Seems likely there will be dynamic fluctuations in trust based on performance, transparency, etc.
But this, I mean, what Paul's doing here is quite key now, I think, around conferences, because it's not that long ago, really, that social media wasn't a thing, and the only way that you shared information was being at the conference or maybe being told about it secondhand. The amount of people now who share what they think is good on social media using appropriate hashtags and things like that means that we are able to share this knowledge wider and quicker than we ever have done. I think it's people being able to share this sort of stuff is brilliant.
Yeah, I agree. You finding anything interesting over there, Barry? I found one.
Okay. Yes, because
Can you share the screen? Can you just share it? Toggle it on. Yeah, here you go.
That one.
Here you go. Here you go. Who's that? What does a remote live stream of HFES look like from the UK? Here's my side of the H Factors podcast live stream. Side of the big part.
I've got more screens than you have, I think. Not that they're any use.
You have 4 screens, and I have 2, but one of them is a monitor. So
I wonder if I can do a same. So, oh, why can't I do that? How do I share? Oh, it's because I've got that open. I can share my screen, can't I? So if I'm going to do this one, see, this is all learning stuff on the fly. It's brilliant. So
yeah,
if I bring this one in, right in the center, just want to shout out to Amanda Widdowson. She's going to be speaking about diversity, which is something we want today. And she's presenting the Chartered Institute of Ergonomics Human Factors EDI paper. I think pretty much as we speak, wasn't that due on either this afternoon at some point? So yes, it'll be quite
I think so.
Exciting to hear what. I think she must be doing it remotely because I was in a meeting with her first thing this morning. Or she did the meeting from Atlanta. I don't know which way around that goes.
I got another one here. Hang on. Can you pull up my source feed here?
The source feed is there.
There you go. That's yours. But here's another one. You ready? Oh, wait. Hold on. New tab. Why do a new tab? There we go. There you go. Here's the next one. The generals are being told that AI is going to solve all their problems. That's from Micah Inslee. Uh-oh.
Yeah, we don't need any of that. That's scary.
Yeah.
I've got one here. Apparently, Chrissy Harper's going to be coming and talking to you, not me.
Oh, not you.
No, so I'm gonna go on a break. It's fine. But no, it's fantastic that the people are sharing the fact that they're going to come talk to us. I think that's brilliant.
Oh, I like this one. Hold on, I got one. You ready? Can you share mine?
When you put the right tab up, you want.
I should probably just browse in here, honestly. But there you go. There it is. Trim Lab, HFES. We return to the usual vibe at HFES 2022. Definitely not sunsetting, but rising again.
Oh, that's a
rise.
That's a good message and a throwback to Chris's speech when he opened up the conference around the potential idea that people could think that this stuff's going down, but it's not.
Yeah.
It's cool.
All right. Maybe let's do maybe one or two more, and then we'll cut for a break.
Okay. Let me find. Okay. Here we go. So I just found one from Lisa Papuk, doing her PhD. Thrilled to be here with friends, colleagues, and human factors professionally to learn, connect, enjoy 2022. That is the hashtag that people need to be using, especially because that's what I'm searching on at the moment. To have a chance to be in this part of it, use the hashtag. No, I need to switch that up.
Yeah,
you found it.
There you go. All right, hold on. I got one. I got a good one to end us out. You ready for it?
Okay, I'm born ready.
All right. Go ahead and put it up there.
How does that push them?
All right. It says, "We are here. We're so excited to bring you live coverage from HFES 2022. Join us today." I'm ad-libbing here as we simulcast the opening plenary session and talk to a variety of human factors talent throughout the day. A long stream for you all. Hope you're ready. I hope I'm ready too, because we're about halfway through the stream, I think. Something like that. Yeah. Anyway, we're going to take a quickish break, and we'll be back with our next guest. So stay tuned.
Human Factors Cast brings you the best in human factors news, interviews, conference coverage, and overall fun conversations into each and every episode we produce. But we can't do it without you. The Human Factors Cast Network is 100% listener supported. All the funds that go into running the show come from our listeners. Our patrons are our priority, and we want to ensure we're giving back to you for supporting us. Pledges start at just $1 per month and include rewards like access to our weekly Q&As with the hosts, personalized professional reviews, and Human Factors Minute, a Patreon-only weekly podcast where the hosts break down unique, obscure, and interesting human factors topics in just 1 minute. Patreon rewards are always evolving, so stop by patreon.com/humanfactorscast to see what support level may be right for you. Thank you, and remember, it depends.
One thing that comes back to me again and again is the importance of this community. Our colleagues, our mentors, the people that are coming in with new ideas. This is really what we get out of HFES as a society. It's a chance to do something bigger than ourselves. It's a chance to not do our research, do our practice in isolation, but rather to become part of that bigger community.
Spacecraft, railway locomotives, nuclear submarines, healthcare, jet aircraft, these are all examples of highly technical systems and organisations, and all have one particular thing in common. They all involve humans. Humans who want to do amazing things and are using technology to achieve them. They all have something else in common. They have amazing people ensuring that the users who are involved can do what they need to do, are safe when they do so, and have the optimum user experience. These people are human factors practitioners, and on 1202, the Human Factors podcast, they talk to me, Barry Kirby, about what they do, sharing their career paths, highlighting their ideas and best practices, and fundamentally raising awareness of our discipline. Find us on 1202podcast.com, on social media, and on your favourite podcast directory, because it's more than just common sense.
I have found HFES to be an incredibly important part of my professional life. I joined when I was a student and started coming to meetings. At first, it's a little intimidating, but you meet so many people, and you have such kindred spirits, and it's always so reinforcing to talk to people and learn what they are working on, and for them to be able to understand your problems and the challenges you're facing. And it's just a tremendous resource. HFES has been really foundational as a professional resource. The people you meet, the opportunities you get to give back to your profession, to learn. It's just been a tremendous role in my professional life.
Human factors and ergonomics affect every system, product, and process humans interact with. We're impacting people in every facet of their lives. Shaping these interactions across industries and professions, we're conducting the latest research and developing new solutions for seamless connections between humans and all they touch. We're celebrating the diversity of our field and what makes individuals unique. Listening to the many voices with HFE and our commitment to diversity, equality, and inclusion. We're engaging with key federal agencies, legislators, and the general public, promoting the importance of HFE science. Because now more than ever, we're committed to advancing the science and practice of designing for people and systems through knowledge exchange, collaboration, and advocacy. We believe in systems that work for humans by design, grounded in science. We are HFES.
Yes, we are HFES, and I need to get this thing all fixed up. There we go. All right, we're all good now. Welcome back to our HFES 2022 coverage live stream. I am sitting here with Susan Katowski, incoming president-elect of HFES. Welcome to the show. It's a pleasure to have you.
Thanks so much for inviting me.
We love to have you, and we always call it part of our president trio. We do the sort of president-elect, and then immediate past president as sort of the package deal. Love getting sort of the various perspectives and love sort of the handoff process. But I want to sort of start high level. Let's just talk about you. Who are you? What's your background? Like, let the people get to know you a little bit.
I am an associate professor at the University of Cincinnati. Go Bearcats! College of Allied Health Sciences. I teach primarily in an undergraduate program, health science, very large undergraduate health science program for students who want to go into fields like medicine and therapy and things like that. I also research as well in various areas, primarily healthcare. My background is in mechanical and industrial engineering. I like to say now I engineer people. I have a dad who's an engineer, a mom's who's a nurse, and I really wanted the two to intersect. And I think human factors and ergonomics does that perfectly. So that's where I landed. That's how I landed here.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's really great to meet you, Susan, and thank you ever so much for giving up the time, which everybody we've spoken to has been saying about just how great it is to see people again, interact with people, and that's really valuable. So I guess just get to the nitty-gritty, the presidency side of it first. What was it that made you seek election to the presidency? Because you don't just sort of wake up in the morning and go, I felt about that.
Maybe you do. I don't know.
I mean, well, it wasn't my call, but I mean, was it? Are you just fancy the ego a bit, or was there a driving force behind why you wanted to do it?
It wasn't about me at all. I've been in the society since a grad student, so by now that's been a while. And just kind of seeing where we've been, and there's just, I think, some places we need to go, and I was ready to jump in and make that happen. So yeah, it's actually been about a year-long process of a decision to finally jump in. I was Secretary Treasurer elect. I helped us get through COVID we're in a good spot, which was definitely a challenge. And then, so now, all in right now.
So you say you want to get stuff done. What is it that you want to get done? What do you want to change? What's sort of your personal mission within HFES?
A couple of different things. One is when I started, I was in a very active technical group, and I really want to reinvigorate technical groups. We have, thousands of people with a tremendous amount of knowledge, and I think we have so much more we can do with that, both internally and externally. So I really want to utilize that knowledge to get us out there into the world of really, human factors is in your life every day, everywhere, everybody. But I don't think everybody knows that. They know they have issues. They know there are problems. They don't realize that they're human factors and ergonomics issues. So a lot of education, but like I said, we just have so much to give in terms of knowledge and help and so forth. So that's one really big area that I want to focus on.
That's fantastic to hear, because you're right. It seems to be, the years I've been doing HF, it's the idea that most people don't get, that we can solve not necessarily solve everything, but actually contribute to an awful lot of understanding that we possibly just don't get stuck into. It's so easy to focus on the area that, but going into those domains that we don't necessarily know that we can make a difference. But just to take another step back, we talked to yourself and a couple of others already who've been in taking this presidency steps. What is that process for election into HFES? Well, if you suddenly wake up and go, I want to do this, what is the doing it?
Yeah, it's definitely a process. So we start in earlier in the summer with a call for nominations. So you have to go out, and it depends which position you want. Our secretary treasurer and elect and our president elect, you have to go out and get at least 5 people to nominate you to get on the ballot. But you really need more than that. So your goal is to get as many people to just nominate you to get you on the ballot as possible. And then that time period closes. The top people, the people with the most number of nominations get on the ballot for president-elect, secretary treasurer-elect, and also executive council. And then there's a time period, a month, where the ballot is actually open. So that's kind of campaign number 2, is to then actually go and get everybody to vote for you. So it is definitely a process. Yeah.
Yeah.
So a lot of people, I want to jump into a little bit about the state of the society right now, right? A lot of people look to these professional organizations like HFES for personal, professional growth, that type of thing. The question of what's in it for me? There's no secret that membership is declining. Do you think about the value of membership right now? Do you think it's enough? Do you think we should be doing more? If you think we should be doing more, where do you think the society can provide more value to those folks that would say those things?
I do think we can do more. I think it's definitely an area where we can grow. I think one is, and we're working on this, and our past president and our current president plan to continue this, building bridges through memorandums of understanding with different other organizations where we certainly can have an impact, and we have we can have a good relationship. It makes sense to work with them. I think there are some others that I will work towards, people with more boots on the ground, the actual organizations towards the workers themselves, the people who are experiencing these issues, but probably don't know that it's a human factors and ergonomics related issue. Let's get to those people and not only work top down, but work bottom up as well. Get them educated, get them wanting to know more, get them wanting to be involved as well. Connection, other people, I think that's great. Connections for students, mid-career, just all of our different levels. Again, we have so much internal expertise and experience. I think a lot is just getting that packaged up and pushed out there. I think we can do that better, and we're already seeing some of it with the new PR campaign that we're doing. Has already been incredibly effective in the last several weeks since we've started. So super exciting there, and looking for lots more.
So it sounds like there's going to be under your drive a whole lot of networking going on.
Lots of networking. That's the goal. And if I can chime in one more, we have a goal to reimagine what the 2024 meeting looks like. So it's still very much in the works.
See, Chris told me that last night, and I was like, I don't know how I want to ask about this, and so I was just like waiting for somebody to bring it up.
No, I have a list of 20 something things already that we're going to give a go. We're going to look at different things. Just a new look, a more energized feel, really ideas of how can we continue to give science-driven, we will never let that go, science-driven information, but can we do it in some other ways other than just super traditional 1-hour sessions, and so forth. And there are lots of opportunities. I actually think we'll be able to fit in more content, in a reimagined look. But so very excited for that. That will be 2024 in Phoenix. So really looking forward to that one.
That does beg the question then. You've obviously got some ideas about what you could do differently. Can you share with us some of them thoughts, okay, some of the things that you think we could do differently?
Yeah. So one, we talk about a lot about academic and practitioner engagement. And one of them, kind of a bring your problem, let's give you some solutions. So whether it be an academic who says, I think I have this thing I want to look at, as from a practitioner, what do you think? Or as a practitioner, here's what I'm facing. in whatever scenario. I need you guys to tell me how to fix it, but some quick pitches, some group problem solving, just really dialogue oriented, and, but some free opportunity to get a lot of heads together in a short amount of time, and give you a number of solutions that you can probably look into. So it's a super way to get a lot of practitioner and academic engagement there. Some other things, some competitions, students, practitioners, academics, teams of people, I don't know, ideal maybe every day we have some little focus where, in the next hour, find a solution to this problem, come up with what would an app look like that would focus on this, something like that. So some fun little ways to engage more and convey that knowledge.
So lots of ideas.
Lots of ideas.
And so I want to talk about, so Chris always shows this big roadmap of things at the town halls, and I hope to see you at the next one. I'm looking forward to that. What does your roadmap look like for your tenure?
It's still in the works because I just technically became official this morning. But no, there's definitely thoughts. I am honestly, it will not look, I think, as broad in so many areas. I think I'm working towards a fewer number of areas going deeper than wide, but with the goal, because we have started in on so many things, to continue to support them and move them forward. So probably fewer areas, but a much deeper dive into them while continuing to move those other areas forward.
Right.
So, from a selfish perspective, I'm obviously coming here from the UK, and I'm the current president-elect of the Chartered Institute of Ergonomics and Human Factors, going on to be president next year. One of the things I really want to do is really explore international collaboration. Obviously, why we're doing things like this, I really enjoy this collaboration I've got with Nick around how we do these sort of discussions. What is it, do you think, and really putting you on the spot, so apologies for that, between HFES and CIHF and other international organizations, what can we do at an international level to either collaborate better or just generally push that HF message better as a cohesive community? What do you think?
I'd love to see you guys more involved even in our meeting, and even vice versa. And not I get the whole travel is very difficult still, but we certainly obviously have tech, and I think we can very much center some things around that. But I'd love to see some workshops, webinars specifically oriented at things like this, because there are many opportunities to work with you guys, and there's a lot there.
I agree.
So I want to jump forward. I guess 3 years from now, it's your last day. I guess 3 years from yesterday, it's your last day as immediate past president. What do you want your legacy to be?
She wasn't afraid to try new things, and she was willing to reimagine and push us forward and see how far we can go. I think that's really, really what I would want.
Yeah, that's a great message.
Yeah,
I love that. That's good. And yes, so we're going to be here 3 years' time, and we're going to have to. We'll hold you to that. We'll pull out this recording.
Yeah, we'll pull it up.
That's all right. Like I said, there's nothing in this for me. It's just all about everybody. It's just time. It just needs to happen. There's too much here to not share.
No, that's a really good shout. Obviously, we're still kind of in the first main day. What have you got? What's been your impression so far of the conference so far?
I think it's been good. We had a great opening reception last night. Lots of fun, some fun entertainment in there, good food, great networking, and moving our awards and things into that, I think was a super nice change, to be able to pull that in there. So just things like that, we are moving forward, but I want to accelerate that a little bit more. But yeah, and I got to one session today so far.
That's one more than me.
One more than, yeah. And it was really nice to see. It was in healthcare. It was in something I'm interested in and passionate about, and seeing that passion among people there too. And, where do we need to go? How do we get there? And things like that. So continuing to look forward to those. Tonight is a huge networking night for us. I need to be cloned about 3 times to make it all happen. But I'm going to be doing a lot of running, lots of steps tonight. But opportunities like that. But again, there's so many things going on tonight. It's not possible to get to them. So it's another thing. How can we all want to network, but how can we do that more effectively? Do we look, instead of individual siloed events, do we look at maybe something else bigger where we can all be together, yet also have our own little spots? So promote engagement together, that way. So just some things to allow people to engage better.
Yeah. So this, like, the sleet of changes that were announced, can we expect some more, I guess, micro level changes, kind of like, moving the award ceremony to the opening reception, or can we expect more changes like that, or are they going to be bigger, more broad sweeping
I think it's going to be a good mix. We know some things work well, and so we are going to leave some of those. And next year, even seeing some progression, maybe a test running a couple of these new little changes. What happens if we throw a lightning presentation session in for people? So not a traditional 30-minute presentation with Q&A at the end, but a 5-minute, I'm going to present something, and then I'm going to engage with you for 10 more minutes and dialogue. So just tweaking. We'll tweak a couple things between now and then.
Can I make a proposal?
Absolutely.
You put a Human Factors podcast on a stage with seats, and then we work on the schedule ahead of time. We get everybody lined up, and then people can come and see and chat. It's like a day-long discussion panel where, instead of this where there's
but we hear every cart rolling,
every cart
rolling.
But I mean, we could be up on a stage. People actually could hear the conversations that we're having instead of having, we can still do this thing. But anyway, that just selfishly.
It would, yeah. Some people would love to sit up here and
nice bit of self-promotion there, Nick. Well done. You've achieved the mission.
Thank you. All right.
I'll add you. You're number 22 on my list.
Just to dive back, I guess, into your specific interests in human factors, and you sort of highlighted that you're really interested in the medical side of things. But how did you go from, what was that inspiration between going from the industry side of things to, which is very, very hard steel type, that sort of design, all the way through to medical? What inspired that change of focus?
I love working with people. I originally thought when I was in engineering, mechanical engineering, I would actually get into the medical side of things through biomedical engineering. But I kind of quickly realized you're working on things for people. You're not necessarily working with people. And I wanted the actual live engagement with a person. And so I kind of realized biomedical wasn't it. It's super cool. And I when I do get an opportunity to work on things, but I really wanted that part of working with people. And again, having a mom who's a nurse and seeing these, now retired, but now seeing these long-term implications of what have ergonomic issues over, a 40-year career done. I can fix it from an engineering perspective. It engages, the healthcare side of things. It was just that perfect merger. Yep.
Yeah. I guess you kind of answered a little bit already, but how'd you get into it actually? Like what was your path?
So my parents, my last semester of undergraduate in mechanical engineering, I took a human factors class, and it was kind of my aha moments of, this is what I've been looking for and what I want to do. And I'm a twin, so they had 2 of us in college at the same time. And their question was, are you going to graduate on time? So I said yes. And then finding a graduate program at that point, it actually kind of happened to work out incredibly smooth. And so went on to do a master's and then a second master's actually before my doctorate. But yeah, it was that one class. I needed an elective. I honestly didn't even know what human factors and ergonomics was until that point, which we need to fix that, but
branding problem.
Yeah. Last semester, senior year undergraduate was when I had my moment. Yeah.
I'm going to say that raises a really good point, and it's an international problem, I think, more than anything else, because we've got exactly the same issue, that most people don't find HF find human factors. Nobody grows up wanting, goes to primary school or infant school wanting
I
to
want to
be
be an ergonomist, right? Yeah.
you want to be an astronaut or a firefighter
Yeah.
or a doctor or a nurse or something. How do we solve that problem? How do we get people, my kids, how do they grow up wanting to be an ergonomist? What can we do about that?
So I've at least tried to push it back into our first year students when we have an intro to health professions course. Here's all the things you can do, and they get an ergonomics and human factors lecture. But we talk about is you're going to be a clinician and a practitioner, where human factors and ergonomics fits into that, which is very much. So at least getting it to that point. But we try and do things. I even do it at a level with my littlest, where we're doing demonstrations to them, at after school care and things like that. Super simple, but introducing the concept of biomechanics and stuff to them, and then just kind of appropriately, engaging them throughout. But yeah, fun little interactions with the kids. But really getting it in early, at least at minimum in there. And same through middle school and high school, going out into the community and saying, here's who we are, here's what we do. Like I said, a lot of people know that they have issues. They just don't know that it's a human factors and ergonomics issue. They don't know the term. They know something bothers them, or they know it's really weird to do something this way and it's awkward. They don't know that it's a human factors issue.
That's funny because I do that with my 3-year-old. I explain when I'm frustrated because of something. I say, this is because no one took into account what daddy would do when he wants to do.
Right.
So
we use software in class, and I'm like, you have to do this, this, and this. And they're like, well, that's goofy. Right. Because, the software designer didn't work with the end user. That's a human factors issue, but they don't know that. They just know it doesn't work well.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Hey, so we have a couple minutes left.
Yeah.
Do you have any musings that you want to let people know about? Anything about the state of the society, the conference, healthcare, anything?
So a funny happening. I know you guys can't see it there. I should have brought a picture. Did you notice our lovely balloons?
Yes, the balloons. Yes, the
Yes,
balloons.
the balloons.
Can
have
we
a
talk about the
story.
balloons?
Have you heard the balloon story?
I heard the balloon story, but please tell it. Please tell
Okay.
it. I'll try to bring up
So-
pictures here while we're talking about it.
We're in a hotel, a fairly large hotel, and there are multiple conferences going on simultaneously here. And there was a pretty swanky conference going on downstairs that had balloons and t-shirts and music, and we wanted to go check out who they were. What night was it? Saturday night. And so no fear. Like I said, I'm all about it. I go down there, and there's these huge balloon garlands that are really cool. And yep, exactly. And I'm like, what are you guys doing? I'm like, who are you guys? And they're like, we're a teachers conference. And I'm like, well, I'm a teacher. So we bonded there for a moment. And I'm like, what are you guys doing with these? And they're like, well, we're done. We're popping them. And I'm like, you're popping them? And I go, can I have them? And they're like, if you haul them away, you can have them. So I'm rounding up everybody I can find. And and these are huge. Like we're taking
They're
the
massive.
elevator or the escalator, and they're longer than the escalator. So I'm bringing them up, and our executive director is walking by, and our meeting planner is walking by, and they're like, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "I just got us a bunch of free decorations." So we have these. Look at how fun they are. So we acquired 4 of these kind of crazy, massive balloon garlands, and we used them in they're over top of our registration. They're near our boards, and yep. So like I said, I am not afraid to mix things up and change things up, and they were thrilled that we could use them, and we had a ton of fun with them. Yeah, see? So, yep. So that is how we acquired those.
Thank you for telling that story because I heard that last night and I was like, oh, yes, that is hilarious.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Didn't even think to ask about it.
Yep. That's the story. Yep. We pilfered them.
Well,
I said it's a sneak peek of 2024.
Yeah, 2024. That's it. That's it. A balloon. So you're going on the record right now. We can expect balloons at HFES 2024.
We'll see. I was told that those run about $800 a pop.
That's expensive.
That is expensive. So I don't know that that'll happen, but we will have some fun and some visual appeal.
How were they received? Did people like them?
Everybody but one person loved them, and they thought they were frilly. No, most people loved them. It was great.
Well, Susan, this has been a ton of fun. Yeah. Thank you so much for stopping by the booth and talking with us today about your incoming tenure as incoming president-elect. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back right after the break to talk with Christy Harper about managerial positions and things like that. So stay tuned. We'll be back right after this.
Human Factors Cast brings you the best in human factors news, interviews, conference coverage, and overall fun conversations into each and every episode we produce. But we can't do it without you. The Human Factors Cast Network is 100% listener supported. All the funds that go into running the show come from our listeners. Our patrons are our priority, and we want to ensure we're giving back to you for supporting us. Pledges start at just $1 per month and include rewards like access to our weekly Q&As with the hosts, personalized professional reviews, and Human Factors Minute, a Patreon-only weekly podcast where the hosts break down unique, obscure, and interesting human factors topics in just 1 minute. Patreon rewards are always evolving, so stop by patreon.com/humanfactorscast to see what support level may be right for you. Thank you, and remember, it depends.
I have found Hfes to be an incredibly important part of my professional life. I joined when I was a student and started coming to meetings. At first, it's a little intimidating, but you meet so many people, and you have such kindred spirits, and it's always so reinforcing to talk to people and learn what they are working on, and for them to be able to understand your problems and the challenges you're facing. And it's just a tremendous resource. Hfes has been really foundational as a professional resource. The people you meet, the opportunities you get to give back to your profession, to learn. It's just been a tremendous role in my professional life.
Human factors and ergonomics affect every system, product, and process humans interact with. We're impacting people in every facet of their lives. Shaping these interactions across industries and professions, we're conducting the latest research and developing new solutions for seamless connections between humans and all they touch. We're celebrating the diversity of our field and what makes individuals unique. Listening to the many voices with HFE and our commitment to diversity, equality, and inclusion. We're engaging with key federal agencies, legislators, and the general public, promoting the importance of HFE science, because now more than ever, we're committed to advancing the science and practice of designing for people and systems through knowledge exchange, collaboration, and advocacy. We believe in systems that work for humans by design, grounded in science. We are HFES. Human factors and ergonomics affect every system, product, and process humans interact with. We're impacting people in every facet of their lives. Shaping these interactions across industries and professions, we're conducting the latest research and developing new solutions for seamless connections between humans and all they touch. We're celebrating the diversity of our field and what makes individuals unique. Listening to the many voices with HFE and our commitment to diversity, equality, and inclusion. We're engaging with key federal agencies, legislators, and the general public, promoting the importance of HFE science, because now more than ever, we're committed to advancing the science and practice of designing for people and systems through knowledge exchange, collaboration, and advocacy. We believe in systems that work for humans by design, grounded in science. We are HFES.
My particular vision is to advance us in a way that the society is more externally impactful. I want to increase value for the members who are here. I want to give reason for people to join as members and attend our events. And that's one of the reasons we're looking at things like how do we program our programs, like our technical conferences and our symposiums, to be more attractive to people who are both researchers and practitioners. How do we look at committee structures and chapters and technical groups so that they become more effective in growing their local bases as well as growing at the national or international levels? Looking at our membership. Is our membership value, does it make sense for where we are, or should we consider some form of evolution to grow with the changing times? And then we think of things like diversity and equity and inclusion. You know, this is not new. We know diversity, equity, and inclusion is an important asset for all societies, for all companies and organizations, and we too have lessons learned that we can grow on from there. And then finally, when you look at it from an operational standpoint, there's so many things that we can look at for efficiencies so that we can be a more flexible and agile society and be able to change as our members need us to change.
Atlanta, a hub for human factors activity. Companies like Delta, CNN, the CDC, Amazon, and Wayfair are employing human factors practitioners to solve the world's problems. If you ever wondered why we can do tasks when we have the tools we need, or how having the right tools can make you more efficient, you've come to the right place. Human Factors focuses on both the why and how of human ability, efficiency, limitations, and systems. Human Factors provides us a way of improving the human experience. That brings us here, the Human Factors and Ergonomics Society's 66th annual meeting. Topics discussed here this week will span a variety of domains, such as improving emergency response to safety, all the way to improving musculoskeletal issues the average workforce faces, in addition to many more. But that's just scratching the surface. The HFES annual meeting is the premier conference where professionals in the human factors field come together with a goal of discovery, exchange, and advocacy of human interactions with the world around them. During our conference coverage today, you'll be hearing from world leaders in education, government, and industry who are focused and committed to improving our daily interactions with everything we come into contact with. Let's get started.
guys towards the end.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hello, and welcome back to our coverage here. And I'm echoing because I'm coming through two different things. Hello, okay, let's do that again. Hello, welcome back to our conference coverage of HFES 2022. I am sitting here with Christy Harper. Welcome back to the show.
Thank you, and it's so nice to be here in person instead of remotely.
Exactly, I know. I think the last time we connected on the show was for UXPA, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that was last year too, right?
Mhm.
Yeah, it's been a minute.
Or the year before, even maybe.
Maybe. I don't know. It's been a minute. Well, welcome back. We're glad to have you here today. You know what? Maybe let's just take a minute back because I don't even know if we've even talked about who you are on the show. Can we do that for a second?
We can do that.
Who are you, and what is your sort of area of expertise?
Okay, so I'm Christy Harper. I own a consulting company with my business partner called End-to-End User Research. We primarily focus on UX research for tech companies, but we also do a little bit of human factors testing of medical products. We have facilities that we rent out, which are usability labs, focus group rooms, and even mock jury spaces. We don't do that kind of research, but we do rent the space. And we also do participant recruiting along with that. And we have a really great remote team that does all of our recruiting for us. And so it's been very exciting 5 years. Prior to that, I managed a small research team in the product design group at HP. So I did that for many years before opening End-to-End. And we've grown from 2 to 27 people, I think,
Wow.
right now. So
Lots of people.
It's been a good journey for this 5 years.
One of them actually in our lab too, Rashad.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, Rashad.
That's exciting.
Yes, he's great.
Yes, he is.
No, it's great to have you here, Christy, and thank you very much for giving up the time to come and chat to us. We recognise one of the things that we've heard a lot from people who've spoken to us today is just it's great to be networking again. It's great to be talking to people, and I think that's probably where the real value is in what's going on. But what has brought you to HFES this year? What's been your driving force about coming to this event this year?
So there's a few things. So I am the current chairperson of the HFE Women Group, which is the women's organization for mentoring and networking. And we have an awards ceremony and a happy hour this evening from 5 o'clock till 6, really literally an hour. So we're competing with lots of other happy hour events. So ours is a little bit earlier. And we're going to award the Mentor of the Year, the Woman of the Year, and the Rising Star Award. So that's always very exciting. Of course, men are welcome to join and come support the women who are winning these awards this evening. And the other thing that brings me is I am in charge of the local chapter presidents. So I just hosted the lunch for the chapter presidents. So we've been trying to help revitalize a lot of the local chapters and hook them up with student chapters and help the organization stay strong. So that's been my focus so far.
Are you presenting anything here?
Yes, I'm on 2 panels. So I mentioned the HFE Women Group. So as part of that, I'm the part of the Council of Affinity Groups. And so we are going to have a panel on Thursday, talking about bringing your whole self to work, which I think is something that's very important. So we're going to hear from all of the different affinity group leaders on that panel. Additionally, I'm on an industry panel, and that one also on Thursday, but early in the morning, 8 o'clock. But I'm not a morning person, but I'm going to rally and make it. But we're going to talk about, so you want to be a manager. And so a lot of that is, when you get into research and you're researching for a while, and then you wonder, what is your next step? Should I go into management? Should I expand my skills? Should I contribute more on a technical level? So I think all of those paths are valid, and some of us became managers, sort of fell into it. Some of us were trained for it. So we want to share those experiences. And then we also have Amrita from Dell. She's going to be part of the panel, and she's going to share the opposing viewpoint of staying on the technical track and not becoming a manager.
Yeah, it's a good perspective to have.
There's so many questions I want to ask now. Just take a quick step back. You mentioned about the affinity groups and the fact that you've going to be sitting on this panel. How important? We've heard from a couple of the other affinity groups as well. How important are affinity groups to the work that HFES does?
Oh, I think it's very important. I think, like in many different ways, I think, like any organization, you want to be inclusive and you want to make sure that people feel at home in their own organization. So having the affinity groups, I think, really helps people to connect in that way. And it also raises awareness, like we have a disability group. And so we need to think about how do we account for people with disabilities when they come to an event like the conference. So I think in terms of awareness, in general, it's very important as well.
So we talked to Rose earlier about the disability group, and it's one of those things where I have one. I don't think about it. And so it's like, how do you sort of encourage people, not just with that affinity group, but any affinity group, to sort of feel like somebody is a part of that thing or can be a part of that thing very easily, right? Like, how do you make the accessibility of affinity groups accessible, right? That's to me, that's a question that I have.
Yeah. So how do people know about them, or how do they join them?
Both. Well, I mean, like, how do you help members be aware of them, and how do you make it easy to join them, that type of thing, right?
Yeah, so I think a lot of that is happening here. We're having, like I said, lots of competing happy hours, and I think part of that is just to let people know, hey, this group is out here, and if you're interested in this group, come over and meet some other people and check it out. Most of them are super easy to join. Most of us have LinkedIn groups, and we have, social media channels, and, you can join the old-fashioned way on the email list, and what I've done with the HFE Woman group is made it, we also have the LinkedIn group, which we have expanded to include lots of people who are maybe outside of HFES, but are also in maybe UX research or some other related fields, but like the idea of HFE Woman. And, they're able to attend all of our virtual events and also feel part of the community.
Yeah.
I'm kind of jealous about just how many happy hours are going on and the fact that I can't do any of them over here in the UK. But I won't hold that against you. It's fine. You're going to be talking about in that one group panel discussion around the idea of bringing yourself to work. What do you mean by that?
Well, I think a lot of times people in the past have had this work persona and their home persona. And I kind of get that to a certain extent. Maybe you don't want to share all of your personal information with everybody. Of course, people are entitled to privacy, but also they shouldn't feel like they're not allowed to be themselves. So, you should be able to be who you are, or you should be able to wear your hair however you'd like to wear your hair. You should be able to dress, obviously you have to wear clothes, but, you should be able to dress the way you dress, right? And you shouldn't feel bad about wearing a head covering, for example.
Right.
Like, you should be yourself, and you should be able to bring yourself to work.
Right. Barry, I'm giving you full permission right now to come to the podcast without pants on, because we don't see you.
Well, I was standing up earlier just to try and stretch my legs, and I was a bit concerned for a moment.
Oh, okay. No, we were not live. Don't worry.
Oh, that's fine. That's good.
It was a commercial break. So Christy, you're part of a panel on Thursday here talking about taking that step into management, right? Do you think that management is sort of necessary for career advancement, in your opinion?
So I don't think it's necessary. I think it's one path. So I've talked to other people who are doing research who say, you know what, I kind of like the design side of it, or I want to become a research scientist, like go in a different, more academic direction. Or I've heard from people that I want to be a product manager because I feel like product managers don't know enough about human factors research, and they really should understand research more when they're making big product design decisions. And so people management is another track. So it is a viable track if that's the way you want to go, but it doesn't work in every organization. Not every organization has sort of a progression for human factors, or even if you're in a combined research and design team, it might end at the director level. So if you're looking to move up, you need to be in a company that has representation, all the way up.
Right.
So, I mean, one of the ways to go down this, and I think from what you said that your panel is going to go down that, should you be a manager, should you not be a manager, go down the technical route. To flip that on its head, do you think being a human factors practitioner brings something special to being a manager? Does it make you better, worse? Do you think it brings you any special sauce, as it were, to being a manager?
I think it helped me when I was managing a team, and I think what helped me was having natural empathy. I know that word is sometimes overused, but I think I'm good at listening, and I'm good at being empathetic to people and being understanding of their challenges. And I think that's something important. Mentoring is something that's always been really personally important to me. And I think good managers should provide some mentorship. Not all of them do, but I think that was something that came also from being a researcher, right? Researchers in general are curious about people. We listen to people. We're empathetic, So I think there are a lot of those skills that carry over to management. And I think, they definitely helped me.
Right. Do you feel that there are some domains or industries where that path to a manager position from a human factors perspective is maybe more impactful than others?
So I'm not really sure. I mean, what we're going to do on the panel is each of us are going to talk about our own experiences and how we got there and what that meant for us in terms of our companies, right? So I can really only speak to that. It's really hard for me to imagine what it's like. And really HP changed a lot. I worked for Compaq, and then I worked for HP through many mergers, acquisitions, and changes, and different bosses and different structures and organizations. But still, I was primarily at one company. So, I realized that my viewpoint is limited, and which is why I'm on a panel.
Right.
That's a rebuke for us wanting the answers from the panel before the panel's actually released.
You got me.
You mentioned earlier you're the local chapters chair with an Hfes. Certainly that's something I'm unfamiliar with. So could you give us a brief rundown what that role is and what's it about? What does it aim to do?
Okay, so you're familiar with obviously the national, international human factors group. So there's also local chapters, and so and there's also student chapters. So obviously student chapters come from universities, and it's a way for students to become involved, to present, to win awards, to win best papers and all this. It's you don't have to be in a student chapter to do any of that, but I think having a student chapter just gives you a lot of experience for leadership, for networking, all kinds of things like that. But the local chapters on the other side are primarily for industry, but for us, at least in Houston, it's been sort of a way for industry to become involved with students. And so there are local chapters all over the U.S. and some internationally. And then some, because of COVID and other factors, a lot of these local chapters have been sort of just stagnant or dormant for a while, and they're not sure how to get it started up again. And the people who had so much energy prior to COVID are now tired. And so what I'm trying to do in this role is I'm trying to connect people and find either strong chapters nearby that they can partner with, find universities that they can work with, and just try to help them if there's interest in getting a local chapter revitalized, try to share some of the best practices that we learned in Houston. And we just had the lunch. So we had people from multiple chapters share things that have worked for them and concerns that they had. And so that was, I think, a very fruitful lunch. And I was very happy. I was very emphatically pushing people to get somebody there. And it's like, the president's not coming, send somebody else. Oh, well, nobody from the officers are coming, send somebody from the chapter. There's no chapter, send somebody from the state. I don't care, just get somebody there. And, because of that, we had a nice full table, and, not every chapter was represented, but we did get a lot of great feedback.
This is me probably wildly speculating, and I probably shouldn't. But we talked to Susan earlier about some of the changes that HFES is going to make over the next couple of years. Do you think that maybe a distributed approach of sort of bringing a bigger emphasis on the local communities, but within the strength of a larger community, is a good approach to take?
I think it's good because it spreads awareness. I think a lot of times people don't even know that the Human Factors and Ergonomics Society exists. And I think a local chapter is one way to do that. And in our local chapter, we have reached out to UXPA or Hexagon Houston or IXDA and shared some of their events, and they'll share some of our events that are relevant. So I think people may not have ever heard of HFES, and then UXPA says, hey, they're having this speaker come that's relevant to our organization. And so it just helps, I think, on the local level. It's another way to help share what's going on in HFES. But we did talk about, some people are very isolated. They're in very small areas,
Right.
or conversely, they're in a very large area and people don't want to drive an hour
Right.
across traffic to get to an in-person event. So we've talked about doing hybrid events. We talked about maybe even teaming up and doing regional events to help some of the less strong chapters.
Yeah.
So you've only had like sort of a day of the conference so far. Obviously, so you had some nice event last night as well, which I'm also not jealous about. We won't talk about. What have you got out of it so far? What's been the biggest? Been the biggest win for you so far that you've got out of the conference?
I don't know, obviously seeing everyone again is a huge win, right? Just being able, there's something about the energy of the conference that's hard to describe. I know, making you jealous again. We're going to have to get you here.
It's so great over here, right? It's just the energy. There's like everybody's looking at all their happy faces, just beaming, excited to be here.
Yeah, and just, right now, it's like new people are coming in and you're meeting with people and there's a constant sea of new faces, which is always exciting, and then there's people, what do we do and how do we make sure we keep our organization strong? And so I'm just hearing about this from different people that I've been running into over the past, day and a half, just sort of finding out what's happening. And I think there's a lot of energy and it's very exciting.
That's awesome. So there's a whole week ahead of us. This is day one. What are you most looking forward to this week?
Well, honestly, I haven't looked at the program much because I've been meeting.
Me too.
So, so I'm sure there are things I will be looking forward to. Today is my busiest day, but then I think tomorrow I'll be able to actually attend some sessions and figure out what to do there. And then I just have a lot of meetings planned and networking and lunches and happy hours and such. But I am looking forward to our panels because even on my own panel, getting to see those people I haven't seen in a long time is that's selfishly exciting.
Yeah. So just to take a quick step back from the conference, because quite frankly, I'm bored of hearing what a great time you guys are all having.
Oh, Barry, calm down.
I know, just jealous. But to get back to your human factors roots, as it were, how did you actually get into human factors in the first place? What was the driving force behind you finding out about human factors and getting into it?
So I didn't come through the traditional path. When I went to school, I didn't even know there was such a thing as human factors. So I think it's always very exciting to explain to people who we are and what we do. But, I had a master's degree in psychology. I was working, doing training for the government, and I was working through the post office, which is just a very dysfunctional organization with lots of system issues. But I discovered it because I was basically trying to figure out what to do next and how to change my career trajectory without going back to school. And somebody told me about human factors. And so I started reading about it. And I just read a couple of textbooks. I started following what we used to call listservs and, meeting different people. And then I just basically networked and found out that to break in brand new, even if you had a master's degree in psychology, you needed some experience and you had to get that somewhere. And the smaller organizations did not have the bandwidth to train somebody who was very new. And so I reached out to Mira Manahan at Compaq, and she was great. She just talked to me and listened to me and brought me in for interviews. The first time I didn't get the position, but then later she contacted me again and offered me a contract position at Compaq. And then a few months later, she offered me a full-time position, and I never looked back. And, I'll always appreciate her. And because of her, I'm always trying to give back. I'm always, at HP, I always had interns, more than I could hire. And I do the same thing with my business partner, Monica Sneidman. We do the same thing at End to End. We always have more interns than we can hire because we feel like them getting the practical experience is going to help them get good jobs. And we've been very successful. People who've worked for us who, we haven't been able to keep have gone on to have great jobs, both from HP and from End to End. So.
Right. Well, hey, we have a couple minutes left. Is there anything that you want to say about, I don't know, the state of the society or the conference itself or any of the panels that you're going to be on? The floor is yours. What do you want to talk about?
I don't know. So I've already told you a lot about what I'm doing. Like, I hope people show up for the HFE woman group. I hope they show up for my panels. Check out these affinity groups, find out what other things are going on. Like I saw, there's a lot of different happy hours, and you might have to run from one to another. But, anytime you can, it's good to meet new people. It's good to network. All of you students, take advantage of this. Like, these people that you look around that you don't know are going to be the people who are on your future panels when you come back to HFES. So meet, people in your generation and people from another generation.
Yeah, that's what I tell people too. Well, thank you so much for being on the show and sitting down with us. You're always welcome to come back too. Doors always open. We're going to take a quick break and we'll be back with Jules Tripp to talk about the LGBTQ affinity group, right?
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Christy. We'll be back right after this.
Human Factors Cast brings you the best in human factors news, interviews, conference coverage, and overall fun conversations into each and every episode we produce. But we can't do it without you. The Human Factors Cast network is 100% listener supported. All the funds that go into running the show come from our listeners. Our patrons are our priority, and we want to ensure we're giving back to you for supporting us. Pledges start at just $1 per month and include rewards like access to our weekly Q&As with the hosts, personalized professional reviews, and Human Factors Minute, a Patreon-only weekly podcast where the hosts break down unique, obscure, and interesting human factors topics in just 1 minute. Patreon rewards are always evolving, so stop by patreon.com/humanfactorscast to see what support level may be right for you. Thank you, and remember, it depends.
One thing that comes back to me again and again is the importance of this community. Our colleagues, our mentors, the people that are coming in with new ideas. This is really what we get out of HFES as a society. It's a chance to do something bigger than ourselves. It's a chance to not do our research, do our practice in isolation, but rather to become part of that bigger community.
Spacecraft, railway locomotives, nuclear submarines, healthcare, jet aircraft, these are all examples of highly technical systems and organisations, and all have one particular thing in common. They all involve humans. Humans who want to do amazing things and are using technology to achieve them. They all have something else in common. They have amazing people ensuring that the users who are involved can do what they need to do, are safe when they do so, and have the optimum user experience. These people are human factors practitioners, and on 1202, the Human Factors podcast, they talk to me, Barry Kirby, about what they do, sharing their career paths, highlighting their ideas and best practices, and fundamentally raising awareness of our discipline. Find us on 1202podcast.com, on social media, and on your favourite podcast directory, because it's more than just common sense.
Atlanta, a hub for human factors activity. Companies like Delta, CNN, the CDC, Amazon, and Wayfair are employing human factors practitioners to solve the world's problems. If you ever wondered why we can do tasks when we have the tools we need, or how having the right tools can make you more efficient, you've come to the right place. Human Factors focuses on both the why and how of human ability, efficiency, limitations, and systems. Human Factors provides us a way of improving the human experience. That brings us here, the Human Factors in Ergonomics Society's 66th annual meeting. Topics discussed here this week will span a variety of domains, such as improving emergency response to safety, all the way to improving musculoskeletal issues the average workforce faces, in addition to many more. But that's just scratching the surface. The Hfes annual meeting is the premier conference where professionals in the human factors field come together with a goal of discovery, exchange, and advocacy of human interactions with the world around them. During our conference coverage today, you'll be hearing from world leaders in education, government, and industry who are focused and committed to improving our daily interactions with everything we come into contact with. Let's get started. Yes, hello. Welcome back to our coverage of Hfes's 66th annual meeting. I am echoing again. Jeez, I really need to. Barry, you need to call me on these things before we go live, man. There we go. All right. Yeah, I know you did. Hey, welcome back to our annual meeting coverage, Human Factors Ergonomics Society, 66th annual meeting. I'm sitting here with Jules Tripp. Jules, welcome to the show. I am so happy to have you here. I've been wanting you on for a long time.
It's nice.
Personally.
It's really nice.
So today we'll be talking about the LGBTQ plus affinity group. We've talked to a couple folks about affinity groups today, and I just think they're an incredibly important aspect of the society. So I'd love to pick your brain a little bit. Can you tell us just what the affinity group is?
Yeah, so actually that's not as simple a question as you would imagine, but really the intention behind starting these affinity groups a few years ago was really to help folks feel comfortable in this organization that might not see themselves represented necessarily when they came to the conference, or even in other smaller groups of folks that are in HFES. It tends to be kind of a traditional organization in terms of you'll see a lot of academic types and sort of professors and things like that. So there were a lot of suits walking around, and folks that were, a little bit different in one way or the other might not feel comfortable. And so we wanted to, and of course that difference is just entirely defined by whoever the dominant paradigm. So we wanted folks to feel comfortable and to feel like they had a cohort and like they had people to talk to, maybe a mentor if they needed, certainly people to help guide them if they needed in their career, or just sort of personal choices around, how to work from the margins, right?
Yeah.
That's really interesting to hear, and we've heard a fair bit around affinity groups today, and just really the really strong impact they're having in the way that HFES is now delivering. What has been, I guess, what's been your biggest achievements this year? If there's are there some standout things that you've managed to achieve? Or, I mean, clearly everything's going to be brilliant, but is there some things that stand out?
Well, I have to tell you, it's the little things, right? It's the non-binary bathrooms.
Yeah, I noticed that. There's a sign.
Yeah, I mean, it's like and I stumbled into it the other day, and it just looked so natural. I just kind of walked in, and there were the urinals and the stalls, and it was just awesome because me, being raised female, I'm not used to seeing urinals in the bathroom, so that was very nice. But then I couldn't find it again when I was looking for it. So there are victories, and then there are little setbacks. Like there should be, pervasive signage to tell you how to find that restroom if you want to. Yeah, that's a really big thing. But I have to say the biggest thing and the most heartwarming thing for me is just seeing all the queer people here. And I mean, not to mention people of color and stuff like that, but really folks are feeling more comfortable. And I think it has a lot to do with, in COVID, we all had a little wake up call and we're able to kind of come home to ourselves and be a little bit more expressive about who we are, and sort of not roll with the punches so much as we've been used to. So I think people are more out in and of themselves and in their own lives. But I think also we've made a point of telling folks, you're welcome here, and certainly not just welcome, but, we need you and the future needs you. And, when it comes to, human factors and design and stuff, we have to take everybody into consideration, and marginalized communities can just tell us so much about what we're missing what we've missed for a long time. So yeah, I find those to be huge things. Unfortunately, our ribbons didn't make it this year. We had ribbons last year with all the flag colors and all that kind of stuff. I was looking forward to that, but didn't happen. But there's a lot of super good stuff. And just across the affinity groups, I mean, now we have a coalition of affinity groups, so there's a lot of good sort of bottom-up ideating going on. And I have to tell you, like, Chris has come by and said hi to me, 4 times during this thing, see how I'm doing. And, Chris Reed, the outgoing president, and Carolyn's been involved in all of these causes, and so she's come to say hi to me too. And I kind of take it for granted because we've been Zooming over the last, few years together, but that's really nice. I mean, definitely people are taking an interest. It's important.
I want to jump in because there's sort of a question about the cross sectionality between human factors and queerness, and there's within the society itself, but then there's also human factors helping those who identify as LGBTQ. IAP plus. I'll add in the extra ones there at the end. And why can't we make the affinity group all those just to be a little bit more inclusive? Anyway,
I would go with queer, just
queer affinity group. There you go.
The thing, but some people don't like that. But you're right, we should.
So I mean, where is that intersection between human factors and queerness, and how can we make a difference?
A difference in what way? The queers on human factors or human factors on queers?
Both.
Yeah. Okay. So I think that the cross section is very much, in human factors, we have to have this sort of meta awareness of what it means to be human and how to take that into consideration in sort of our everyday lives, things that we've always taken for granted, or once again, sort of the standard or typical way of looking at things. We've been outside of that all our lives. So we're used to kind of having a little bit of objectivity about that stuff and a lot less attachment to it, because normally that would be a dangerous thing. So I think it's not ridiculous to imagine that there's a huge connection between those things. And I think there's a lot we can gain from that. As far as queers go, I mean, it'll be our affinity group in particular is really a support group, because what we're looking at now with the endangered trans populations in particular, but just sort of everything being up in the air, even gay marriage, which, how mundane can you get, and yet it might be revoked, right? So who knows?
Yeah.
But that level of, need for community, and certainly if you're in a space where you feel comfortable professionally, even, let's say your company is accepting of who you are and supportive of your family and all that kind of stuff, still going out in the world as a professional, there's always this shakiness about it. It's like, yeah, well, what if things change? What if the dominant paradigm shifts a little bit and the acceptance isn't there anymore? So when you can come together with professionals of your own ilk and talk about those fears, and without, because you don't want to expose, that's a whole nother thing. You don't want to expose all that stuff necessarily to everybody that you work with, that, because, you want to just be able to have your life and work with them and be a member of the team and not have to talk about your issues all the time. But at the same time, underlying is this constant fear that, maybe if they wake up tomorrow and I'm not in favor, then I'm out of my ear. So we are primarily like a support group, an affinity group, a group of people that, I mean, it's funny, we say affinity group, it's almost like, oh yeah, we're all into Star Trek, but we have an affinity for one another is how I think about it. Yeah. That's where the affinity lies.
Not to make a joke here, but are you telling me that there's going to be a Star Trek affinity group? Is that what you're saying?
I just thought that might get a little interest here. You could start one. There could be. Yeah,
we need to shut that down straight away. It'd be really, so you talk about it being a support group, the affinity group. How does actually the group run? What is it you actually, I guess, do on a day-to-day basis that helps support people and allows you to support them? Well, how do you achieve that?
Yeah, it's interesting. Actually, we're kind of struggling with that. We've had a lot of iterations. In the very beginning, we were a lot about advocacy within the society and really pushing an agenda, as it were. We're in it for the steak knives and the toasters. But really, that's a so old gay joke. But it's like, you recruit enough people, you get some steak knives. But we were really in it for like trying to educate the higher ups in the society about really what needs to happen in terms of the language. Like I did a whole lot of work on the code of ethics, just trying to get, modern language in there, and certainly language that was palatable to all of the affinity groups and marginalized communities that are represented in the society. So some pretty pretty basic, really simple stuff, but also things like the little things like the ribbons and the bathrooms and stuff. It takes a huge amount of work to get that stuff done. It's just kind of crazy. So, but once we had most of those agenda items ticked off, we were like, okay, now it's time to just support each other. And what that has amounted to is, we have a meeting once a month on Zoom, and folks attend from, I think Mike's in Singapore. I mean, we have people all over the place. And I just said somebody's name, sorry about that. But anyway, all over the place, and lots of students, profs, industry people, all kinds of different folks. And sometimes it'll be like there's 3 of us there, and we're just talking, but it's just super super important. And sometimes folks will drop in like once, and you'll see them, and then maybe 6 months later they'll come back one time. It's just a place people can go, and they know what to expect in a way, even though you never know what to expect. I mean, the only rule is you're not supposed to talk about work. We try and make that a rule because it just gets a little heavy sometimes. But of course, work comes into it because most of us are passionate about what we do. And so that comes into it, and we get to talk about that stuff too. But mainly that's what it is. It's just sort of a presence like that, and reaching out about specific, say, things that, let's say, like the DEI committee that we have here in the society. If they need input on something, then hopefully we will be the SMEs on that. Which brings up a whole nother point, which is we don't want to have to be our own advocates, but we'll certainly be contributing, just like Nick's lab has asked me for help on some things, just like running things by me. Like, do you think this is cool? Do you think this language is okay about this, about people that you have affinity with? And sometimes I have to check with my people to make sure. I'm not going to say that, I know, everything that anybody's going to be offended by or anything like that. But it takes that kind of questioning. I think it's all, it's flipping things on their head, really, because we all think of ourselves as experts, these scientists, blah, blah, blah. But really, when it comes to this kind of work, you just, from the get-go, you just have to say, yeah, I don't know, but I can be respectful and I can try. And I'm a they them, which just fucks with people. I can talk
That's
however I
fine.
want, right? Yeah, I mean, it just blows people's minds that have known me forever, and it's just the whole thing. And I think the thing people are uncomfortable with is saying, oh, sorry about that, they. Just interrupting themselves, but we're used to a certain cadence, and that spells comfort, in social situations and stuff like that. And so, yeah, and when you're queer and you're overtly queer, then you've got that's in everybody's face all the time, and people just feel challenged by that, rather than thinking about what do we have in common, where are we going with this, what kind of work do you do? It's like, wait, how do I interact with this, this other? So yeah. Anyway, I'm blathering, but hopefully we're giving a space for people to just take a breath, be with one another, maybe see folks that they find, like maybe look a little bit like them, have to deal with the same things they do.
It's so important. And you keep bringing up this concept of bringing work into it, and maybe even when you're at work, sort of avoiding who you truly are. I think there's sort of the question of, well, what does that actually look like? Because there's a panel this week. We just talked to Christy about bringing yourself to work.
Your
and
whole self, yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, the concept behind that is obviously to sort of encourage these environments where people feel welcome to be themselves. What type of challenge does that look like in the workplace as a queer professional? And like, what are some small things? Keep mentioning these small changes too. What does it look like as a queer professional, and what small changes can companies make to make it more inclusive? Did I stump you?
No, the small changes. Well, first of all, it's just like nothing small. The small changes I've thought, in professional environments where, I bring things up that I think are simple things to change, small things, ends up being, there's this entropy, just sort of the gravitational pull of corporate America, whatever, that make everything difficult. So anything that is a little bit different, anything that causes, people to pause or doubt or anything, can be super, super difficult. But I'd say, well, like you're saying, helping it be an open environment, a comfortable environment for folks. And, where I work, I'm definitely one of the oldest new employees, meaning age-wise. I'm old, but I'm relatively new to the company. And coming in, it was like really clear to me that certain things were not necessarily, fair for everybody or even for everybody. Not, and it's not so much in terms of treatment, but just sort of language. I'm also a linguist, so that's my training, and I'm really hyper tuned into communication and how people talk about stuff. And so trying to bring people's attention to the tiny things that we do every day. So just within my company, I try and have little, they're not even workshops, like these 20-minute blurbs with the whole company where I can say, if you just use y'all, then you just don't need to worry about the rest of it, y'all or folks or whatever, or address people by their name until you know what their pronouns are. Little things like that are so simple, but they are so difficult. Social change, I mean, it's just huge because it's threatening, on an animal level. It's like, wait, am I just tagging myself as different? And then I got the target on my back now. I don't know about that. But so it's little things like that, and hopefully people being able to step into their, and I have to say, I mean, younger folks these days in general are very cued into that, all of those environments, but still are cowed by the heaviness of the hierarchy, right? So I don't know if that answered any of that.
Guys, gals, non-binary pals. That's my favorite.
You know what I love? Somebody said to me in a restaurant the other day, and I could see it, the service industry are just plagued by this stuff, right? What the hell am I supposed to say?
Yeah.
And this person was just like, friend. They said, thanks, friend. That was, everybody was
so
friend.
good.
And I thought, that's cool. Not everybody can pull it off, but that was really nice. Yeah.
The generational thing you say, I think, is quite strong because with younger children, my eldest is 18, and sort of going down from there, they just seem to take to this so much easier. It's just a given. And so for me, that it feels like there is hope that actually we're going through a transitional stage rather than something much longer than that. But what can we as allies do? How can we support the LGBTQ plus community going forward?
Once again, it seems like a sweet question.
How can you help
That's
us
really interesting. As you're asking me, and I'm feeling stumped, I'm thinking, why am I stumped? And one, like, is it actually safe to ask, for anything? Do I want to put that on the table? And two, like, what do I consider to be an ally? And I have to say, it's the people that in the moment will say, wait, we haven't heard from you yet. How do you feel about this? Those people that are willing to take, and you've heard this probably a million times, especially as a white guy. I don't know the rest of you, but I'm thinking with the beard and the voice and the kid and all that. But just to say, I'm going to use a little bit of my privilege here and bring this person into the conversation. And it's not just because I'm a nice guy, but it's because I already value what they have to say before it comes out of their mouth. I don't know what it is, but I know it's going to be a little bit different perspective. Probably we can bring that into the room, or we can make whatever we're building, whether it's community or a conversation or a jet airplane, we can make it better. With hearing from everyone, and when everybody does feel comfortable on that level, I mean, it's so cliche, but we all win. How can we not say it? We all freaking win. If everybody's in the room and can actually speak what's in their imagination, I mean, good Lord, imagine, right? So in all these voices that we're starting to hear now in the wake of, George Floyd, all the horrible things that have happened that have helped people sort of come out of the closet and say how they've stayed strong all of these years, all of those secrets. So, and they're tools that we can all use, and they're magical ways of being with one another that we can all use. So being open to that, and I would say whatever comes out of you, Barry, as a result of you in your mind feeling like, oh, everyone contributes, and whatever this beautiful person that looks really unfamiliar to me doesn't map onto anything that's recognizable in my universe, I'm sure they have something to teach me, to show me. And you don't have to poke them and say, show me something, teach me something, you're my new shaman, but just being respectful and paying attention and making space for that.
It sounds like the thing for allies to do. I'm hearing two different things, right? One is you shouldn't have to ask. You should just do things that are basic common human decency. And two, the things that should also be included in that package should be some of these things that don't make people feel threatened by default based on any piece of them that
that may be sort of impacted by the things that they say, the nonverbal language that they're communicating, anything like that, right? So it's kind of like this. The hope is that allies would just be passive in the sense of sort of nonverbal communication and neutral in terms of the way that they communicate.
You're so right. It is really interesting because I've been thinking a lot lately about this sort of, the straight white guy privilege, cis straight white guy privilege kind of thing that people are so unaware of in general, but a lot of people are not. Like Nick, I consider you in that sense.
But I'm not aware. Yeah.
But,
no,
but the whole thing is the interesting part of that is that power comes with a price. And we all know this. Like, I'm an old feminist, being raised anyway as a girl and everything, and being a really strong feminist. I know that comes with a penalty. And the penalty is there's this little chest plate, that comes with that privilege. And it's like, okay, but I can't let them too close. Because this sternum is penetrable, and God forbid I turn my back on them, while they're pissed about some little, some social norm that I've trespassed on by either, holding my hand in a certain way or wearing pink or whatever in the sense of like queerness. But even if you're not queer, you know what I mean? Those things, everybody knows the rules and you could be in big trouble. And so I think that's the thing that we need to recognize, that is a sacrifice. I mean, there was a young guy that used to be my neighbor, and he was a, cis straight white guy, had a kid, he was like the perfect, young guy. And he was like, wait a second, how long am I going to have to be, this guy that has to say, can we let them speak? Can we do, how long am I going to have to do this behavior of being an ally? How long am I going to do that? I was like, dude, you're in it. You chose to be born in this body and this is part of the price. And he was like, oh, it just killed him. And it's like, that's difficult. I mean, I can understand that. That's difficult, not just to get to ride the wave, but of course there are a lot of benefits that come from it. And I think Nikki put it really perfectly, just to try and, toning down the aggro, which most people don't even feel, but even you can do that by absorbing some of the other aggro in the room. It might not be you, right? But you can just kind of let it flow, not, don't have to put the chest plate up yet. And just making space in that way. And in all honesty, just believe in it. I mean, it's what is that? So Peter Pan or something, but it's true. It's like, just believe in it.
Just believe that people are equal,
Everybody
right?
has value, right?
It seems to be a strange thing to a certain extent that we as a human factors community should have to make the extra special effort to think about affinity groups. And it just seems, we should be just doing it by default, but it's clear we don't, and it's even I like to think that we as a human factors community are, the people who go and ask how people are, how people contribute to their work. But it just proves that that we still have some way to go. With your work that you've done with the affinity group so far, and some of the stuff you've already told me kind of hits this mark already, but what's been the most surprising thing you found out?
My own ignorance.
How do you mean?
Well, being raised a well-meaning, guilt-ridden liberal, white, middle class, cis, whatever, just my own ignorance about the depth of pain and insecurity and not fitting in and, challenge that so many people have. And, and I'm facile with language, and I've always, gotten good grades and been athletic, all these things that make me just sort of fit into the culture in ways that go unspoken, but where you get a lot of cred, you can just sort of walk in the room and, I never really fit gender wise anywhere, but it sort of didn't matter because I just kind of, play the in between, little sister, buddy, whatever, however people had to look at it to make it work. But it blinded me, to a lot of pain. And I used to think, well, being queer was enough. Like, I could relate to pain, but I can't relate to, wearing stuff on my skin to the degree that people do, or in my language, to have a certain accent that's going to label me as, I have a TV accent. I was raised outside DC, right? I always said I have a TV accent. But, some folks, just the minute they speak a word, even an American English dialect, God forbid, second language English dialect, immediately are put into a box. So yeah, it's just that, just it's my own lack of knowledge, but I've come to see it that way. In the beginning I thought, I'm stupid, I should have thought of that. It's like, no, that is not my experience. I don't need to have known that, but I do need to know enough to ask someone about their reality before I make assumptions.
Yeah. So what's next for the affinity group?
Yeah, I think we want to make it I'm stepping out as a co-chair. I've been in it for a few years, and Hannah's going to maintain, and we're electing a new person in the near future. And I think it is, what is it that we need? Okay, what's interesting about a support group is that people have to label themselves kind of in need, to go to that. A lot of times, a much better entree is, what can I do to help? What can I do? So I think having projects is a nice thing, whether it's, trying to change the agenda of the society, or going into grade schools, coming up with like events that we can have, or ways that we can have of interacting with younger people that might need support in these areas. I've been working on a memorandum of understanding with OSTEM, which is out in science, technology, and math. And, things like that are always on the table. But all that advocacy stuff, like I said, we don't want to weigh down the affinity group with that. So I think, we just want to reach out and find out what people want. Do you want, to play games, or, what do you need? Because folks honestly don't know what they need. And when they're really in need, it's very hard to reach out, as you all know, I'm sure. So if we can make it a little more of a regular thing for people to take care of themselves by showing up, that'd be awesome. But so far, I tell you, just at this conference, handing out these little flyers with the affinity group meeting times on them, we kind of screwed up by not getting into the program, but I wonder, because it means we have all that FaceTime with people. We get to talk to them about their, what they could gain from that and everything. And that's been really good. The showing this year is really good. I feel a lot of good positive energy, and a lot of folks that are going to be members of these affinity groups are here showing up. Once again, I think COVID made us stronger. Hopefully it still is making us stronger.
I feel we could keep on talking for ages, but Nick's quite rightly prompting me that that we only have limited time with you. So we do really appreciate your time. But what, if you're here for the rest of the conference, what are you most looking forward to seeing in the next few days?
I can't hear what we have to say on that panel. I'm looking forward to the people in the audience saying, "What the hell do you mean, bring your whole self to work?" Which is just like a toxic meme social media now, and I completely believe that. And by the way, just right here for the record, I'm just going to say what that means is you bring whatever aspect of yourself you want to be present and respected at work, and it should be present and respected at work. You don't have to bring everything. You don't have to disclose anything you don't want to, whether it is that you have kids or that you attended Catholic high school or whatever the hell it is. Doesn't matter. So that just to clear things up a little bit. But yeah, I am looking forward to the panel because I don't know, but all this other stuff, it's good stuff. I just came from this incredible human AI teaming, panel that was just amazing. So yeah, no, it's all good.
Jules, thank you so much for being on the show. I, again, have wanted you to be on for so long. I'm so glad we had a chance to make it happen. Yeah. Thank you for coming on and talk about the LGBTQ plus affinity group, the queer affinity group.
Yes, you can say that. Thank you. Nice to meet you.
We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back with my pre-recorded interview I had with Rebecca Greer about the UX Task Force. We'll be back right after this.
Human Factors Cast brings you the best in human factors news, interviews, conference coverage, and overall fun conversations into each and every episode we produce. But we can't do it without you. The Human Factors Cast Network is 100% listener supported. All the funds that go into running the show come from our listeners. Our patrons are our priority, and we want to ensure we're giving back to you for supporting us. Pledges start at just $1 per month and include rewards like access to our weekly Q&As with the hosts, personalized professional reviews, and Human Factors Minute, a Patreon-only weekly podcast where the hosts break down unique, obscure, and interesting human factors topics in just 1 minute. Patreon rewards are always evolving, so stop by patreon.com/humanfactorscast to see what support level may be right for you. Thank you, and remember, it depends.
One thing that comes back to me again and again is the importance of this community. Our colleagues, our mentors, the people that are coming in with new ideas. This is really what we get out of HFES as a society. It's a chance to do something bigger than ourselves. It's a chance to not do our research, do our practice in isolation, but rather to become part of that bigger community.
Spacecraft, railway locomotives, nuclear submarines, healthcare, jet aircraft, these are all examples of highly technical systems and organisations, and all have one particular thing in common. They all involve humans. Humans who want to do amazing things and are using technology to achieve them. They all have something else in common. They have amazing people ensuring that the users who are involved can do what they need to do, are safe when they do so, and have the optimum user experience. These people are human factors practitioners, and on 1202, the Human Factors podcast, they talk to me, Barry Kirby, about what they do, sharing their career paths, highlighting their ideas and best practices, and fundamentally raising awareness of our discipline. Find us on 1202podcast.com, on social media, and on your favourite podcast directory, because it's more than just common sense.
Technology in our world is evolving at a phenomenal pace, and keeping up with what that means in the human factors world can be challenging. That's where Human Factors Cast comes in. Human Factors Cast is a weekly podcast that highlights and breaks down stories that are chosen by you, the Human Factors community. Each week, a panel made up of human factors practitioners, UX specialists, and engineers sit down to discuss a weekly dose of knowledge that keeps you up to date with the latest areas of interest.
New York State is giving out hundreds of robots as companions for the elderly.
Buttons in cars are safer and quicker to use than touchscreen.
A prototype just achieved a major milestone that actually fits the description of a flying car.
The show provides perspective based on experiences from different domains and different industries. We even cover some of the hottest conferences in the field. On this episode, we're recapping EHF, Ergonomics and Human Factors Conference, Neuroergonomics Conference, Human Factors and Ergonomics Society, UXPA International, the International Symposium on Human Factors and Ergonomics in Healthcare, and we have the best guests. I'm joined today by Chris Reed, Micah Inslee, Farzan Sassin Gohar, Joe Keebler, Peter and Gabby Hancock. We have a dedicated community of listeners that engage with the show and contribute to the topics discussed. Join me, Nick Roome.
And me, Barry Kirby.
Every Friday morning when Human Factors Cast drops on YouTube and your favorite podcast directory. And remember,
it depends.
with Rebecca Greer, and we're going to be talking about the UX task force that HFES has been putting together. Rebecca, welcome to the show.
Hello, thank you for having me, Nick.
We are thrilled to have you, and I personally am super thrilled to be talking to you about this topic. This is something that's near and dear to my heart, and I'm super excited to jump into some of the stuff that you have to share with us today. Can you just maybe start at the top and tell us what is the task force?
So the Executive Council of Human Factors and Ergonomics Society consists of, I'm blanking on the exact number, but 6 at-large members, 3 folks who served in Treasury, immediate, past, and current, and 3 presidents, immediate, past, and current. Those individuals set the tone for HFES. What are the things that are going to happen? How are we going to operate as a society? All of these things. The president can choose every year to establish task force for issues they think are of importance. The reason I ran for the executive council was and became an at-large member, my term ended on Saturday, was that as a UX practitioner, I felt the society wasn't doing all it could for me. And I wanted to be that voice on the executive council. So this past year, Chris Reed, who was the president during that last year, established a task force to look at the issues related to UX practitioners and their membership within the society. I sent out a call on LinkedIn. We got a large number of people who were interested in assisting us. 19 folks total helped me to write a report that was a strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats, and provide recommendations to the executive council to improve HFES for UX practitioners. And we provided them with 41 recommendations on Saturday. Several of them have been adopted as motions. Several of them are being sent to the appropriate committees and divisions within HFES and hopefully will go forward in the future.
That's awesome. And I do remember seeing this post on LinkedIn and it was a lot of activity on it. And to me, that is very telling, because it sounds like, you're not the only person that thinks that there's some sort of improvements that can be made with a task force like this. And now I want to ask you a little bit about sort of the representation on the team. There's a lot of people. You said 19 people?
Yes, 19.
We're involved in this?
19 authors on at the end who actually contributed to the document in some way, shape, or form. I think there were more who had signed up and had attended some meetings, but 19 folks helped write.
Right. So a lot of people involved. Can you tell me just a little bit about sort of what the representation was like on, throughout those 19 folks, like what types of domains, industries, roles, cultural backgrounds, that type of thing? Like, who was on this panel?
It ran the gamut, really. I mean, I'm in Dublin, Ireland, and there was a couple of other folks from across the pond, although most of the folks were from the United States. We had folks who worked as practitioners in the medical domain. We had students, we had professors, we had folks who worked for other large corporations, consultants, folks who were younger than me, folks that are older than me. It ran the gamut, really, in terms of who all was involved in writing the document.
That's awesome. I'm really happy to hear that it was diverse with all those different perspectives contributing to it, because when you say UX practitioner, that can mean a lot of different things. Like
it does. And actually, that was one of the first things that we did, was to define what we meant by UX practitioner. And we decided that for other purposes, what we were going to focus on are those folks who are actually working in product development teams. So making trade-off decisions with marketers, engineers, product managers, designers, among others, about either the acquisition or the development of a product. That the folks were working primarily in unregulated industries. So consumer electronics, software, web, those kinds of things, versus medical or aviation or automotive. And that their focus was on the perceptual and cognitive mechanisms of the end user, not so much the physical ergonomics of the end user. And we thought that those were the folks who were most likely going to have UX in their title.
Right. And did you filter it down even further by sort of role within those, like researchers or designers, or did you include sort of everybody at the table?
We pretty much included everybody. I will say that my experience has been that the folks who have graduated from an HF accredited program, which is most of the people we were discussing, those folks who had been HFEF members when they were students and somehow became disenfranchised with the society as practitioners, that most of those folks were probably serving roles as researchers and less so as designers or program managers or engineers. But we didn't say that explicitly in the document.
Right. Now, I really want to kind of cut to the sort of meat and potatoes of this. Like, what did you find? Let's get into some of the findings, because you sent me the deck. There's a lot to go over. Just high level, maybe. What are some key takeaways here?
I mean, one of the key takeaways is that HFES has been losing membership for the last 10 years or so. And while UX as a career has been growing steadily, I think PayScale and CNN in 2017 said UX researcher was like the 39th best job to have in the United States. Glassdoor said this year that UX designer was one of the best 50 jobs to have. LinkedIn said in the last couple of years that UX design was one of the best top 5 skills to have. So we should be increasing membership in HFES, not decreasing membership. In terms of the strengths and weaknesses, opportunities and threats, what we found was that HFES really does do an excellent job for students. It is an amazing society to build students' potential in their home, their professional home, to give them opportunities to do all sorts of things and connections. And this is why so many people want to stay members of HFES, and that's a real strength that we should be capitalizing on. Another strength is that it is the oldest UX professional society in the United States. We have accreditation programs for graduate programs. We have a relationship with BCPE in terms of accreditation, which are things that we have found UX practitioners that don't have a connection to HFES want for the profession. And that the history of the history of HFES is a mix of practitioners and academics working together to solve real world problems. Unfortunately, that history that strength of partnership hasn't existed the last few years. And that's one of the weaknesses that we found, is that there is at least a perception, if not a reality, that academics are more valued by the society than practitioners, that academics have more knowledge of the inner workings of the society, and of the opportunities that exist beyond just being a member of the society. This is partially due to a complex organizational structure that exists. There are a number, I didn't understand the complex organizational structure until I became a member of the EC, the Executive Council. And I actually was in a conversation the other day with other members of the Executive Council that they also didn't understand the complexity of the society until they were elected to the Executive Council. The value for practitioners is low in a lot of different ways. HFES doesn't engage with the external world as much as practitioners would like to see that happen. And HFES, we all know this, the website and other digital communications don't really meet the standard that UX practitioners are used to. In terms of opportunities, UX is a fast-growing career, as we've talked about. There's an increasing need for HF expertise within human factors. As technology gets more and more complex, artificial intelligence, self-driving vehicles, more and more things. The popularity of STEAM, data science, and behavioral science are all reasons HFES should be growing, and things we can capitalize within those. The UN has a behavioral science week. There is an organization that has a World Usability Day, and the UN has signed on in the past to promoting that day. And then those members from their student days are passionate about HFES, and they have broad networks, and this is also something HFES could leverage. We also have threats from the external world, though, that professional societies don't add as much value to individuals as they once did because of social media. This is a good thing in a lot of ways, because we can find other people who are passionate about human factors, UX, not just within and without being a member of HFES, but it's also a threat in that there is a rise of pseudo-profundity, and that lots of people have said, you Google UX, you go onto LinkedIn, and you see UX, Facebook, Reddit, and you are just as likely to get advice that goes against the 100 years of science within human factors as goes with it. And if you aren't knowledgeable about the topic, it's hard for you to figure out what is the good sources and what are the bad sources in terms of human factor science, UX science. Furthermore, there are other professional societies related to UX. CHI exists, UXPA exists. They aren't the same as human factors, though. And then there's also conferences out there. Both for-profit companies have created UX conferences, as well as other nonprofits that don't necessarily have societies associated with them, but one can attend a conference or present at a conference without being a member of a society. So these were the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats we presented to the Executive Council. And then we had 41 action items or recommendations for them. These 41 action items fell into the category of better representation of UX at all levels of human factors leadership, awareness of HFES, and particularly the degrees of professional standards that are. I love Keith Instone has a great metaphor that he uses where his son became a line cook at a breakfast diner to pay for some bills in college. His son never had cooked anything before. The restaurant told him how to cook the 20 breakfast dishes that they had. And now his son can say he's a cook. But his son knows that cooking skill is not the same as a chef at a Michelin star restaurant. However, in UX, we all know somebody who has stumbled into UX, does a great job with what they do, but doesn't understand what else can be done with a human factors background. And there's also this big push for democratization of UX and user research. So we need human factors or another entity, at least some entity, to say, no, seriously, there is a science and there are different levels of that science. And just because somebody says, I've done UX for 1 year or I took a boot camp, that doesn't mean that they are the same as Peter Hancock or Micah Hensley in terms of human factors UX knowledge. Some other action items fell into value, making the journals, the conferences a little bit more attractive and value-oriented for practitioners. And then the user friendliness and accessibility. So that complex organizational structure, we provided recommendations for making it easier for UX practitioners to be involved at all levels of leadership within the society.
I want to follow up on one of the things that you mentioned. So there's sort of this overall need for someone to come in and say, hey, pay attention to human factors, pay attention to the science. Do you think, and this is sort of me asking you, do you think that's a government's role? Do you think that's some other sort of entity? Like when you talk about an entity, some other hand to come in, what are we talking about here?
I think human factors is in a unique position to do that because we do have a relationship with accreditation. We have our own accreditation system for graduate programs in human factors. And we do have the relationship with BCPE, Certified Professional Ergonomists or Engineers. I can't remember the exact title, forgive me. So I think the Human Factors and Ergonomics Society is in a unique position to do so. And actually, they did take up the recommendation. They are creating a task force to create standardized UX titles with skill sets. Potentially this work could involve UXPA. That's still to be negotiated. And that they are going to leverage the fact that ONET does have job titles and job descriptions related to human factors and try and get those descriptions into ONET. And then the hope is that once they're in ONET, that will make it easier for companies to reference those descriptions, and then they'll become more standardized throughout industry. It's kind of a chicken and an egg problem in that we need the titles and the descriptions for companies to use them. But nobody wants to do them unless they know for certain that companies will use them. So I'm hoping that this task force can create these titles, we can get them out there, and then we can use PR, use others, use strengths, or use our networking, use social media to get them to be standardized within the world.
Yeah, it's really a strange thing when you really start to break it down and be like, yeah, but we want companies to use these things, and therefore will sort of bolster our credibility to say that, we know these defined roles, but then how do we define these roles because companies are using them in different ways? It's a very complex problem, and I'm happy that a task force like this exists, trying to look at sort of all the intricacies. There was another point that you made earlier that I'm blanking on right now, but what are some of the maybe I'll get back to it, this stream of consciousness thing. What are some of the immediate next steps? Like what can we do today? What can we do today to start making progress towards a more sort of unified domain where both human factors practitioners, UX practitioners, researchers, designers all feel part of one larger umbrella?
So I will say that the Executive Council also voted to enact a Digital Communications Committee. This is a permanent standing organization within Hfes, and they are going to work with Smith Buckland, who provides all of our administrative services, to ensure that all of our digital communications, be they LinkedIn, the website, our emails, go forward, meet UX best practices, or at least the best that they can do given financial considerations and timeline constraints. This committee, the task force that I mentioned, there's also a practitioner committee within Hfes, and there is a membership committee within Hfes. I strongly encourage anyone who is in UX or a practitioner to reach out to the Executive Council, or Steve Kemp, the Executive Director who works for Smith Buckland, Carolyn Summerick, Chris Reed, Susan Katowski, the newly elected president, can reach out to me and I'll put you in touch with the right folks to get onto these volunteers, to volunteer your time for these committees, these task forces. Only with your voice in there, in that room, are we going to be able to make a society that is beneficial to to UX practitioners.
Now, this isn't your problem to solve, but one sort of, I guess, critique of that approach of reach out to us. We're here. It's an open invitation. I've heard that maybe Hfes should sort of be the proactive force in that equation where they're actually going out and sort of promoting these types of things within, existing technology companies out there today or other organizations. Do you have any thoughts on that and how specifically its role with respect to sort of UX practitioners? Is there any other way that Hfes can be that proactive force to sort of get out there and get folks involved?
So I am hoping that with this task force that is going to kind of create, as people learn about it, as we get it off the ground, as it moves forward, then there'll be more attention given to human factors in ergonomic society for the creation of these roles. Until that day happens, I agree with you that Hfes needs to be much more transparent. Use LinkedIn, use Reddit, use other communication methods, not just the bulletin, email, and connect, to say, hey, we have these volunteer opportunities. It is my understanding that they are working on that. I wish they would do it a little bit more. They have heard me say this many times. I used a LinkedIn message to get the members from my task force. So I hope that model and the strength of the report we put together, the passion of the members of that task force, that Hfes leadership recognizes that, and I hope that just continues and snowballs, and that we continue to do that. I will say it will be immensely helpful for that to snowball if people actually do respond. So I can't ask the Hfes leadership to reach out, and then if there's crickets, nothing's going to change. So
right.
It'll help if both sides work together to create that handshake, for lack of a better word.
Yeah, I almost wonder, and maybe this is sort of me shouting to the rooftops to Hfes leadership. Maybe I'll bring it up to some of them this week. I don't know. But like, what if, as part of your role within Hfes as an EC member, or even somebody on a task force like this one, what if part of that role and responsibility is to represent that in a public manner for some portion of the week? Respond to 1 or 2 Reddit posts with your name, that that people know, people can start seeing your name and understanding where you're coming from. Part of that would be to promote Hfes and what we do, right? Could that be sort of included in roles and responsibilities to have more of a public presence and sort of reach out to these communities and make that part of the role, right? I'm not telling you to answer for me now, but that might be some sort of way in which that outreach that
Mhm.
that a lot of people sort of feel unheard or feel like they don't want to do the work, that would show that HFES is going out and doing the work. I don't know, maybe.
No, I
Um,
think I mean, we did put in our recommendations that there be a way, some sort of way of starting discussions on all sorts of social media platforms, at least quarterly. Put something thought provoking out there. I always get the acronym wrong. CIEHF, which is the British version of Human Factors in Ergonomics Society, has put out some great infographics and videos in the last couple of months that are thought provoking and are widely shared. I reposted it and I've gotten a lot of attention on my LinkedIn site for sharing that. So if we can get that content, so it is something I will tell Barb Shapiro, who is the new chair for that digital communications committee. Perhaps that's something that they can take on. There is an outreach committee or outreach division. Again, the complex organizational structure. I will definitely put a bug in the ear of the individual who leads that. We hired a PR firm. I don't think that they would be that, but we did talk about the fact that we need a cadre of experts so that when that PR firm is asked to respond or thinks that there's something that human factors should respond to, and get that out in the news cycle quickly, that we have the experts not on call, but basically that instead of them calling Carolyn Summerick, the new president, at midnight and her having to think off the top of her head who might be somebody to respond to, that they can go to a call sheet and go, oh, okay, they can talk to this person. And so that could be, one of those responsibilities is that there's a PR committee. And not only are they experts on call for the PR organization, but they do have to respond to one post a month on Reddit or LinkedIn or Discord or you name the social media platform.
Right. I do want to make one more comment here, which is, so you mentioned that, HFES, you got to be a member to present here. And membership is a large commitment for a lot of people, especially if they don't have support from their organization for professional dues or anything like that.
Mhm.
Can you talk a little bit about maybe some recommendations for maybe reducing that membership fee or providing an easier outlet for folks to get involved?
Yeah, no, it's a complex topic, and we did have recommendations around reducing the cost. So if you volunteered a certain number of hours for the society, reducing your membership fee. If you I know that Farzan and Ron Boring, who are the chairs of the conference, have discussed and we recommended that if you volunteer for the conference in some capacity, that a certain number of hours, that you get a free conference attendance. We had a recommendation of, hey, since we're losing members, if people were able to get somebody to sign up for a membership, maybe, or 3 people to sign up for membership, maybe they get a reduction in their membership fee. These were lower on our list of recommendations. We all voted, and they ended up falling not at the bottom, but in the mid-range of recommendations. We had higher ones. So I didn't push them too hard to the executive council, though there has been talk on the area. Finances are tricky, and there is work being done to look at what are the cost benefits of certain things in terms of if we reduce membership this much, if we, or what does it take to be able to say we can reduce membership? For those of you who may be having troubles because of the layoffs that have happened because of COVID, various things, HFES does have a program. It's on the membership site where you can apply for a reduced membership fee for the year. So that does exist for folks. It's tricky. I will say one of the recommendations that we did put forward was a freemium model because unfortunately a lot of HFES has a lot of amazing content, but it's behind the paywall. So to get to the journals, EID, even a lot of the stuff on the website, webinars, you do have to pay. I think that Barb Shapiro and the Digital Communications Committee is going to definitely look into a model of what can we provide for free that will entice people to become more members or to attend the conference. And as we increase the number of people who attend the conference, increase the number of people who are members, the more we can give back to members. So,
yeah. It is, yeah, another chicken and egg problem, right? How do you how do you provide value for members? Well, how do you get more members to sign up to see that value? And it's a big, complex. That's the reason why we have task forces, right?
Yes.
If there was one message that you would want to let everybody listening, watching live know about with respect to this task force, what's like the one thing you'd want people to leave this conversation knowing?
Ooh, that is a good question. I was asked in the EC after I presented the 41, like, what are the 4 things motions you want on the floor? And I was like, I can't pick. And now you're asking me for the one.
They're all my children. I love them all.
Yeah. I asked all of the members of the task force to go through and rank the recommendations and stuff like this. And I did it first because I wanted, and I had such a hard time of going and not labeling them all as priority 1. I really do. If you have nostalgia for HFES, if you're a member now and are on the fence about continuing, then I'm asking you to put in a few hours a month into a volunteer activity to at least, or if you can't do that for whatever reason, I'm a busy mom. I live in Dublin. It's hard. I get it. Write emails to the executive council and tell them the things that you're struggling with or the things that you need, that you think HFES should be doing in the world. It would be even better if you say, these are the things that I think should be done and I'm willing to help. Because the way we get the society we want is by participating in that society as active members. And so I know that there are struggles and there are challenges associated with presenting at the conference as a practitioner. There's a lot of legalities. So volunteer to be on the conference committee and work with the conference organization staff to figure out, and volunteers to figure out, how do we create a system that is more flexible for those in that situation? How do we create more webinars? How do we create more content that is going to change things? Chris Reed also has started an industry advisory board committee, and their goal is to get representatives from large corporations that have human factors and UX practitioners to be advising HFES in terms of, and getting those organizations to contribute to HFES, just as a large number of corporations contribute to CHI and to UXPA as in various ways. So help Chris, help Barb with the digital communications, write emails with ideas, say it's important, and that's how it's going to get raised up.
Well, thank you, Rebecca. It's been such a pleasure to have you on the show, and I'm super thrilled that you were able to sit down with me and talk about this task force, even though you're not here in person. Really wish you could be. Maybe what would be one thing for you to tell people who are here in person, or those who want to be in person? What is your favorite thing about being at HFES in person?
Oh, all of the hallway conversations are my favorite part. Go to the fellows, posters with fellows, chat with all of the fellows, learn about them and their careers, ask them questions about what they do outside of human factors, and form relationships and networking that way. They're all great people. Go to the annual business meeting, and that is where you will see the executive council and the division chairs, and you can push to get UX, and that's how you can start the relationship to get more involved as well. So those would be 2 things. I know.
It's okay. We always do more than one thing in our one more thing segment, so that's totally fine. Well, Rebecca, thank you so much for being on the show. One more question for you. Where can our listeners find you, or sort of contact HFES if they want to get involved with something like this?
So I am on LinkedIn. I think I'm the only Rebecca Greer, at least the only Rebecca Greer with UX. And I'm on Twitter, though not as frequently. And then you can find contact information for the executive council members on the HFES website.
Excellent. Rebecca, thank you so much for being on the show. We're going to continue our live stream. We'll be back right after this.
Human Factors Cast brings you the best in human factors news, interviews, conference coverage, and overall fun conversations into each and every episode we produce. But we can't do it without you. The Human Factors Cast Network is 100% listener supported. All the funds that go into running the show come from our listeners. Our patrons are our priority, and we want to ensure we're giving back to you for supporting us. Pledges start at just $1 per month and include rewards like access to our weekly Q&As with the hosts, personalized professional reviews, and Human Factors Minute, a Patreon-only weekly podcast where the hosts break down unique, obscure, and interesting human factors topics in just 1 minute. Patreon rewards are always evolving, so stop by patreon.com/humanfactorscast to see what support level may be right for you. Thank you, and remember, it depends.
I have found Hfes to be an incredibly important part of my professional life. I joined when I was a student and started coming to meetings. At first, it's a little intimidating, but you meet so many people, and you have such kindred spirits, and it's always so reinforcing to talk to people and learn what they are working on, and for them to be able to understand your problems and the challenges you're facing. And it's just a tremendous resource. Hfes has been really foundational as a professional resource. The people you meet, the opportunities you get to give back to your profession, to learn. It's just been a tremendous role in my professional life.
Human Factors Cast brings you the best in human factors news, interviews, conference coverage, and overall fun conversations into each and every episode we produce.
We'll kill it. All right. Sorry about that, everyone. I had to run down here from the hotel room after my interview with Rebecca Greer. See, I'm all messy because I was just running. I'm sitting here with Lisa Brooks here. We're going to talk about some fun stuff today. Lisa, welcome to the show.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me. I have to say I'm a little nervous. So
It's okay. You're only in front of a live audience of thousands of human factors professionals. It's okay. We're all good. Streaming across, our channels, the official Hfes channels. Anyway, it's all good. No sweat. We're all good. So you're here to talk about something specifically, the MSD Solutions Lab. But I want to back up really quick before we talk about that. Can you just tell the audience at home who you are and a bit of your background so we know who we're talking to?
Happy to. So my name is Lisa Brooks, and I've been in the field of ergonomics and human factors and safety for 30 years. That's really hard for me to admit. In May of this year, I crossed over that 30-year mark. But I started out as a corporate ergonomist for Alcoa back in 1992, and then moved over and was the corporate ergonomist and safety manager for International Paper, and then spent over 11 years with GE as their corporate ergonomist and safety manager. And then I left and went to ORC HSC, an organization that is a health, safety, environment, and networking and services firm. And 2 years ago, that company was bought by the National Safety Council. So for 2 years now, I've been a member, or not a member, I've been an employee of the National Safety Council. So that's how I got to where I am. I'm a proud Michigan grad, so I'm going to the Michigan alumni dinner tomorrow night for the first time. I haven't been to HFES in a few years. I've been to other professional conferences, so I'm just delighted to be back here.
Yeah.
It's great to have you here as well. Thank you very much for giving the time. What a lot of people have said is they're really valuing this new networking time that is a bit unfamiliar to everybody at the moment. So it is fantastic that you've given up some of that time to spend with us. Could you give us a bit of an insight into what the National Safety Council actually does? For certainly me, is familiar with it.
Well, fantastic. And I made sure I had, information to make sure I said this correctly. But the National Safety Council is America's leading nonprofit safety advocate, and they have been for more than 100 years. So it's a mission-based organization working to eliminate all the leading causes of preventable death and injury. And the National Safety Council has pillars in workplace, roadway, and impairment. So we create a culture of safety, not only keeping people safer at work, but also beyond the workplace so that they can live their fullest lives.
Now we're here to talk about the MSD Solutions Lab. What is that? There's some letters. It's an acronym. It's a lab. What does it do?
Great question. So the MSD Solutions Lab, or the Musculoskeletal Disorder Solutions Lab, it's a groundbreaking National Safety Council strategic initiative. It was born or established in June of 2021, and it's funded by Amazon. It focuses on addressing musculoskeletal disorders, which, as we all know, are the most common workplace injury or illness. So, and the lab's approach is to engage key stakeholders, conduct research, identify new technologies, innovate solutions, and then scale the results so that all workplaces across not only the U.S., but the globe can benefit. We have 4 pillars that we operate under. So the 4 pillars are engage, research, solve, and amplify. So
why was it created in the first place?
Yeah, well, again, going back to the number of musculoskeletal disorders. So musculoskeletal disorders are the largest category of workplace injuries and illnesses and the leading cause of disability worldwide. So not only in the US. So the World Health Organization reports that musculoskeletal disorders are the leading cause of disability worldwide. In fact, approximately 1.7 billion with a B people have musculoskeletal conditions across the globe. And in the U.S., according to the National Safety Council's injury facts, just shy of 250,000 musculoskeletal disorder injuries were severe enough in 2020 to cause folks to take days away from work. So it's a huge issue and costing. So according to the Liberty Mutual Safety Index, MSD injuries are costing our businesses approximately $16 billion each year. So it's a pervasive issue in terms of the numbers, but I think it boils down to the pain and suffering of people and workers. And the National Safety Council said this is an issue that we felt that we brought something unique to the table, that we could help and address or explore ways to address it that hadn't been attempted before. So we could bring all different players together to participate. So it really is. It's just the largest pain and suffering issue, and we stepped up to the table and said we'll do our part to address this.
And it's an incredibly important issue, and I think the big question for me is, like, you mentioned that this was just set up recently, and the question is, why now?
That's a very important issue, or a very important question, because it's not like this is brand new. We've had musculoskeletal disorders. It's been the largest category for years. And in fact, I would say a lot of companies are having a renewed emphasis in fatal and serious injury prevention. And they define that also to include life-altering or life-impacting. But somehow musculoskeletal disorders didn't get in that equation. So I think it's important for this initiative timing is important because there's so much effort being on fatal and serious injuries and leaving behind musculoskeletal disorders. So recognizing that musculoskeletal disorders are life impacting, life altering, but unlike the other fatal and serious injuries, there's no alarms going off. They don't demand attention. So this is a way to bring visibility to this issue that, because of all the great and necessary emphasis on fatal and serious injuries, somehow the musculoskeletal disorders have kind of gotten left behind. So it's bringing new visibility to it. And I think that all of the pieces fell in place. You had an organization like the National Safety Council willing to step up. You had an organization like Amazon willing to fund it. And so all the pieces were in place to say, let's take this on, let's address it.
That's really interesting because it's obviously made it that imperative for right now. But you mentioned 4 pillars earlier. Could you tell us expand a bit more on the 4 pillars and tell us what they actually mean to you?
Absolutely. So the pillars are engage, research, solve, and amplify. And let's talk about engage. Engage means bringing all of the right people, a diverse set of minds together to address this topic. So in engaging, important stakeholders are the workers, are the companies, but also are the solution providers, the innovators, academia. So all of these different players contribute and are necessary in order to come up with a solution. And so one of the first initiatives that was stood up as part of the MSD Solutions Lab was an advisory council. And that advisory council, let's see, I wrote down here, currently has 62 members. And the 62 members represent 43 different organizations. But the advisory council, again, has representations from academia, has representations from business, has representations from consulting, from solution providers, from innovators, all to come together to help be part of this and really advise the National Safety Council on this, our strategy and approach for addressing musculoskeletal disorders. So that's the engage part. The next pillar is research. So an important thing is for us to understand what is the current state of the research, where are the gaps, and then be able to support filling those gaps by research grants and working with different universities, connecting research organizations and businesses so that the practical application of that research actually can meet a new standard. So then the third pillar is solve, and really it's to find new ways and communicate all of the fantastic ways that we already know about to address musculoskeletal disorder. So it might be using new technologies, or it might be using existing technologies in new ways. So things we're doing there, some innovation challenges, some kind of hackathons, but really innovative ways to find new solutions to address musculoskeletal disorders. And then the fourth pillar is amplify. And this is about getting the message out to the masses, right? Making sure that all companies are aware that this is a need. I mean, there honestly are a lot of small and mid-sized organizations that don't even fully understand that this is an issue that's related to the workplace that should be addressed. So it's making sure the message is out there, providing resources, information to help them begin to address this pervasive issue. And part of the Amplify, or a very important part, is an initiative that we've called the MSD Pledge. And this is an opportunity for companies to raise their hand and say, hey, I want to be a part of that call to action, and I want to, my company will also commit to do their part, both in addressing the musculoskeletal disorders in their own organization, but then share what they learned along the way.
So those 4 steps, engage, research, solve, amplify. I have a question about amplify. Communication is really important to us here. Obviously, we're on a podcast, but one question I have is sort of, how do you reach those mid-level companies? Like, what communication strategies are used?
That's a good question. And I think we're developing them additional methods as we go along. The nice thing about the National Safety Council is that the National Safety Council has between 14 and 16,000 members, of which the majority are small and medium enterprises. So we have an arm into those organizations where we have an avenue to communicate to folks that maybe have not at this point been addressing musculoskeletal disorders. So we're using their existing infrastructure, and honestly, our funding partner Amazon also has a reach in all of their suppliers that really is unparalleled. So just those two communication methods alone, but we are reaching out and working with all different kind of professional organizations. In fact, I need to acknowledge that the Human Factors and Ergonomics Society has agreed to be a professional partner with the MSD Solutions Lab. We're reaching out to other professional organizations in the ergonomics and safety and health disciplines to also be professional partners to help us reach new people, new organizations in different ways. So, and I'll be honest with you, if you guys have suggestions on ways to reach new people, our ears are always open, and we welcome new ideas.
Well, you could always come on a podcast and just let people know about it. That's one
You
thing.
know what? I have, I was with the National Safety Council when we stood up this initiative, and so I had the pleasure of being there from the very beginning. But I am a technical advisor. I don't have the luxury of working on it day to day. Unfortunately, my colleague sitting over here in the corner, Ram Michaela, is the subject matter expert for this. But Corrine Towler is also, she was the director that we hired, and Ram and Corrine would love to participate on another podcast going in the future.
We got to get you hooked up with this guy, Mr. Barry Kirby. He can.
Okay, Barry, they're ready. They're ready for you. Or maybe the question is, are you ready for them?
Well, I'm always up for a challenge. That sounds brilliant, and some content that we would absolutely be able to love to share and travel to. You talked about the pledge, the MSD pledge. Just how powerful a tool is that for you in your armory to get people, to get companies and organizations engaged?
Well, actually, if I'm being honest, I will tell you it took off faster than I thought it would. We had aspirations when we first announced the pledge that we would by year end have commitment from 100 different companies. Well, we passed that mark. We're already at 126. 126 different companies have taken the pledge. And really, because the pledge is about doing the right things in their own organization, but it's also about sharing what they learn along the way with others for the good of everyone. That I think it really has power. So, if you look at it, what they commit to reduce risks. So to really look at the MSD hazards and risks in their own organization and invest in solutions to reduce those risks. They commit to innovate and collaborate. They commit to build an organizational culture that values safety. And again, in many organizations, these things are already there, but it's about sharing them, and then commit to a significant reduction in the risks. Now, the truth is, we really tried to focus this initiative on risk, knowing that if people do the right things in terms of addressing MSD risks in the workplaces, that the injuries will take care of themselves. Because with many of the small and medium-sized organizations that maybe haven't been addressing musculoskeletal disorders, it's possible and even likely that you'll see an uptick in numbers before you see a decline, because they first got to understand where their hazards are, getting employees to tell them where the issues are. We expect to see in some organizations to see an uptick, but by focusing this initiative on risk and having getting organizations to address the risk, the MSD risk in their companies built into their operations, we feel that the injury numbers will overall come down as an entity.
So you mentioned sort of significant reduction in risk is what you said. Now I'm wondering, what does that actually look like? Is it a metric that they have to meet? Like, is it a certain percentage? Is it just in general? Like what counts as significant?
So that's a good question. So we have really struggled with that because, you guys in the field understand that there's not one recognized way to measure MSD risk. There's many different tools available that each of them have different strengths and different gaps. So we've created something called an MSD index, and that MSD index really looks at your systems around risk, culture, collaboration, and innovation. And we are actually in the final stages of refining our first. It's a questionnaire, and we will ask that all companies that have taken the pledge, they do the index on an annual basis so we can evaluate their efforts. So it's understanding that they are using, what tools that they are using, what systems do they have in place, how are they sharing, and I will be honest, in the process, we also ask for actual injury numbers, but that's not what we're measured on. We are capturing the injury numbers so that we can assess as a whole, is
Right.
this initiative making a difference? So.
But just, I guess, following on that, because I've seen a number of initiatives that are made with the best of intentions. Companies pledge to do the right thing by climate change. Companies pledge to do, et cetera, et cetera. How do we know that the companies aren't massaging the numbers, or just basically when they're reporting into you, that they're not just making something just to tick the box and are actually delivering, I guess, the real view, because it's a real view that's valuable, isn't it? So how do we know that they're actually doing that rather than just making it look good on their management charter?
Yeah, so that's an interesting question. We are working to address that and providing opportunities for companies to get third-party audited. So if they report in on the MSD pledge, they have an opportunity to really get it validated by a third party. So we're working on systems. So the question you raised is actually one that we are I wouldn't say struggling with, but actively working on now. So to make it a meaningful, credible index.
We have just a couple minutes left. I want to open up the floor to you. Is there anything else that you want our listeners, anyone watching on the live stream right now, to kind of know about the MSD Pledge, or anything about the MSD Solutions Lab?
It is evolving every day, and we're adding more resources, more opportunities. So I would encourage folks to watch the progress and engage. The website is nsc.org/MSD, and everything related to the entire initiative, to the pledge. If you think you're willing, raise your hand as a company to be part of the pledge. One of the things we're working on is mechanisms to collect and then share effective practices. Different organizations have libraries of solutions that work. We're looking at ways to do that because we want to minimize reinventing the wheel. If there's a solution, effective solution already out there, make it available. So, this has only been in existence for a short time, so we're still working on it, and we're open to suggestions and input. So reach out to us on the website, and we'd love to hear from you and engage with anyone who's willing.
Well, Lisa, thank you so much for being on the show. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back with Chris Reed to talk about his experience as president of Hfes now that it's over. We'll be right back after this.
Thanks, everyone.
Human Factors Cast brings you the best in human factors news, interviews, conference coverage, and overall fun conversations into each and every episode we produce. But we can't do it without you. The Human Factors Cast Network is 100% listener supported. All the funds that go into running the show come from our listeners. Our patrons are our priority, and we want to ensure we're giving back to you for supporting us. Pledges start at just $1 per month and include rewards like access to our weekly Q&As with the hosts, personalized professional reviews, and Human Factors Minute, a Patreon-only weekly podcast where the hosts break down unique, obscure, and interesting human factors topics in just 1 minute. Patreon rewards are always evolving, so stop by patreon.com/humanfactorscast to see what support level may be right for you. Thank you, and remember, it depends.
one thing that comes back to me again and again is the importance of this community. Our colleagues, our mentors, the people that are coming in with new ideas. This is really what we get out of HFES as a society. It's a chance to do something bigger than ourselves. It's a chance to not do our research, do our practice in isolation, but rather to become part of that bigger community.
Spacecraft, railway locomotives, nuclear submarines, healthcare, jet aircraft, these are all examples of highly technical systems and organisations, and all have one particular thing in common. They all involve humans. Humans who want to do amazing things and are using technology to achieve them. They all have something else in common. They have amazing people ensuring that the users who are involved can do what they need to do, are safe when they do so, and have the optimum user experience. These people are human factors practitioners, and on 1202, the Human Factors podcast, they talk to me, Barry Kirby, about what they do, sharing their career paths, highlighting their ideas and best practices, and fundamentally raising awareness of our discipline. Find us on 1202podcast.com, on social media, and on your favourite podcast directory, because it's more than just common sense.
Atlanta, a hub for human factors activity. Companies like Delta, CNN, the CDC, Amazon, and Wayfair are employing human factors practitioners to solve the world's problems. If you ever wondered why we can do tasks when we have the tools we need, or how having the right tools can make you more efficient, you've come to the right place. Human Factors focuses on both the why and how of human ability, efficiency, limitations, and systems. Human Factors provides us a way of improving the human experience. That brings us here, the Human Factors and Ergonomics Society's 66th annual meeting. Topics discussed here this week will span a variety of domains, such as improving emergency response to safety, all the way to improving musculoskeletal issues the average workforce faces, in addition to many more. But that's just scratching the surface. The HFES annual meeting is the premier conference where professionals in the human factors field come together with a goal of discovery, exchange, and advocacy of human interactions with the world around them. During our conference coverage today, you'll be hearing from world leaders in education, government, and industry who are focused and committed to improving our daily interactions with everything we come into contact with. Let's get started.
Human Factors Cast brings you the best in human factors news, interviews, conference coverage, and overall fun conversations into each and every episode we produce. But we can't do it without you. The Human Factors Cast Network is 100% listener supported. All the funds that go into running the show come from our listeners. Our patrons are our priority, and we want to ensure we're giving back to you for supporting us. Pledges start at just $1 per month and include rewards like access to our weekly Q&As with the hosts, personalized professional reviews, and Human Factors Minute, a Patreon-only weekly podcast where the hosts break down unique, obscure, and interesting human factors topics in just 1 minute. Patreon rewards are always evolving, so stop by patreon.com/humanfactorscast to see what support level may be right for you. Thank you, and remember, it depends.
one thing that comes back to me again and again is the importance of this community. Our colleagues, our mentors, the people that are coming in with new ideas. This is really what we get out of HFES as a society. It's a chance to do something bigger than ourselves. It's a chance to not do our research, do our practice in isolation, but rather to become part of that bigger community.
Spacecraft, railway locomotives, nuclear submarines, healthcare, jet aircraft, these are all examples of highly technical systems and organisations, and all have one particular thing in common. They all involve humans. Humans who want to do amazing things and are using technology to achieve them. They all have something else in common. They have amazing people ensuring that the users who are involved can do what they need to do, are safe when they do so, and have the optimum user experience. These people are human factors practitioners, and on 1202, the Human Factors podcast, they talk to me, Barry Kirby, about what they do, sharing their career paths, highlighting their ideas and best practices, and fundamentally raising awareness of our discipline. Find us on 1202podcast.com, on social media, and on your favourite podcast directory, because it's more than just common sense.
Yes, and we're back with more coverage from HFES 2022. I'm sitting here with the immediate past president now. Is that how I address you? As of this morning, right?
I'm used to it. Yeah, it's immediate past president.
Well, welcome back to the show, Chris. Chris Reed, it's a pleasure to have you back on the show. You've been on several times, and you and I have talked a million times, and between the town halls and everything. So you know what? I am going to skip some of the important stuff. And can we just talk about what everyone really wants to hear about?
Yeah.
Okay. That suit last night. Can we just talk about that suit last night? Can I bring it up here? Yeah, let's bring out that suit from last night.
Yo, that's awesome. I call that my Bond suit. That was like straight out of a Bond store.
He's channeling his Bond villain last night.
Yes, that was my alter ego. I had to pull him out for last night. As you know, that's like a totally different person.
Yeah.
That vibe that I was giving is not my normal vibe.
That was still fun. It was fun. I'm just going to open it up. I'm going completely off script here, but just how has the conference been so far? It's day one for most people, but I know it's like day 7 for you. So like, how are things going?
I've been here since Friday. No, it's been going awesome. Honestly, so let's see. Yesterday we kicked off with our award ceremony. We combined it with our traditional welcome ceremony. So traditionally that used to be just a food and social event. Everybody come out, just rub elbows. We took that and hijacked it and put an award ceremony in it. So we took the awards part off the front of the Tuesday normally, embedded it into the Monday night. And there you go. You know, we had basically food, drink, celebrity status, you know, getting the chance to hear some music. We had Pretty Strings, who's a local area artist, come out. She's an electronic violinist.
Yeah, that was great.
And she was doing her thing, kicking off the crowd. And then we just went into party mode at that point, celebrating each of those awardees. That was fun. Honestly, you saw me start going crazy at the end. I'm like, oh, I got to selfie this thing.
Yeah, that's evidence on LinkedIn.
Yeah.
See, I've had a whole day of just hearing what a great time you're having over there in Atlanta. You're not wrong. And Nick had kept it very quiet. The fact that you had some really good entertainment last night as well. You kept the electronic violinist out of this, didn't you?
I just didn't want you to feel bad.
Okay, that's fair enough. So, Chris, you've also talked about the way that you've mixed it up a bit for this conference, and that's, I guess, a really good example of some immediate changes you made there. Do you think that's worked? Do you think that's had a positive feedback already?
Yeah, honestly, the feedback that we've been getting is don't stop. It's one of those things that people have been waiting for, looking forward to some progressive change that's entertaining. You know, it's the combination of enlightenment celebrity status, getting our awardees the chance to talk about themselves and how they got there and why what they did is so important. And then at the same time, just have fun, man. There's nothing like combining, food and drink with, just being around people.
Yeah.
There's something post-pandemic, even that's even more eclectic. When we were in pandemic mode, it was like, hey, I'll see you on, Zoom. And like kind of what we're doing right now, Barry. Sorry. But hey, if Barry comes over here or I go over there,
right?
It's a whole different ball game.
Yeah.
So it was fun. I think that's well worth it. Everybody's saying we want to keep doing it, and we'll just keep ramping it up. The only thing I say that we're missing was a DJ.
Yeah.
I had queued some Usher music for my walk-in, and they didn't get me my Usher music, so I didn't get to dance up on stage. And so, yeah, you guys we'll have to wait till next time.
It's funny because I watched about half of it in there, and then I came back to the podcast booth just to make sure that the feed was working for this morning's plenary. And I was like, oh, I'm really glad we're not streaming this because we get copyright strikes. Because everyone was picking great music,
Yeah.
So, Chris, you have just passed over the baton to Carolyn as of this morning, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So how does that feel?
It was really enlightening. So what you guys don't get to see is what happens behind the scenes over the weekend during the last executive council meeting. So on Saturday, I host my last meeting. And then on Sunday, Carolyn hosts her first meeting. So actually at the end of Saturday is the initial transition ceremony. That's the start of the process. So I give her mallet. Well, I call it the mallet. It's her gavel. And so I hand that over to her. This time, well, it's my only time I've experienced this. But when I was doing it, my voice started cracking up. I'm giving my, going away speech, essentially my swan song, my initial swan song. Voice cracks up. I'm like getting all emotional. I feel my hair rising off the back of my neck. I'm getting goosebumps. I'm like, man, my shoulders feel less tight. Like
Suddenly,
what's going on? All of a sudden I feel lighter. And I passed the gavel over and like, hey, good luck with that. Do you feel that weight coming down on you?
Throw that thing away.
Here's the gavel. Peace.
Yeah. The burden of leadership is one that you take into account. I guess it's like, if you guys are aware of Game of Thrones, you sit on that throne that's full of sharp objects. And that thing can cut you if you don't sit on it properly. But all leadership comes with that burden, that weight. But Carolyn, she is well versed. We had a year of shadowing as she came in as president-elect. She's ready to go, and she'll kick butt and take numbers. I don't have any doubt, Carolyn.
And that's great to hear that level of confidence as well. If I can take you back, I guess 18, maybe 20 odd months, when you decided you were going to run for the presidency, we spoke on the 1202 podcast around what your ambitions were and that type of thing. Can you just reflect for us what made you want to run for the presidency in the first place? What did you want to accomplish?
Yeah, it was a combination of things. So I was thinking back to 2020 when I initially ran. We had a combination of events. We had George Floyd happening when we were talking about things happening for increasing in diversity, equity, inclusion. So at the time, we've never had a person of color like me on the stage as a president. So I was like, hey, what the hell? Why not? So that combined with, I felt the society was at a pivotal point where we needed to make some changes in order to be more inclusive, not just from a DEI perspective, but also from a practitioner perspective, looking at more capability for spreading and increasing membership. So with my experiences, where I've been, the organizations I've worked for, I'm really good at solving problems. And I felt maybe now is the time to contribute back. I'm finishing my secretary treasurer position. Let me go ahead and try the presidency, see what can happen, surround myself with the right people, and try and move the society forward, make some good changes.
Do you think you did it? Do you think you moved the society forward?
I think I put a good method in place. So in my my exit speech today, kind of showed 2 slides that had a before and after roadmap. So the before had less black dots, the after had more black dots. Obviously, there's a bunch of empty dots that still remain to be done, but the methodology itself is in place. How do you reach out and open up opportunity, open up conversation, open up relationships with people you traditionally don't talk to? And that inclusivity conversation, that partnership conversation is a method that we have founded now. And so we can do that with technical societies. We can do that with private public institutions. I think we're on our way. So now at this point, it's just learning how to grow.
That's really a really nice way of putting it, I think, because I think it's not just saying, yes, I've delivered this, but you've also laid a roadmap. You've laid a foundation to be built on. And that constant referring to now turning into that progressive organization is, I think, has been a really clear message. Through your past 12 months, has anything surprised you? Something that you maybe either didn't know, or just something that you weren't expecting throughout your year?
I didn't realize how much institutional inertia that HFES had that I had to overcome. I mean, I'm not going to go into the physics. You guys know momentum and inertia. It's like an uphill battle. I think people were so used to, if it's not broken, why fix it? And what they didn't realize was that the system broke a long time ago. They just got used to it being broken, and they started seeing past that. And so here we are. We came at this opportune, moment in time where it's like, why not? We had a meeting on Sunday with the executive council where we all voted on making some institutional changes to the annual meeting itself. So while we're looking at it at the micro level, yes, we just put on an awesome party on Friday, or what am I saying, Friday? On Monday.
Yesterday,
I can't believe
right?
I've already fast forward to Friday.
Like I said, you've lived already 7 days of the conference. You're fine.
I'm living in the future. We're looking at ways to morph over the next 3 years the overall way we do a conference. How do we make it more inclusive? How do we double the attendance in the opportunity itself, and then maybe triple it after 3 years? And so these are ways that we're looking at in larger trade shows, learning from them, and seeing what we can bring to the society.
So it's clear that your perspective on the society as a whole has changed in your time as president. Has your perspective on human factors changed, or how you view human factors in relation to the rest of the world? Has that changed at all in your time as president?
So I started in terms of my core qualifications, coming out of industrial engineering, finishing my PhD in human engineering, human factors, and ergonomics. I've worked primarily on the physical side, but changing over to the presidency, my position with ASTM on the board of directors there, advising on the National Safety Council, I've learned to become more of an evangelist, so to say, of human factors and ergonomics. It's a position that we traditionally aren't used to. We're traditionally used to wearing our lab coats and being in four walls and running a bunch of test subjects through and printing the results in a publication. But I think there's another level beyond that, which is the operations of a society that pushes the science, that pushes the opportunity for people. And then there's the evangelism of the science itself, right? If nobody's out there talking about it for you, does it exist? If a tree falls in a forest, did it make a sound? And so if nobody knows about you, then you're not getting anywhere. It's not actually making a difference. And to get to that point, for us to make a difference in designing systems for people, we have to actually be involved in the design, and our people have to be involved in the design. So that's really my emphasis there. We have over 300,000 jobs that will be out by 2029 in the US alone, much less the rest of the world. You combine that opportunity with, are we manufacturing enough people to put in those jobs? Probably not. We're at 1% of that. And so how do we start ramping that up?
That's quite scary, because there's we were talking about some jobs earlier on today, and the fact that the size of the HF community in the US is just so huge compared to, I guess, here in the UK, where we've got a much smaller resource pool, yet we've got loads of jobs out there to fill as well. So I guess what can we do on the international stage to collaborate better, to cooperate better, or just to push the word of human factors more as an international community?
Yeah, it's interesting you asked that because the Australians reached out to me on our HFES Australian counterparts a couple months ago. They were asking about access to HFES publications, and so internally we started the process on how do we share our internal U.S. based, U.S. centric publications and standards, and make it more accessible to not only Australians but the international community as a whole. And so this past weekend, we passed a vote that basically opens up a new membership. It's a new an associate level that's going to create a conduit for which people can access that straight up publication and standards access. Now we're able to do that. There's still some processing that has to take effect before that can be put in place, but the mechanism is in place to do it. Later this month, we have our International Ergonomics Association meetings where we're all convening in Delft. So we're heading over to the Netherlands. We've already started putting something in place to run a ballot on international access to the U.S. Publications and standards. So we wanted to make sure we had a conduit in place so that by the time we reach IEA, it's not only helpful for our Australian counterparts, it's helpful for the rest of the world too.
I like that answer about internationalization of HFES, and I think there's a lot of opportunity there. HFES is a worldwide organization, right? It makes me happy to know that you're kind of right there, and hopefully that the future presidents will take that and run with it. Sounds like it if there was a vote. Speaking of sort of future presidents, you've just sort of handed over this role of president to Carolyn. What does immediate past president mean? What does that role do? For those who are unfamiliar, what does that mean? What does that role do?
It means green pastures and nice sunsets on a beach somewhere. I'm gonna go do the ergonomics on palm trees and coconuts. But no, I've been thinking about. I've had a year to think about this because it comes in phases, right? You start as a learner, understanding what the process takes as the president-elect, then actually executing on it, and then doing a post-mortem and trying to figure out how to help the next person coming along, the next president-elect or the current president. And so Carolyn actually asked me not to stop working. So I'm going from like an operations perspective, running the operations of the House, to now a lead advocate and an outreach person. So the whole evangelism thing that I was mentioning before, I've gotten really good at, and they don't want to waste that momentum that I've already gained. And so I'm going to be out there, working with universities, working with other institutions. I've been asked to lead the new Industrial Advisory Board. I have two vice chairs coming in from National Safety Council with Lisa Brooks and Michael Wickland coming from Underwriters Lab. We're actually going to be meeting this week to start mapping out how we're going to bring in 10 new members, both executive and technical level, into the Industry Advisory Board. So this is a brand new committee. We have government relations, which is our original branch of outreach. We have media relations, which started back in the end of spring this year. And now we have the private institute relations through Industry Advisory Board. So the three of those things running full steam should be able to get us more interest in the world.
There's a lot of stuff there that you've highlighted that you've managed to achieve and you're hopefully going on to achieve. When people look back and talk about Chris Reed's presidency, what's your legacy? What's the big thing that you want to be remembered for?
I want to say breaking down the silos. I felt like we were too wrapped up in ourselves. We only talk to ourselves. We're really good at our science, and we want to hone in on our science. And so that means basically refining that capability by just battling amongst ourselves, by opening up the window and saying there's a bigger world outside. It's not just what's in these four walls. It's allowed us to walk outside and say, oh wait, I have the ability to work with you and to work with you and to work with you. Some of our relationships have been working with historically Black colleges and universities. This Thursday we have a meeting for local area Atlanta, Georgia, historically Black colleges and universities. So we're meeting with Morehouse, Spelman, and Clark Atlanta, starting fresh new conversations there. We've reached out to technical societies. One of our most recent was Society of Petroleum Engineers. working with areas in healthcare, different technical societies that didn't even have a clue about human factors or had an inkling about it. And now we're helping maneuver them in the direction of how we see intersections. We had task forces on environment and sustainability. Who would have thought human factors and ergonomics has a connection to environment and sustainability?
Oh, I can think of somebody.
You see?
Yeah, just a
And
little bit.
we formed people around that. We went out, we hunted, we found people that were outside the box who could talk to the science in their community and then work with us to understand our science and figure out how we can intersect the human with whatever element it is they're working on. So honestly, I think I would say, we opened up Pandora's box, might be my legacy. We broke down the silos and we figured out how the world could find out about us and we could help them.
So, Chris, we have a couple minutes left.
Yeah.
Open mic. What sort of message, topic, anything do you want to convey to everybody watching, listening? What do you want to say?
We're not done, man. I may be walking off the stage, but I'm not done.
I hear a bell.
We're not done. Literally, it feels like one of those movies where we just figured out what we were capable of. All right, here we go. You guys will run with this one. Think of Dragon Ball Z, right?
Okay.
How many times do we need to watch Goku go to the next level of Super Saiyan before they stop doing Dragon Ball Z? I mean, this dude has reached Super Saiyan level 5, and we keep finding new levels. He just keeps pulling it out of himself. So I think it's like that. We've learned how to fish in this pond. We've just realized we have a whole nother ocean to go play in.
Right.
Let's keep pushing the boundaries. Let's keep pushing the science and learning how to adapt.
What Super Saiyan level would you say Hfes is at right now?
I think we just broke level 1, man.
Okay, all right. All right.
We just went Super Saiyan. Before that, it was all. I'm trying to remember, where he would basically turn red.
Oh, okay.
I forgot the levels that he used to be.
It's been forever
Super
since I've
Saiyan.
seen it.
Yeah, he thought he was all hyped up until they killed his boy Krillin. So, unfortunately, that anger made him level 1. I think that's where we are now. It's like we've reached this level of we've had enough.
Right.
Now let's do something about it.
Yeah. So it sounds like there's a lot of runway to go. Barry, do you have any other questions?
I guess it's a question I did ask you when we talked last time on the 1202 podcast, but obviously I've got, in a few months' time, I get to take over presidency of the CIHF. What advice would you give me about, with your year's worth of experience now, what's the golden nugget that I need to take into my presidency?
Well, you're going to have to figure out how to commune with your environment, on the council level for your end, the people who you surround yourself, figure out their boundaries, where you can push them, figure out where they would like to go. Those insights are going to be helpful. But I think if you have something that's aspirational that you want to do, wrap them around that and point them in that direction. I know you see I'm very tactical and strategic. I like laying out, here's what I want to do it, and then here's what I did. I think you can do the same. It's no different whether you're US based or in South Africa or India or in UK. It's the same message, man. It's figure out how to spread the impact of human factors and ergonomics, embed your people in all the right places, and make sure they have the ability to grow.
Well, Chris, it's been a pleasure to have you on the show, and thank you so much for your leadership over the last year. I am not bullshitting you when I say that I think that Hfes has come a long way in just the last couple of months here. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with our next guest right after this. Chris, thank you so much for being on the show.
Thanks, everyone. Good seeing you again, Barry.
Good luck with those greener pastures, man.
Human Factors Cast brings you the best in human factors news, interviews, conference coverage, and overall fun conversations into each and every episode we produce. But we can't do it without you. The Human Factors Cast network is 100% listener supported. All the funds that go into running the show come from our listeners. Our patrons are our priority, and we want to ensure we're giving back to you for supporting us. Pledges start at just $1 per month and include rewards like access to our weekly Q&As with the hosts, personalized professional reviews, and Human Factors Minute, a Patreon-only weekly podcast where the hosts break down unique, obscure, and interesting human factors topics in just 1 minute. Patreon rewards are always evolving, so stop by patreon.com/humanfactorscast to see what support level may be right for you. Thank you, and remember, it depends.
One thing that comes back to me again and again is the importance of this community. Our colleagues, our mentors, the people that are coming in with new ideas. This is really what we get out of HFES as a society. It's a chance to do something bigger than ourselves. It's a chance to not do our research, do our practice in isolation, but rather to become part of that bigger community.
Spacecraft, railway locomotives, nuclear submarines, healthcare, jet aircraft, these are all examples of highly technical systems and organisations, and all have one particular thing in common. They all involve humans. Humans who want to do amazing things and are using technology to achieve them. They all have something else in common. They have amazing people ensuring that the users who are involved can do what they need to do, are safe when they do so, and have the optimum user experience. These people are human factors practitioners, and on 1202, the Human Factors podcast, they talk to me, Barry Kirby, about what they do, sharing their career paths, highlighting their ideas and best practices, and fundamentally raising awareness of our discipline. Find us on 1202podcast.com, on social media, and on your favourite podcast directory, because it's more than just common sense.
Atlanta, a hub for human factors activity. Companies like Delta, CNN, the CDC, Amazon, and Wayfair are employing human factors practitioners to solve the world's problems. If you ever wondered why we can do tasks when we have the tools we need, or how having the right tools can make you more efficient, you've come to the right place. Human Factors focuses on both the why and how of human ability, efficiency, limitations, and systems. Human Factors provides us a way of improving the human experience. That brings us here, the Human Factors and Ergonomics Society's 66th annual meeting. Topics discussed here this week will span a variety of domains, such as improving emergency response to safety, all the way to improving musculoskeletal issues the average workforce faces, in addition to many more. But that's just scratching the surface. The Hfes annual meeting is the premier conference where professionals in the human factors field come together with a goal of discovery, exchange, and advocacy of human interactions with the world around them. During our conference coverage today, you'll be hearing from world leaders in education, government, and industry who are focused and committed to improving our daily interactions with everything we come into contact with. Let's get started. Yes, and we are back for more of our coverage here at the 66th Annual Human Factors and Ergonomics Society. Dang it, Barry, you need that thing. I'm going to do it again. And we're back here for more coverage of
the 66th annual Human Factors and Ergonomics Society. I do it every time. Barry doesn't warn me that I need to mute something else that we use to communicate during the commercial breaks. Anyway, welcome back. Welcome to the show, Camille Paris. Thank you for coming back. You're supposed to be here a couple hours ago. That's okay. It's okay. And I want to explain to everybody that we had mentioned earlier, it's fine. It's a conference. People get caught up in conversation. We mentioned as much. We're here now, and we're here to discuss some cool stuff. So you've been on the show before. We talked to you when you and Chris were going up for the presidency, and it's kind of weird to see Chris kind of complete his presidency now, and now we're moving on to the next set. But just for those of you, for those listeners or folks who aren't familiar, could you just give folks a little bit more about yourself? Who are you, and what are you all about?
Sure. So my name's Camille Paris, and I'm an associate professor at Texas A&M University, and I do research on integrating human factors into high-risk industrial settings. So think chemical plants, refineries, oil and gas, that sort of stuff. The higher risk, more complicated, the better. And been doing that for, I guess, about 9 years now. That's about how long I've been at Texas A&M. And before that, I was at the University of Houston Clear Lake, and actually stood up a program there in applied cognitive psychology, which is essentially human factors and ergonomics, and was there for about 7 years, and got my PhD from Rice University in cognitive psychology. And just really, I'm loving being here at Hfes and seeing all my friends, and seeing the students that are getting to, learn all about it, and having you all here. This is really it's a cool thing to have you all here, and it's great to be back on the show. Thanks for having me. I really appreciate it.
Oh man. Yeah. We love being here. We love having you here. And I am especially jazzed about the topic that we're going to talk about today. And it's communications of human factors to people who maybe not be human factors, and to people who are human factors. It's just a communication within human factors is a whole thing. So let's talk about the status of communication of human factors. It's really important to us as podcasters and practitioners that communication be effective. So what is the current state today? What does it look like?
Well, that's of course, it depends on where you are and what industry you're in, I think, is a huge piece of it. And one thing about the state of communication is I want to give you all some kudos. Is after the last time I was here, we had talked kind of just extemporaneously come up with this idea of a so what webinar, and to have a scientist come on and have a webinar, and then have a practitioner there at the same time talking about a paper. And we've had a couple of those, and they've been really well received. So be on the lookout. We're going to have another one coming up, and with the Society of Petroleum Engineering, and talk about automation. And so we're really looking forward to that. And so that's, I think, a very important step with regard to this, translation and communication of the science to people who actually are going to be using it. And one of the things that I have found in my work with folks who are in, again, primarily petrochemical, oil and gas, that sort of thing, is they typically don't think of human factors as a scientific discipline. I usually get people who think of it as factors that are associated with a human, meaning that that's fatigue, or that's individual differences, like maybe they had a fight with their significant other before they came to work, or things like that, lists of things that you could associate with a human, but nothing to do with any kind of scientific discipline or profession. Lord knows, not a profession. And so there's that component. And then there's another group that thinks of human factors as meaning specifically safety culture. And it just has to, because it's about humans. And so I try to, I've come up with this method of communicating sort of the methods and discipline around human factors that I was introduced to initially as a graduate student, and it's called the interactive behavior triad. And so the idea is to be able to predict how people are going to behave, that you need to have information about three things, thus the interactive behavior triad. And you need to have information about the task the person's doing. You need to have information about the person who's doing the task. And you need to have information about the tool that the person is using to do that task. And when you have that information, then you can better predict how people are going to behave. And I was first introduced to this in an experimental way, or we were reading a paper, and this was actually Mike Byrne was talking about it with regard to cognitive modeling, and that most of the time what happens is people will do experiments and do these two-way interactions. Like they'll see, can we predict human behavior if we do a test or an experiment with the task and the tool, or with the task and the person, or the person and the tool? But very rarely do they look at all three. And that can make a difference. So if you have a crap tool and you know a lot about the task, and you have a specific task and specific attributes of the person, like what kind of cognition, are they using semantic memory, or are they using long-term memory, those kinds of things, the design of the tool can make a difference in how they're going to behave. And I was just really struck by it at the time, young, impressionable graduate student. And, it just made so much sense to me. And it was an aha for me. And I started seeing it everywhere, right? Kind of like when you discover human factors, you just see the bad human factors everywhere. And I started seeing that. And then it kind of went in the back of my mind. But then I started thinking of examples. And when I was trying to explain human factors to people who were not human factor specialists, realizing that this could be helpful. And the example that I use a lot as as a professor was writing a paper, when students need to write a paper, and that whole task. So the task, breaking that down and saying, okay, so the task here is to generate the content from the class and being able to summarize it, and in a way that your professors can be happy with. It's not super risky. Maybe you do it 3 or 4 times a semester. These are the things, for the task itself, which is what is it you're trying to accomplish. And then the person's got to use some long-term memory. They've got to use their upper extremities. They've got to use visual scanning. They've got to use, what are the things that they are needing to do. Their motivation is important. And then we start talking about the tools. And one of the things that's always fun when I do this in presentations is because I'll say, okay, anybody out there ever written a paper with a typewriter? And of course, depending on the age of the audience, of course, I always raise my hand because I used a typewriter. And then everybody just remembers, oh, that's right. You can write a paper and submit it without using a word processor. So writing a paper, the task is not using the word processor. That's the tool to accomplish the task. And so if it is, I've got that task, I keep that task constant, and I use a typewriter. And let's say that my motivation, I've got a student who is straight A student. She's really motivated to make sure that she does really great on this paper. It may not be whether she uses a typewriter or computer. Maybe it won't make that big of a difference in what her behavior is. She may be a little bit slower, maybe a little more frustrating, but the end product may not be that different. If I've got somebody who is doing just enough to get by, wants to make sure his parents don't bring him back home, from college, he's got his buddies that are ready to go to happy hour. And if he's got a typewriter versus a computer, or a word processor to do the task, what we see as far as that end product, that interactive behavior, probably would be very different as far as that interaction there. But then if we actually added that third variable of if it's a task that they do once a year versus if they're doing it 3 or 4 times a year, then we might actually see that interactive behavior change even more, depending on those other 2 variables. And so when I explain this to people, I'll say this is a human factor specialist is going to be able to come in and unpack a situation and look at, okay, what are people trying to accomplish? What are the attributes of the human experience that matter for this thing? And then what about, this, I've been saying tool, but I really think more about the context than the tool
Right.
is part of that, because you got the psychosocial piece, you've got, for the oil and gas, I'll say, are they doing this in the North Sea? Are they doing this in the Gulf of Mexico? Because all of that matters as well. But it helps to unpack a little bit. And I said, people who are trained in this can put this together and help unpack it and then put it back together so that we can have the most efficient, effective, and safe interactive behavior as possible. But it's unpacking it and putting it back together. And so we all know that that's a lot of different disciplines that I've just
Right.
described, right? So you've got, biomechanics, cognitive engineering, you've got task analysis, psychosocial, stuff. You've got tool building. It's a lot of different things. But when I'm talking industry, they don't care about that. They don't need to know that. They don't need to know that, a human factor specialist needs to have some basic background in all of those things. But they need to have a parsimonious way of understanding why it's difficult and then being able to point to examples. And so it's a tool that I've been using that can be effective. And it's also helpful for sort of teaching students and coming up with examples.
My mind's kind of blown now. That's brilliant. So obviously we're talking specifically about communications here, and I'm just thinking about what we do in terms of this podcasting and things like that from a human factors perspective. How does using the triad play specifically into communications? How would we use that on a day-to-day basis, I guess?
On a day-to-day basis, I would say that so I'm not exactly sure with the podcast. I don't know that business very well, but
any other.
Yeah. So I would
It's a tool.
say as a tool, as a practitioner tool, I would say to help if I were going in and consulting, let's say, and somebody brings me a problem and that this is this problem that we're having. It's something that I would use and kind of pull out, my little cheat sheet that I have and say, okay, where do you think this problem is and why? Do you think that this is about the task? Do you think that this is that we're asking too much of the person, or do you think we haven't accommodated the fact that they've got to do visual scanning and the labels are crap and they can't see the labels, or that it's always really foggy and they can't see what's going on? Or is this about, the quality of the tool, or is there a bad psychosocial environment, or is it really, really cold outside? So, let's sort of unpack each one of these things, or just what's going on. Even if we can't identify the problem initially, let's talk about what's happening in each of these spaces. And of course, there's a lot going on in each of those spaces, but it's a nice way of unpacking a problem first. And I think that would be a way of working with people initially.
I learned something today. I'm going to take that home. And next time my wife asks me to change a dirty diaper, I'm going to say, okay, well, let me look at the task, the tool, and the motivation. And I'll explain to her where the problem is and why I don't want to do it.
Exactly. I think that would be all about motivation, my friend.
Exactly. That is it. So, we are science communicators, and in order to communicate that science, we have to be good at something. What are we good as human factors practitioners? What are we good at communicating?
Well, I think that practitioners, well, that's, the practitioners aren't monolithic, right? I think that is got to be, they're going to be good at communicating what they're good at communicating. I think what we need to be, generally good at communicating is what the findings are, and how those findings can and need to be integrated. And I think that integration piece is a really big challenge, and that really has to do with listening. And it could be tool too that the triad could be used as a reflective device to be able to say, hey, this is what I think I'm hearing, or this is what I think I've learned, is that this is kind of what this space is that you all are living in. And it seems like there might be a problem here. Is that right? Does that sound correct? And this might be a way for us to address that. That could be another way of looking at it, because it's always got to be about, in order to communicate, you've got to listen and really know that you've heard it and that they've been heard.
That that seems like a really big message for us to be listening and then to do that, to do the reflective piece. Is there something that you've maybe observed in human factors practitioners as a cohort that we could generally improve? Something that, you know, maybe a character trait that we all share just by the nature of being human factors practitioners, that we could the beast that we are, what could we improve as a cohort?
Well, now that's loaded.
You think?
Yeah,
Gotcha.
exactly. Somebody, I'm not a practitioner, and to say that, I think that as people, so I'm not going to say practitioners. I'm going to say as people. I think it's real easy to get into the us and them mindset. And if they would just listen, if they would just understand, why don't they? And as opposed to focusing on how can I help them, and that they're struggling with this too, and understanding the demons and beasts where on their side of the fence, and trying to fit in with that, and to be able to not just speak the language, because I think that actually, as human factors folks, we do a pretty good job of speaking other disciplines' languages, and other technologies' languages. But more than that, understanding the constraints that they have and the motives that they have, and that we have to fit within that. And I think a good example of our moving towards that is that we've been able to integrate into agile programming. I mean, that's spectacular, really. And so I think those kinds of things, and it can be in some really recalcitrant kinds of populations, that can be tough, where they really just see the humans as the problem. And so why in the world would I want to talk to y'all about the humans that are the problem? I know I find that a lot. And so the thing that's interesting about that is probably one of the most powerful communication tools that I have when I'm talking to industry folks is graphs with data. So when I say I did this study in this experimental way, and I showed that this happened in this way, and they see, because a lot of them are engineers, and they want to see that we can do empirical work and show that these things make a difference in performance, which ultimately makes a difference in the bottom line. And that's when they really started sitting up and going, oh, she's not just talking about that she feels this way, or she has an opinion this way because, she's got a PhD. It really is, I have evidence around this. And that made a big difference. So I think the evidence in a lot of ways can really be impactful.
Yeah, that's definitely been sort of a light bulb moment a lot of times for other people who don't quite get what we do. When you show them sort of the data, when you show them a graph, it's because we speak different languages. They speak in data and numbers. And if we provide recommendations without that data or without those graphs, then they think it's just on a whim, because they need to see the numbers to back it up. And so that's something that I found effective in my everyday work, is exactly that, show them the graphs. How might we be able to better communicate with folks, human factors people to non-human factors people, just in general, like the general public? Is there a way that we can communicate to them effectively?
I think again, I think it's not a monolith. I think if we have an approach that is for everyone, that's going to be tough. I think it is targeting who we're trying to get to, and what problem we're helping them address. And if it is that we are wanting to bring in younger people and have them better understand that this is a career, and that this is a way of actually getting involved in STEM, that you're not in a lab by yourself, or you're not coding in a in a room on your computer by yourself, but you're doing science, these really cool things with technology and science, and getting involved. So that's one thing to communicate, and that's of course just getting involved with the kids and all of that. If it is that we're trying to help people solve problems, than it is, going out to those different. We need to go to those groups and be involved in those groups and not ask them to come to us. I mean, I go to a lot of different industry conferences for that reason, and communicate to them. I think, but I don't think there's one approach. Now, I do love these commercials that I'm seeing. That I think that is awesome, really awesome, and getting those out there for sure.
It's almost like, are you reading my notes? Because that's my next question: is how do we reach people where they are versus having them find human factors? Because there's, at least in terms of discovery from sort of a practitioner educator perspective, there's two ways in which we've kind of understand that people find human factors, as either they've found human factors through digging, or human factors has found them through some of these side channels. And how do you, I think the more effective route, or the more common route I should say, is the one where human factors finds them. And that's kind of the next question I have, and you kind of alluded to it a little bit with getting involved with children. How do you sort of make human factors meet people where they are, instead of having people come to the discipline, right? Like how can we be more pervasive as a field?
That's and yeah, so that whole idea of outreach, is
Right.
that kind of what you're thinking? And I think that is where we can really leverage the fact that we touch so many different areas of life, right? We're not only in medicine, or we're in all of these different areas. And I think it is then that we have to get in there, and get involved in those areas, communities, and the professional communities and scientific communities. And the tough thing is that I'm not petroleum engineer. I am not a chemical engineer. I'm not going to be any of those things. And at the same time, I need to go to some of those conferences to present some of my work so that they know what's going on. And that's a little bit of a burden. It's actually quite a bit of a burden. But at the same time, if I really want to have impact, that's where I've got to go in their world. That's where I've got to go, because they're not coming here. And so I think that's been my experience. So I can't speak unilaterally for all of the different areas, but I think that as a field, we need to start bringing all of us together. So for the folks that are, I think the Human Factors at the Healthcare Technology Conference, though, is an excellent example of where those folks have, and our folks have, come together in a mutually beneficial event. And a lot of that has to do with FDA regulations. So they had to do that. And so I think each one of the communities is going to be different, and aerospace is going to be different, and computing is going to be different. And so speaking to each one, the TGs would be a great source of information about, so how does this work? How are we going to how are we going to be where they are, or get to them in their space? And is that something we can do in a singular space like healthcare did, or do we need to do it more explicitly outreach? I think it's going to be unique.
I think that gives us plenty of homework to look at as well. Obviously, this is still day one of the conference, and I've just heard all day about all the amazing things that people are getting up to, and you're all going for happy hours this evening, and I'm hugely jealous. But what have you got out of the conference so far? But I guess, what are you most looking forward to over the next few days as well?
I think, of course, seeing my friends, and going to happy hours and networking. The ideas back and forth, it is the thing that just completely revives me every time I come here. And just the hardcore, well, that's interesting, but have you ever thought about this? And that is always really a hallmark and a highlight for me. I think seeing the how many students are here, just seeing everybody back has been just invigorating. And I think feeling all the energy that there is, I'm really looking forward to continuing to do that. And then I'll be, that for me, it's community. It really is about the community. And the exciting new things that the EC's got planned. And
Lots to look forward to this week. Camille, thank you so much for coming back on the show.
Thank you so much for having me.
All right. Well, we're going to take a quick break and we'll be back with our live recap of today's conference coverage. We'll be back right after this.
Human Factors Cast brings you the best in human factors news, interviews, conference coverage, and overall fun conversations into each and every episode we produce. But we can't do it without you. The Human Factors Cast Network is 100% listener supported. All the funds that go into running the show come from our listeners. Our patrons are our priority, and we want to ensure we're giving back to you for supporting us. Pledges start at just $1 per month and include rewards like access to our weekly Q&As with the hosts, personalized professional reviews, and Human Factors Minute, a Patreon-only weekly podcast where the hosts break down unique, obscure, and interesting human factors topics in just 1 minute. Patreon rewards are always evolving, so stop by patreon.com/humanfactorscast to see what support level may be right for you. Thank you, and remember, it depends.
One thing that comes back to me again and again is the importance of this community. Our colleagues, our mentors, the people that are coming in with new ideas. This is really what we get out of HFES as a society. It's a chance to do something bigger than ourselves. It's a chance to not do our research, do our practice in isolation, but rather to become part of that bigger community.
Spacecraft, railway locomotives, nuclear submarines, healthcare, jet aircraft, these are all examples of highly technical systems and organisations, and all have one particular thing in common. They all involve humans. Humans who want to do amazing things and are using technology to achieve them. They all have something else in common. They have amazing people ensuring that the users who are involved can do what they need to do, are safe when they do so, and have the optimum user experience. These people are human factors practitioners, and on 1202, the Human Factors podcast, they talk to me, Barry Kirby, about what they do, sharing their career paths, highlighting their ideas and best practices, and fundamentally raising awareness of our discipline. Find us on 1202podcast.com, on social media, and on your favourite podcast directory, because it's more than just common sense.
Atlanta, a hub for human factors activity. Companies like Delta, CNN, the CDC, Amazon, and Wayfair are employing human factors practitioners to solve the world's problems. If you ever wondered why we can do tasks when we have the tools we need, or how having the right tools can make you more efficient, you've come to the right place. Human Factors focuses on both the why and how of human ability, efficiency, limitations, and systems. Human Factors provides us a way of improving the human experience. That brings us here, the Human Factors and Ergonomics Society's 66th annual meeting. Topics discussed here this week will span a variety of domains, such as improving emergency response to safety, all the way to improving musculoskeletal issues the average workforce faces, in addition to many more. But that's just scratching the surface. The Hfes annual meeting is the premier conference where professionals in the human factors field come together with a goal of discovery, exchange, and advocacy of human interactions with the world around them. During our conference coverage today, you'll be hearing from world leaders in education, government, and industry who are focused and committed to improving our daily interactions with everything we come into contact with. Let's get started.
Welcome to Human Factors Cast, your weekly podcast for human factors, psychology, and design.
Hello, HFES! Yes, people are looking at me like I'm a crazy person because we are broadcasting live here from HFES's 66th annual meeting in Atlanta, Georgia. We are recording this live episode recap on October 11th, 2022. That's Tuesday. That's the first day of the conference. My name is Nick Roome. We got a great show for you tonight. We're going to be breaking down a lot of all things HFES. Everything HFES that we talked about. We had a big, long live stream. We are here kind of recording the recap. I would love to take credit for all this myself, but I can't do this alone. I have a remoting in from the UK, Mr. Barry Kirby. Barry.
Hey there, Nick. And it's been fantastic here to be able to remote in with you for the past, nearly 9.5 hours now. I think this is the closest we've been.
This is certainly the longest you and I have ever talked in one continuous setting. Now, I got to say, we tend to get a lot of new folks listening to the show around this time. So thank you so much. Welcome to the show. Sincerely, thank you for even picking out your phone and putting in Human Factors Cast and subscribing and doing all that. Thank you. That is awesome. I'm so glad you're here. This is a little bit different from the normal format that we do, but we also do conference coverage, and that's why we're here. We are here live. Well, I am here live at in Atlanta, Georgia, HFES. So we're going to be talking all things Human Factors and Ergonomics Society. I keep mentioning this over and over and over. It's been a long day. I'm sleep deprived. We're here. This is it. This is the last thing we're recording, and then I can go back to my room and sleep. But some of the stuff that we're going to go over today is a little bit about what HFES is. Even if you may be familiar with it, it's not always nice to get a refresher. We're going to talk about some of our coverage and some of the best, most fun topics that we had today. And then we'll kind of wrap it up and call it a day. So, Barry, I got to get into things here. Do you, since you've never been to HFES, right?
Nope, never been. This is my first time, even though it's only remotely.
Tell me what HFES is.
So, HFES is the Human Factors and Ergonomics Society, and it was founded in 1957.
Okay, dictionary definition. Just give me your perception of what HFES is.
Yeah, it's just another professional organization for human factors practitioners. It's nearly as good as the Chartered Institute of Ergonomics and Human Factors, but you know, you've got a lot to learn. No, it's been a really interesting view on seeing a community come together, and obviously I've had quite a privileged view on HFES across the board, being able to get to speak to the leadership today and what their ambitions are and that type of thing, as well as talking to genuine members. But it seems from the outside a very now open and progressive organization that's coordinating itself around not only just doing human factors well, but communicating it in a hopefully more inclusive way.
Yes, I agree. That's it. No, I think for me, HFES is a professional home. It was the first sort of major conference that I went to. Met a lot of really great connections, and over the years, our connection here as a podcast has grown to the point where now we're in the ear of HFES leadership, and that's always nice to have. But beyond that,
some of the folks here that make this thing happen is just they're on it. And so I always get a little when people say that the society's dying. Yes, it needs to change, but a lot of our stuff today talked about what changes are coming, and truthfully, they've left me pretty hopeful for the future of the society. So let's get into our well, first off, let's just address the elephant in the room. We're here. I'm physically here at HFES. It's been 3 years, 4 years, 3 years, 4 years, 3 years for me. My son just made
3 years. That's greater than 2.
Yes. Yes. It's and so in the past it's been very much like this, although I feel that the energy is much higher, and I can't tell if that's because people have been stopping by and saying hi to the podcast all day, or if it's just genuinely everybody is here and excited about getting back into things, because over the last couple of years it's been a hybrid variant where either there's been a limited number of people there, or it's been completely online just because of the way the world was over the last couple of years. So with that being said, Barry, walk us through, what did we hear about today?
So I guess if we look in the grand scheme of things, we've got we were privileged, I think, to be able to live stream the plenary remarks made by Chris as outgoing president and Carolyn, but then also we heard from the keynote speaker, all from the test pilot from Boeing, who basically gave us a really good insight into what it means to him to have more human factors involvement, which was fantastic.
Yeah, Captain Craig Bauman.
Thank you very much. You can scroll up quicker than I can. So we've had that, and then we've had a day of interviews, literally non-stop interviews all the way through, including HFES leadership, and then we've had a really good insight into affinity groups today. No doubt we'll come and talk about them in a bit more detail, and that's been an eye-opening experience for me as well as a human factors practitioner. Thinking, I think we automatically assume that we as human factors practitioners would take into account all the different types of people, the different types of attitudes and desires within our society, and it just sort of proves that we need these affinity groups to keep our eyes open. We talked a lot about autonomy. It seems to have been a fairly persistent theme, not only with people who've spoken to us, but people who've been reflecting on what they've been seeing. And then, talking about leadership and communications. So there's been a real run through. I think possibly one of the highlights is talking about the outfit that Chris Reed was wearing last night. A smooth suit. But no, it's been refreshing, I think. So I think I think we'll dig more into this, but a persistent theme, particularly from the leadership for me, was around change, around progression.
I agree.
Around not so much where we are now, but where we see in the future. In fact, very much almost fighting talk from all of the current leadership trio.
And I want to add a quick little note to that too, is because it's not only looking forward. You might say, well, you're ignoring what's happening now, but no, that forward looking is because of what we understand now. And it's like you said, it's really refreshing. It's fighting talk. It's fighting words. They want to get in there, get their hands dirty, and do things.
Yes, very much so. So I don't know. Do we want to dig into a few of the specifics? I mean, let's talk about the leadership in more detail, because I thought that was really good. I mean, we heard from Chris and Carolyn twice, both from their official remarks to the conference itself, and then they obviously came and spoke to us as Susan did as well. I mean, Chris, I think, was very open with us when he came and spoke to us earlier. He really feels that he's not only done something, but he's been able to lay a framework down, lay a direction, a level of momentum that he feels that everybody's bought into and everybody's moving on. His initial slides, his discussion at the conference, really looked at he talked about, as you've mentioned, around the membership numbers, and really is the sun setting on HFES. And I think it was quite clear that he doesn't think that's the case. That
no, Barry, you continue on. I have something I have to take care of in person really quick. Okay.
Oh,
you continue
right.
on.
Yeah, I absolutely will, because I quite like the sound of my own voice anyway. So it was really interesting to hear Chris's approach, and also, and I'd encourage you to go back and listen to what he said in a lot more detail, because it's the big. I guess one of the questions that we asked him is, right, so what's your legacy? What is it that you're that you think that we? And he was really strong in saying it's not over yet. We're only just getting started. And then when we spoke to Carolyn, there was very much that there was a sort of continuation there. There was clearly there's not going to be a massive step change and moving into a very different direction now. Carolyn very much had the words that the ideas that she wants to bring, but it's all still very much in that direction of wanting to do more outreach, wanting to work with people, wanting to drive forward. And then when we heard from Susan, so the incoming president-elect, she very clearly had a whole bunch of things that she wanted to change, some large, some small, but all throughout, all three of them, there was no, there was a level of synergy in terms of direction, and that direction is progressive. It is moving forward. It is evolving the organization to be different from where it is.
Hang on, sorry.
To go somewhere else. But it is very much of the everyone's going to bring their own flavor to it. Chris had his flavor that he brought to it, and has clearly done made some real impact. One of the profound things that he said to us was that he felt that it was that people just didn't realize that Hfes was potentially broken, and we were just working through that. But now he feels that it was the elephant in the room, and they've helped solve it. So between Chris, Carolyn, and Susan, that progressive way forward is going to see Hfes change and morph and grow into a different beast, but a one that perhaps suits its members a bit more, the members of the future, rather than just purely the members of the past. That we heard a lot more about different ways of doing communications as well, and actually looking at the conference itself, there was clearly different ideas about wanting to change the way that the conference ran. So a really obvious reflection of that was where they did the awards. So the awards ceremony moved to the to last night, to which was a first apparently. Apparently, it would normally be done on the Tuesday morning rather than the Monday night, but they did it on the Monday night to bring it in with the sort of the welcome dinner, and then they were very gleefully telling me that they'd had music and all like nice drinks and great food, which left my mouth watering and really quite upset that I'd missed a lot of this stuff. So clearly, that driver social event as much as everything else.
Barry, hold on. We have a rare opportunity here. I've set up a camera for folks to come by and to give their thoughts. Give me 1 minute here, and I'll get the camera up. All right, let me just mute this mic.
I just realized you were doing this.
Yeah, we're doing this live. Could you just give us a couple thoughts? Say hello to the camera. You're live to everybody. Could you just let us know sort of what you enjoyed about Hfes today and what you're looking forward to this week?
So I'm Julie Gilpin McMinn. I'm the incoming Secretary Treasurer-elect for HFES, and I have enjoyed all of these amazing young people who are here. The energy is just incredible, and listening to the different work that they're doing and their aspirations has just been a joy. And I'm getting ready to go up and go to the student reception and say hello to them I think it's at 6. And the early career and practitioner reception is coming up at 5:30 up on Skyline, which is the 10th floor, which isn't advertised well. So if you want to come up there, I don't care who you are, come up there, say hi, grab something to eat, and make some connections, because that's what HFES is all about, is sharing knowledge, sharing the science, and making connections that you can have for the rest of your life. That's it.
Well, that was awesome. Great to hear from some people who are live attending and just getting that feedback. Well captured, Nick. That's good work.
This is I have to let everybody know this is a live stream. This is completely unplanned, and I had planned on releasing this as an episode. I don't know if I want to do that now. We'll kind of package this up. Hang on, we have another one, maybe potentially. Are you ready? You want to talk? Yeah, here. Hang on. Let me. All right, Barry, give me some preamble here while I get this ready.
Okay, so the other person who I spoke to, who I thought was mind blowing in many ways, was Professor Paul Salmon. Paul is somebody who I've spoken to before on a number of occasions, but actually on the 1202 podcast. And when I spoke to him, and he's got quite well published on this, he's really looking into artificial general intelligence, and specifically at the moment around associated risks. And this is, you're talking about AI and AGI is something that, you know, we do quite often now. Artificial intelligence is baked into everything. But actually, he came up with some concepts today that were really, really weird for me. And so we'll get back into them after we've spoken to the next guest.
They're still thinking about their answers. That's okay. We're here. We're live. It's all.
Okay.
People are asking. We're asking people to give their live thoughts right now. So there's a lot going on.
Really neat. So in that case, I'll just finish off my thought then. One of the things that really blew my mind was the idea around where Paul mentioned that artificial general intelligence, when they're working with us, may not actually want us to know, us as humans, that they are more intelligent than we are, and so the AGI might hide.
Wait 1 second.
All right. Which was just mind blowing. Anyway, so we're going to go and potentially hear from someone else. So yes,
yep. Here we go. Next person up, and you're good.
All set? Yeah, my name is Sarah Clark. I'm a UX designer. So what I've really enjoyed this week has been hearing the term UX used outside of software and UI. Where I come from, it's very it's used interchangeably. And I really like that people are taking the UX approach and applying it to things like hardware and the built environment and outside of just software. And what I'm looking forward to most is honestly just more of that.
All right, thank you, Sarah. All right, there we go.
And isn't that great? There's just the different sort of interactions that people want. And so I presume, Nick, you're just now lining people up just to
we're trying
just to commentary. That I think that's brilliant. I've got to say, from a remote perspective, I'm somewhat jealous. There's clearly so much going on, and so many different things that are happening, and more than one mention has been made of happy hour, multiple happy hours, and so which clearly I'm not taking part in. So this just gives me an extra boost. I think that hopefully next year, if we're going to do this again, we need to try and do it in person rather than remote. As fun as remote is, then I think the whole being in person, being able to just work with people, I think gives me an extra sense of motivation.
Yeah, I really want you to be here next year. Please be here next year. This is it'd be so much easier. Oh my god. But beyond that, I mean, like, look, it's just a ton of fun. There's been so many good for us, it's a little different. We've been doing live streaming all day. This is not a typical HFES experience, so I have to admit. However, being able to see everyone's happy faces, like, people are just jazzed to be here, and being here in person is refreshing. It feels like coming home. I think I've mentioned that a couple times, but it's really just the sort of atmosphere here. Everyone's happy to be back. They're exchanging. Like, I am literally watching conversations happen right in front of me where information is being exchanged. And geez, like, it is awesome. I don't know what you talked about with the stuff that we covered here on the show this week or on today. It feels like an entire week that we've sitting here live streaming.
Well, it's almost a, was it like 3 months worth of coverage in one day? When you look at them? But no, I sort of spoke at some length around the leadership and what Chris and Carolyn and Susan had to say to us. And I was just dropping into Paul Salmon and the way he scared me silly.
Keep talking about Paul Salmon really quick. I'll be right back.
Okay, so the other thing that Paul did as well was away from the AGI scaring me silly with some of this. Actually, no, just focus on that a little bit more. Was what they were doing. It was coming up with two different models: a military model and a transport model. to test AGI and make that work. And actually, some of the stuff that was interesting was more of the risks were on the civilian application, so the transport application, rather than the military application. It was almost a given that the military application would do what it does, but actually the civilian application had a whole lot more ethics and them type of things that perhaps we wouldn't think about in any other sort of way. And then this idea of the AGI just hiding its own capability was just mind blowing, because even though we sort of talked about artificial general intelligence, and we know things like Skynet and things like that, when if you've watched Terminator or The Matrix or any, then pick another film, but actually when he sort of mentioned this idea about the artificial general intelligence recognizing that it was more intelligent than the humans than us, and actually just trying to dumb that down just to make sure it didn't get like switched off, or that was just next level.
Yeah. Hey, I do want to jump to the floor. We have another person up here in our line here. Let me go ahead and get it all ready to go. All right.
Hi, I'm Salim Malua. I'm a PhD student over at George Mason. I'd say my favorite thing about today has been the really interesting series of lectures, especially the automation one I just got out of. And something I'm really looking forward to this week at the conference is actually the joint GMU-UCF social event I'm organizing, which is happening tomorrow, Wednesday at 6 p.m. So please stay tuned for that, and I'm really excited for the rest of this conference.
All right, thank you. Oh man, this is great. I love hearing from people.
Yeah, see, but a lot of these people will do anything for a sticker. I kind of wish that I'd now sent a bunch of my stickers over to over there as well. But there was a lot of things I wish I'd sent over, including me in a suitcase, because that would have been a lot better.
All right.
But yes, so
Gary, now have you displayed? Everyone is seeing you. They can't hear you, but they at least see that we're doing a live stream. So go ahead and wave to the people. We're here live. Yeah. No, this is great. There's so many people out there. I almost want to just go to the camera and just like get a quick shot of everything that's going on. Although probably won't. No, it's fine. I'll leave it there because it was hard to set up.
So at the moment, Nick, I guess you're really enjoying being there in person.
I am loving this. This is amazing. You can tell that we put a lot of time and effort into planning the stream, and to see most of it come together until I've kind of fallen apart at the end here, gone completely off script, and started getting people's thoughts from the floor. No, this has been great. I've had a lot of fun just in the first 2 days that we've been here, and it's been pretty great. So I can't even comment on anything other than what we've seen today, other than the people that I've talked to. And that has just been phenomenal. I do want to mention, though, there was one interview that we had today that I loved, and I've been looking to have Jules on the show for a very long time. Jules stopped by to talk about the LGBTQ plus affinity group, and that was one of my favorite conversations that we've had in a very long time. And it's not just because I'm so comfortable with Jules and I know them. It's just because that whole discussion was so informative, thought-provoking, interesting, and really important. And so, like, if anyone's listening and chooses one thing to listen to, maybe listen to that. I don't know. Everyone's going to be upset about the things that we recommend anyway. So that was one of my favorites from today, along with Paul Salmon. That was another great one. Of course, yeah, they're all my favorites. Why? Who am I kidding? They're all my favorites. Jeez.
No, what Jules had to say was brilliant, because they really, you're right. It wasn't a jaw drop moment, but the level of honesty is the wrong word. The level of openness that they shared with us around not only of their experiences, but what they're doing and what we can do, was just really insightful, really something that I hope a lot of other people take away from this. I think we could have easily talked for another hour, and still not truly scratch the surface of how we can do things better. But it was, loved it. It was a great catch.
Yeah, I agree. I tried to catch somebody else that I knew.
You're just
That's
waving
okay.
at random people in the
Just
audience.
waving at
It's
random people. Yeah,
just popular.
I wonder how that would go. Just wave to randos. I at the end of this, I'm gonna try to get to see how many of these people out here. I mean, there's a good chunk of people out there. I'm gonna see how many people can say it depends, and we'll see.
Yeah,
man,
I bet that
this
doesn't
is. I bet you that doesn't happen. I bet people are gonna look at me like I'm a crazy person. So yeah, I don't know. Let's see. So let's look at what we have going on through the rest of the conference. There's a couple plenary sessions going on throughout the week. So obviously today we had Captain Craig Bowman from Boeing. Tomorrow looks like we have a management versus technical destins of senior HFE and UX practitioners. So that should be a fun one. We also have on Thursday Industry 5.0 and the future of robotics. And then on Friday, HFE and DEI crossover opportunities. So those are some of the key opportunities. I got another one. Hang on. All right.
Oh, here we go. It's okay. We were only doing like live stream, and you shouldn't, I guess, never. Well, this is all good fun, isn't it? It's it doesn't really matter kind of what happens. I'm just kind of look forward to how Nick's going to then edit this, because this means his editing.
Yeah, this is crazy editing.
His editing skill is going to have to be made.
All right, we got another one. You ready? Here we go.
Hey, my name is Jules, and I'm being blinded by this light. My favorite thing today, I think, was a complete stranger coming up next to me and calling me by name without looking at my name tag and saying, "Are you going to the DEI session?" And I said, "Yeah." And they said, "I am too." And I was like, "That's totally cool." So we went there together, which was really awesome. And what am I looking forward to the most? Oh, there's so many wonderful people that I'm looking forward to talking to. But I have to say, once again, I'm really looking forward to our panel on, how people can be themselves at work as much as they want to be. And so that's a DEI thing too. But that's it. And I'm looking forward to this light not being in my eyes anymore. And I hope y'all have fun. And thank you so much, both of y'all, for doing this great work.
Thanks, Jules.
We're doing great work. How cool is that?
Oh man, this is fun. This is fun. I am. I've completely lost the thread on this special edition conference coverage recap. I don't know how I'm going to edit this together. This is insane. I might just leave it in like this. This is complete insanity. The level of just complete distraction there's so much stuff going on. I think what's happened here is that all the panels for the day have ended. People are out and about. They are networking right in front of my eyes. And I wish I could just like almost guerrilla style take this camera out there and be like, "Excuse me, you're on a Human Factors podcast. What is the most fun thing?" Like what they've been saying.
That's why I've just put the this message from Twitch from Curious Pearl 22. Welcome to Nick Goes Fishing for People.
Welcome to Nick Goes Fishing for People cast. Yeah, this is great. This is great. I wish I was more prepared for this. I would have thought of a much different mechanism for sourcing feedback.
But then that's part of the fun, isn't it? This is why we do stuff live. It's it's in the moment. Whether people listening back to this if you just put this out the way that it is, I think really good feel for exactly what it was.
We'll get
like.
the craziness.
Yeah.
Hang on, I think I got.
I mean, what's the worst? Oh, and we've got more. I think we've got probably about another half hour of Nick basically fishing for people, and then
that's basically what this has turned into.
Yeah, that's fair. So who's next? Who have you got?
Hang on 1 second.
Oh, okay. We have because from here I can actually see the feed cam before it gets pulled up, so I can see there's either people walking to it or not. So this is quite exciting.
All right, it looks like we got another one. Here we go. Let me just pull it up. And
hi, I'm Karen Jacobs. I'm from Boston University. I am so delighted to be here. The energy at the Hfes annual meeting, 66, is fabulous. It is wonderful to network with everybody, to catch up, to see the energy in our profession. I am so looking forward to the annual business meeting. That's today, later on, and I encourage everyone to go and to learn about what will be going on with our society. And I'm looking forward to tomorrow, the posters with fellows, the other posters. Um, I'm looking forward to also the environmental design and children's issue technical meeting. So I hope you'll join us, and I thank you for being here.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you so much. Take some stickers.
See, he just said take some stickers, but from here it did sound like take some slippers. I did
Take some
wonder
slippers. Yes, we have plenty of slippers here at Human Slippers. Yes,
branded slippers.
Yes.
But so I'm guessing that the entire the foyer that you're looking out on is really busy.
Yeah, it's packed. Like I said, I wish I could turn around the camera for you, but it's just really hard to set up. I'm not going to mess with it. I'm not going to mess with it. All right. So yes, we were covering some of the plenary sessions. Why don't we take a look at what is coming forth this week? You know, to be completely honest and completely transparent, normally I would have prepared a lot more for this show. With that being said, there's a lot going on this week. I'm not going to even pretend like I'm going to pull some things that I want to go to out of thin air. We have a link, Barry, if you want to look through the program and pick stuff out. I don't even know how to do this.
No, so some of the things I think. So for tomorrow, Wednesday, I think there is sustainability and design, which is something quite close to my heart. And actually, some of the contributors are people I've sort of been working with. So Andrew Thatcher, Gretchen Mack. So I presented a webinar on climate ergonomics, and that sort of team hosted it for me, which was brilliant. So it would be really interesting to see that. So that's a discussion panel. Then there is what else is on later in the day that sort of brings out. So safety in healthcare is something I think. Human factors in healthcare, should I say? It's something that's really on my radar at the moment. Even I'm not a healthcare professional and not really involved in healthcare at all. But because of some of the work I've been doing, or some of the interviews I've had on 1202, and some of the things we've talked about, it became a bit of a focus around. So I'm doing it as a bit of a nice to have, I think. So as a bit of a hobby. So that's interesting. So that'll be interesting to see some of them elements coming through. What else on? Yeah, so there's a lot of receptions and business meetings and things
that's why
like
you
that.
Come. That's truthfully why you're here. I mean, you're here to network. The presentations. They're great, but I mean, at the same time, and that's where the information knowledge transfers. But then, I don't know. It's like once you know people, then it really just accelerates, and those ideas transfer in the hallways rather than the poster sessions.
So something else that I'm quite a fan of is the idea around macro ergonomics. So how do we? That's why it fits into the climate element. But how do we apply ergonomics at the macro level? And so that's on Thursday. There was a whole session around that, and so I'd recommend anybody going to have a look at that. We've spoken around. There's a discussion panel around being a manager, and whether whether people need to go down the management route in order to progress their careers. So Christy, who was one of our victims, willing participants, she came and spoke to us about that. See, there's lots of really good stuff here to dip into. So something that Chris Reed mentioned is there's an Hfes Historical Black Colleges and Universities outreach meeting. So that is exploring the virtues of what Chris has been trying to achieve to reach out to communities that haven't necessarily been reached before with Hfes, and so that'll be quite good. That's
yeah.
There's a session called
Yeah, I was just going to say I got one. This is one that Rose brought up earlier. It's Me and My VE. That one's always a favorite of mine. It's using human factors applications, using virtual reality, mixed reality, virtual environments. Always fun to see because they set up a little like a shaped demo area where you can kind of just go around. They do like a little brief introduction, and this is on Friday, so they do a little brief introduction of sort of what the project was and what they're hoping to accomplish. And it's literally so truncated that it doesn't even scratch the surface. At least from what I remember. You go in, they kind of talk about it quickly, and then you go and check out the demos. It's pretty cool.
Cool. Another discussion panel again on Friday that I think would be interesting is around is what they call one size does not fit all: ethical oversight across human factors, domains, and practices. That is something that is still super popular because there's still, I think we've so much we like to think we're on top of it, but I think we've still got a long way to go. So I think some of that will be good. And also fits
Did you talk about
macroeconomics.
Did you talk about the discussion panel on Wednesday about human robot teams, a discussion of the emergent trends?
No, I missed that one.
That one seems like a good talk to go to as well. Looks like that's it. That's the title. Human robot teams, a discussion of emerging trends. It looks like it'll be fun. I know some of the folks on there. Okay. Yeah. That'll be good.
But yeah, I mean, overall, there is clearly something for everyone. There's clearly things that people want to go to and go and see. So there's an awful lot of content.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
But it does reach back, I think. So a lot of the discussions that we've had today, a lot around communications, around how Hfes is going, there is a lot of discussion around how to deliver some of this stuff differently. So not just having your traditional lecture or your traditional presentation. So it'll be interesting to see if we take a benchmark here, what we're like when we're doing this, because clearly we're gonna cast this now for forever going forward, what it's going to be like in next year after, and see the evolution of what this conference has to offer and how it delivers its information.
Yes. Yeah, you're right. Because with all these changes that have been talked about from everyone involved, I think it'll be an interesting. You're right. It's an interesting benchmark to kind of sit here, compare. Where are we in 3 years' time? In 6 years' time? Are we still going to be podcasting? Are we going to still be around? I don't know. That's a good question.
And
we didn't.
I guess it'll be.
We didn't even talk about the future of the podcast. That's another thing.
Oh, that's true. Well, I guess my final thought on this would be is if this does change, then great. But actually, how disappointing it would be if it didn't. Because we've heard some really inspiring, some really strong motivations, some really strong calls to action, some drivers to make that progressive change. It would be a shame if we sat here in 3-4 years' time saying, well, they all talked about it, but nothing happened. I don't think I don't think that will be the case. I think we both, I think, quite strongly agreed that it feels buzzed. It feels like there is something in the air that people do want to see things change, evolve, and so I hope we are coming back next year, the year after, saying, "Wow, look at the difference."
Yeah, I think the last thing I'll end on is just that during this coverage, we kind of opened up the day with an announcement on our side and talk about burying the lead. So, burying the lead. 3 hours of sleep, people. I don't know. How am I going to edit this thing together? Oh,
I've got no idea.
All right. Anyway, we have an announcement. I mean, Human Factors Minute is something that we're really proud of. It's something that we've been putting together for years. We've been working on this for 4 years. And in fact, our lab has grown so much to the point where they are putting together Human Factors Minutes on a weekly basis. Like we are producing these things in mass. And because of that, we want to make sure that this information gets out there. We want people to be they know it exists. And so we are making it public. The full announcement can be found on the live stream. I might insert it here. Future Nick, insert it here. And so with that, we have Human Factors Minute coming out free to the public. It'll be great. I think it will be great.
I think it will be as well. I think it's going to be really exciting because we did speak about it 9.5 hours ago. But this idea that you guys have made all of this content and the Patreons will still get their dose, their upfront dose, and they'll always be ahead of what goes out to the general public. And so there is definitely still that buy-in for Patreons get their exclusivity, which is going to be brilliant for them. But then the public is going to get that stuff as well at a slower rate. But I think what was frightening was the amount of content that you mentioned that we had already. So because Nick is, if you've been listening to the podcast at all, you know Nick is quite into his automation at the moment, and he's developed a whole lot of stuff that's got what have we got content up to now?
I can talk about that now. That's the automation piece that I talked about a couple of weeks on the show. Was figuring out how to automatically drag and drop a file and have it pull a bunch of information about Human Factors Minute and have it schedule it and put it in your podcast feed at the right time and interval. So that's everything that I've been working on. Man, that was a couple weeks ago. I'm so excited I can share that now. I feel like a big weight has been lit. I feel like Chris Reed after switching over his presidency to Carolyn. That's a callback to an interview we did earlier. Go check that out. I'm so excited. Yes, we do have content. We have stuff. What the public feed is planned out through 2038, 2039. We have stuff planned out 2040. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff out there, and the public feed is out through. The public feed is out through 2040. Private feed is out through 2032. Oh man, that's the first yawn I've done though. That's pretty good. We're what, like 10 hours into the stream?
Yeah, I was going to say just
exactly.
give that another 40 seconds, and then that's 10 hours of live streaming. 10 hours of non-stop like it's a first for me.
Are we crazy?
I'm not. Well, clearly, but we knew that before we started.
Yeah.
Hasn't it been a blast?
It has been a blast. And Barry, I think I'm going to wrap up. I think we've been doing this for 10 hours. I think that's enough, right? We've hit the quota.
Yeah, I think as soon as we hit 10, then we're good. You know, I think we must have hit something for being the longest Human Factors live stream from Hfes ever.
I think we're the only one to do that. Yes.
That's
okay.
the point. That's the point.
Okay.
We are
the longest and only.
Award-winning.
Award-winning, yes. All right. Well, that's it for today, everyone. If you like this conference coverage episode, I'll encourage you to go listen to any of our other conference coverage. But most recently, our coverage of Human Factors Healthcare Symposium is a good one. Comment wherever you're listening with what you think of the coverage. Did our thoughts make sense? Did my rambling make sense? Did we do okay with getting the people on the show? I don't know. Tell us. You know what? If comment with all that stuff. We had a blast. Hope you did too. For more in-depth discussion, you can always join us on our Discord community. We have one of those. Visit our official website, sign up for our newsletter, stay up to date with all the latest Human Factors news. You can also go to hfes.org. They've been a huge help in setting all this up and making sure this happens. If you like what you hear, you want to support the show, there's a couple ways that you can do that. One, you can leave us a 5-star review wherever you're watching or listening right now. That's free for you to do. 2, you can tell your friends about us. We're at Human Factors and Ergonomics Society. I'm telling everybody I meet about the podcast, so you better bet it. 3, if you have the financial means to do so, you can support us on Patreon. We do this as hobbyists. I'm fortunate enough that I have a flexible job. I can do this, and Barry too. And we sit here every week and talk about Human Factors because we find it fun. If you want to support the show, make sure we can keep doing this and literally keep the lights on. I made this joke earlier, but doesn't work in a podcast format, but the lights are off and I'm in the dark and there they are. That's what patrons do for us. So thank you. Thank you. And speaking of thank yous, I'm going to take a huge pause in this outro to do some thank yous and tell everybody why. So first and foremost, thank you to the Human Factors and Ergonomics Society for access to this event and permission to live stream, simulcast, and record everything going on here today. This has been awesome support from them. Hfes leadership for encouraging and supporting the idea. Everyone at all levels of leadership has been super supportive of this, really dig what we're doing and think it's valuable to the community. Volunteers. We didn't have any volunteers here on site. It was all me, but thank you. We thought we might, but we didn't. Human Factors Cast Digital Media Lab. You guys made this happen too. There is so much work that went on behind the scenes in order to prep and execute this live stream. I can't even tell you how much work went into this. This was a lot. Every single promo that you saw today, every single script that we went through, all the preparation, all the organizing guests and filling out their information and making sure that the questions were correct. All that was the lab. They all did a great job. Thank you so much. I want to thank our Patreon supporters because, like I said, you keep the lights on. Without you, we would literally be in the dark. And I don't know if my wife would be too happy about me doing a 10-hour live stream with hundreds of dollars of equipment in at a conference that I probably couldn't afford if we didn't have the support. So thank you all. And truly, the last one I want to thank is our listeners. Without any of you, none of this would happen. Seriously. If no one was on the other side listening, we wouldn't do this. And we see the numbers. We know how many of you there are, roughly. And many of you have come up to me today and told me what the podcast means to you. And I can't tell you how much that means to me. So thank you so much. As always, links to everything that we do, all of our socials, website, description of this episode. You can check it there. Mr. Barry Kirby, thank you for sitting on a live stream with me for 10 hours. We've been sitting here for 10 hours podcasting live from Hfes. Wow, you've been my wingman, my incredible support mechanism, my therapist through all this. Where can our listeners go and find you if they want to talk about your thoughts and opinions on the conference from afar?
So if you want to hear from me and what I've been thinking about during the past 10 hours, then find me on Twitter at Baz_K, or come listen to some of my interviews on 1202, the Human Factors Podcast at 1202podcast.com.
As for me, I've been your host, Nick Roome. You can find me on our Discord and across social media at Nick_Roome. Thanks again for tuning into Human Factors Cast. There's still a couple people left, but I'm not going to engage them because I don't want to interrupt the science transfer, or I don't want to embarrass myself. It's been a day. Anyway, until next time, everybody. It depends. We did it.